we can proceed. If any issues arise in between,
Yes.
we'll deal with it.
Okay. No,
Thank you,
that's fine.
Chairperson.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Chairperson, as you're aware, today is scheduled for the continuation of the evidence of Mr. Singh within the Transnet stream.
Yes. Okay, please administer the oath of affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
Anoj Singh.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. You may be seated, Mr. Singh.
Chairperson, the documents that are of particular relevance to Mr. Singh's evidence are contained in Transnet Bundle 5B and 5C. That is Exhibit BB 23.
Okay, all right. And I've got 5C, so I guess that's the one you start with.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Singh, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could I ask you, please, you have these two bundles, I take it, in front of you. Could you turn to Bundle 5C and go to page 1750,
We're using the black or red?
the black numbers, yes.
15?
1750.
Yes, sir.
Now, you will recall that at the last sitting of your evidence, you contended that witness 3 had been spoon-fed information about Knox Vault by someone within the commission, and that is how he came to say that he took you there. You recall that evidence?
Yes, miss.
Now, what you find at page 1750 and further is an affidavit of Esaias Leonard. He is an investigator at the Commission. And if I could take you to paragraph 8 at page 1752, he makes reference to your evidence at paragraphs 8, 9, and 10. And he explains then that he provided this affidavit in that context. Could I ask you please to turn to page 1753? You will see there at paragraph 12 that Mr. Leonard says that as part of an ongoing investigation procedure performed at Transnet, he interviewed various drivers or CPOs who were assigned to protect and transport members of Transnet executive management team during the period 2009 to 18. He then says at paragraph 13 that on 29 April he interviewed witness 3 for the first time. He says at paragraph 14 that witness 3 informed us that he served as a driver and CPO for Mr. Singh while being the GCFO of Transnet, commencing in July 2014 until his secondment to Eskom. Then at 15, Mr. Leonard says that in addition to other matters witness 3 informed us about, he told us that on 6 or 7 occasions after visits to the Gupta residence, Mr. Singh would instruct him to drive to Knox Vault across the road from the Kalani Mall. According to witness 3, Mr. Singh would take the bag that he collected from the Gupta residence, in brackets, which he suspected contained cash, from the boot of the vehicle and go into the Knox Vault building. Mr. Singh would return to the vehicle and witness 3 would notice that the bag was now empty. He informed us that he suspected that Mr. Singh had deposited the contents in a safe at Knox Vault. paragraph 16, it was during this interview with witness 3 that anyone within or from the Commission first became aware of Knox Vault and Mr. Singh's visits to Knox Vault. 17, witness 3 subsequently deposed to an affidavit setting out the above-mentioned facts. So that was an interview on the 29th of April 2019. Mr. Leonard goes on to say that based on the first consultation with witness 3, the Commission issued a summons to Knox Vault on 13 June 2019, in terms of which Knox Vault were required to provide the Commission with records and documents relating to the rental of safety deposit boxes by specific individuals. Mr. Singh was among the individuals whose records were summoned. Paragraph 19, on 20 June, Knox Vault complied with the summons and produced the following customer records for Mr. Singh, and they then listed as access records, in brackets, customer visits, application form, additional box forms, tax invoices, cancellation form, credit note, and identification document. Over the page, Mr. Leonard goes on to say that the records received from Knox Vault are attached here to marked Annexure EPL 1. According to the access records, in brackets, customer visits, Mr. Singh visited Knox Vault on 22 occasions between July 2013 and August 2017. 10 of these visits fall within the period that witness 3 served as driver/CPO for Mr. Singh. 22, as mentioned above, witness 3 stated during the first interview with him on 29 April 2019 that he had escorted Mr. Singh to Knox Vault on approximately 6 or 7 occasions during this period. And then Mr. Leonard, with reference to the evidence that you had given before, says at paragraph 23 in conclusion, the legal issue that attracted media attention, which I assume Mr. Singh was referring to in his evidence, arose from the execution of a summons issued by the Commission in terms of which it took custody of safe deposit boxes rented by Kubun Mudli at Knox Vault. The execution of the summons occurred on 25 June 2019, more than 2 months after witness 3 informed us about Knox Vault on 29 April 2019. You see that?
I do so.
Have you got any reason to question the truth and accuracy of this affidavit of Mr. Leonard?
Not at this stage.
So, what then would you say to the proposition that the only way that witness 3 could have known about your safe deposit boxes at Knox Vault is if he took you there, as he alleges?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure how witness 3 came to know about the boxes, but as I've testified before, Mr. Chair, witness 3 has never taken me to Knox Vault on any occasion.
Shall I take that as meaning that you are saying you accept that he got to know about it, but you don't know how he knew about it, because as far as you are concerned, he never took you there?
Mr. Chair, that is correct, because as you would see in the affidavit itself, Mr. Chair, I was not the only person that formed the content of the subpoena.
Yes.
There were other people that actually were also, information was requested from Knox Vault. So it would seem that maybe through that process, people had got to know about it.
Yeah.
So I would accept your proposition.
Mr. Maiba.
So, Mr. Singh, I'm not sure that I follow your answer. I mean, last time you said that, and you must correct me if I'm wrong, last time I understood you to say that witness 3 came to learn about this because it was planted, the information, by a member of the Commission. Now you accept that that's not true. So how is it then that witness 3 knows of your facility at Knoxvold, unless he took you there.
Mr. Chair, if we have regard to the information that's presented to us today, all of this information was available to the Commission on the day that my evidence was laid. Yet none of this information was made available to me.
How does that affect your answer?
No, well, Mr. Chair,
Because
that's what I'm trying to.
Because you either know what the position is or how witness 3 would have come to know about the information relating to you and Knoxvold, or you don't know. Whether you were shown information or not is not going to affect what you knew.
No, but that's what I'm trying to get to, Mr. Chair, is
Yeah.
that on the day that I testified, I did not know.
What did you not know?
I did not know that the information relating to the investigator's report came to the attention of the investigator on the 29th of April 2019,
Yes.
for example,
Yes.
because I was not presented with anything relating to Knoxvold.
Yes.
So
Is that why you gave the answer you gave? Because you didn't know that?
Because I was asked, how did he come to know? So
Because you were denying.
yes. So I then
Yes.
preferred or provided an explanation
Yes.
that I thought was relevant at the time.
But you accept now, do you not, that explanation you provided, namely of accusing somebody within the commission to have planted the information of giving him that information to implicate you, do you now accept that that's not true?
That is correct, sir.
Yes. Okay. So as I understand it, the position you are in is you have denied that witness 3 took you to Knoxvold. The evidence that you also accept suggests that he must have taken you there, but, or at least he knows information that he would have known if he had taken you there. But your position is he didn't take you there, and you can't say how he came to know the information.
That is correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Chairperson. Now, Mr. Singh, previously when you testified, I asked you, this is at page 64 of the transcript of 12 March, day 360. I said, what were you keeping in these 4 boxes? And your answer was, Mr. Chair, the 4 boxes is easy to explain. There was a box for each one of the family, sorry, each one of the members of the family. You recall giving that evidence?
Along those lines, yes.
I beg your pardon?
Along those lines, yes, Chair.
I'm reading from the transcript. So as I understand it, the 4 members of the family were you, your wife, and your 2 children.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, in 2014, your children were aged, on my calculations, your eldest child was 12 and your youngest child was 4,
In 2014, that
Yeah.
would probably be right, yes.
approximately.
Yes.
So what is it that you stored in the 2 boxes for your children?
Chair, don't recall right now, but it could have been documents for them, gifts for them, jewelry for them, odds and sods, I don't really recall.
Documents for them? Like?
Birth certificates, so ID
Okay,
documents.
please speak up, Mr.
Sorry,
Singh.
birth certificates, ID documents, and the like. But Mr. Chair, these are issues that relate to my personal being at the time. I don't see the relevance for that in this.
Well, what you kept in the boxes is obviously relevant, Mr. Singh. You know that. You surely know that what you kept in the boxes is relevant because there are allegations of you taking money from the Guptas and taking it to Knox Vault. So you say you didn't take any money, any cash from the Guptas and kept it at Knox Vault. You indicated what you kept in those boxes, but if the other version is true, you may have kept money that you got from the Guptas in the boxes, isn't it?
That is true, Mr. Chair.
Yes, so it's highly relevant. Mr. Mybeck?
Thank you. And you then went on to explain that, as I understood it, you'd keep some jewelry for your wife, and you also said that you might keep, or you did keep cash for yourself to a maximum value, as I recall evidence, of 100,000 rand.
I think the number was between 100 to 200, I think.
Between 100 and?
200.
Between 100 and 200. And that money you say you got, if my memory serves me correctly, from moonlighting and gambling.
Well, moonlighting was your suggestion.
Well, that's the term that is commonly used when an executive in a position such as you does private work on the side.
Okay, if that's the way it's...
So that's how you got the money,
That is
gambling and moonlighting.
That is correct.
Well, what we do know from the records is that you didn't have 4 boxes, you had 8 boxes. You would have seen that.
That is correct.
So let's go to page 1758. So let's,
Sorry, the page number again?
1758. And before I get into the records, so how does one square this with your previous evidence? Would you now say that you had 2 vaults or boxes for each family member?
No, Mr. Chair. I think I also did mention in the previous testimony that I also used the boxes to store documents and stuff that was of relevance to me at the time. So the balance of the boxes were really to store documents that were relevant to me.
Well, Mr. Mybeck's question is, since when you gave your evidence, you said you kept 4 boxes because the family consisted of 4 members.
Yeah.
How do you now explain the fact that there were not 4 boxes, there were 8 boxes? Mr. Mybeck, did I get your question right?
Yes,
Yes.
Chairperson.
So what's the explanation for having so many boxes, much more than double the number of the family members?
Mr. Chair, as I would recall again from the testimony that I had given at the time, I did say I do not recall the number of boxes that I actually had.
Sorry, just repeat.
I said I do not recall the exact number of boxes that I had at the time. Because remember, when I had given evidence, the issue of Knox Vault was not put to us.
Was not what?
Was not put to us. Was not put to me, sorry.
There was a discussion of Knox Vault. What do you mean it was not put to you?
No, there was discussions relating to Knox Vault that emanated from my testimony at the time, based on witness 3's testimony.
Yes.
But the detail relating to Knox Vaults in terms of the information that you see before you today didn't exist on the day that I testified. So when I testified, I was testifying from memory.
You are testifying from?
From memory.
Yes.
So hence, when you asked how many boxes do you have, I said I think I had approximately 4 boxes.
Mr. Mybeck?
Yes, thank you. All right, well, you said you had approximately 4, but it turns out you had twice the number.
Taken, point taken.
All right, then let's go to page 1758. What you will see, it's quite useful, the handwritten annotations at the top. you count there are 8 boxes. Those were the numbers of the boxes, correct?
That's
So let's have a look at how this unfolded. If you go to page 1759, you'll see that this is the first box that you acquired, and it was a transaction that was effected on the 12th of February 2013. And you'll see there at page 1759, in the middle of the page,
I'm sorry, Mr. Mybeck, where do you see the date?
the date DCJ is 1760 at the bottom under Mr. Singh's
Oh, yes,
signature.
okay.
That's 12 February 2013.
Yes,
It's a little obscure, but it will become clear from the next document.
Yes, no, now I can see it now.
So we'll become familiar with these documents as we go along, because there's a series of them that are the same. But at 1759, at paragraph 8, you'll agree that it reflects then that you acquired a small safe box on that day. Is that correct?
That is correct. Sorry,
Uh,
that is correct.
And what we see is you made an annual cash payment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you will then find the invoice at page 1761. There you will see the invoice is dated 12 February 2013. You made a refundable key deposit, and then you rented the small safety deposit box rental, and you paid 2,700 Rand. Was that for the year?
That is correct.
And you paid that in cash?
That is correct.
We then go to the second transaction. Now that you find at page 1763. This is now on the 8th of May 2014. You acquired a large box, correct? That's reflected at 1763.
1763.
Number 1424, and you'll see at 1764, on the same day, you acquired box number 1425, another large box. And in fairness to you, I've looked at these documents quite carefully. What happened is that you upgraded the small box to a large box, and then you rented another large. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but if that is what you say, Mr. Mybeck.
Well, let me explain it to you. If you go to page 1765, which is the invoice relevant to you acquiring these boxes, you see that it says the second line, large safety deposit box rental, and then upgrade S to L, presumably small to large. You see that?
I do. I do.
So that is May 2014. Then in the next month, June 2014, and this is at page 1766, you then rented another large box. You confirm that on the 9th of June 2014.
I do.
And the invoice you find over the page at 1767, you paid 4,900 Rand and 19 cents, again in cash. Correct?
That is correct.
Then the next transaction was 2 months later, in August 2014. You find this at page 1768. This time you rented another large box, and now you had 4. Correct?
That is correct.
And you again paid annually in cash. Is that right?
From 1768, that's evident.
Page 1768, it reflects annual cash.
Yes.
Did you pay in cash?
Yes.
And then if you go over the page 1769, you see the invoice. Again, you paid an amount of 4,900 Rand and 19 cents. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, the fifth transaction occurred 2 months later in August 2014. Could I ask you, please, documents are out of sequence. Could I ask you to turn this time to page 1774? So we have dealt with the transaction on the 1st of August 2014. At 1774, there was a second transaction in August 2014, this time on the 15th of August. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And now you acquired another large box 2 weeks or so later. Is that right?
Yes.
Again, you paid annually in cash,
That is correct.
and you find the invoice at page 1775. And sorry, I'm incorrect. In fact, on this day, you acquired 2 boxes. You go back to 1774, you'll see there large number required 2. You see that?
That is correct.
And that's why the invoice, again, settled in cash is much larger, this time for 9,160 Rand and 8 cents. You see that?
That is correct.
So you now had 6 large boxes. Correct?
That is correct.
We could now go to the 6th transaction, and that you find at page 1770.
177.
This occurred 2 months later in October of 2014. And here you'll see that this time you upgraded to an extra large box. You see that?
So 1770.
1770.
Yes, sir.
You acquired this time an extra large box to go with your 6 large boxes. You see that?
That is correct.
Again, you paid in cash,
That is
and it cost you 6,008 Rand. Correct?
that is correct.
So now you had 6 large boxes and 1 extra large box. And then the next transaction you find at 1772, and this occurred in the next year, 9th of February 2015. And this time you acquired for yourself an extra large box. You see that?
That is correct.
And again, you paid in cash.
That is correct.
This time you were given a 20% discount. Correct?
That is correct.
Why were you being given discount?
Sorry, sir.
Do you know why you were being given discounts?
No, sir. I guess I don't.
Not perhaps because you were a very good customer.
That could be.
Right. Then you see at page 1773 that for that extra large box, you paid in cash 6,740 Rand and 1 cent. So that is February 2015. Then if I can ask you please to go to page 1776, we see that what happens here,
1777.
1776, is that in August 2017, you then effectively cancel your facility, correct?
That is correct.
And you return the keys, and you undertake that you no longer require the boxes.
That is.
And then what happens, and perhaps not particularly relevant, is the documents that follow at 1770 and 1778, etc., they then credit notes, where you returned the keys, you were credited And presumably you're accredited because there were pro rata credits affected. Is that correct?
That is good.
Now, Mr. Singh, I just want to hand up. I'm going to ask you to go to the access records or customer record, visit record at page 1757. Are you there?
That is good.
With your leave, Chairperson, could I just hand up a copy of that page with certain handwritten annotations that I've made, which will facilitate my examination of Mr. Singh? I do apologize for the handwriting, but it will.
No, that's fine.
It should help everyone.
That's fine. Thank you.
Is this part of the bundle?
It's annotations made on page 1757. I'll give you a copy. What I've done here, Mr. Singh, is on the left-hand side, you will see that I've boxed in your name. That boxing reflects the time that you were employed at Transnet. On the right-hand side, there's another boxing running from 14 July 2018 up until 20 March 2015. That's the time that witness 3 said that he worked for you. So that's that boxing.
And
then-
what's the date with the rights?
On the right-hand side, from 18 July 2014 through to 20 March 2015.
I think what you call boxing on mine.
When I mean boxing, I've just drawn a
Oh,
line.
yes, no, now I see, 20 March.
Yes,
Yes, no, now I thought it was the one above that. No.
thank you.
Okay, so that's 20 March 2015 up to 18 July 2014. Is that right?
Witness 3 says that he worked as Mr. Singh's driver. The dates that fall within that range are from 18 July 2014 until 9 February 2015, DCJ. In the middle column.
Yes, I'm looking at the middle column. Is the first date in the middle column where you have boxed? Is the first date 20 March 2015?
Yes, it is.
Is the last date within the box 18 July 2014?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry, I was reading it the other way around that I
Yes,
started
okay.
with, but yes,
Okay,
hopefully I think we are on the same page.
Yeah, okay, no, that's all right. Okay.
So then, Mr. Singh, what I've done at the bottom of the middle column is I've got small. You acquired that box on the 12th of February 2013. I put an asterisk because we know that it was then converted. Now I want to follow the highlighting. So on the first pink highlight, on the 8th of May 2014, you now acquire 2 large boxes. You upgrade the small, you get a large. That's in May of 2014. You then visit that facility twice, again in May, and then in June, you acquire another large box. You visit the facility again in June and July. 2 months later, in August, you acquire another large box, correct? On the 1st of August 2014. You confirm that?
Sorry, on the first, yes.
And then we know 2 weeks later, on the 15th of August 2014, you acquire 2 more large boxes, correct?
This
And
is
then-
Sorry, Mr. Chair. This is you cross-referencing this dates with
Yes.
these documents.
Yes. And then 2 months later, so you visit the facility, you get, in the month of August, you actually acquire 3 large boxes. You visit the facility in September, and then in October, you get your extra large box. Correct?
Oh, that's it.
That 11 October,
Yes.
okay.
And then you visit the facility in November twice and December. And then early in the next year, you now get an extra large box. You see that?
That is correct.
Now, I want to just ask you, presumably,
Oh, Mr. Mybeck, I've been wondering why I seem to lose you. The numbers have not been written in the normal sequence. The earlier months in the year are at the
yes,
bottom.
it's the other way around. Yeah.
Yes.
So the year comes first.
Yeah. Well, that's fine, but one expects that when you get a document like this and it gives you dates, you expect that the earlier date would be at the top.
Yes.
Then you go down. This is the other way around.
It's the other way, yes.
Yes.
In other words, the document builds up. It reflects at the bottom the first time that Mr. Singh went there, and at the top the last time he went there.
Yes, yes.
So, Mr. Singh, I just wanted to, presumably on these days, when you acquired these boxes, you had with you the things that you wanted to store in them.
That would be a reasonable assumption, but I don't recall.
So can you remember what caused you in May of 2014 to get 2 large boxes?
Mr. Chair, maybe I don't recall the exact reasons as to why these events occurred or why these boxes increased each and every single, let's call it, highlighted item. But Mr. Chair, again, as I indicated previously, the contents of these boxes related to personal items, documents, and effects. During this period of time, Mr. Chair, again, as it relates to my personal affairs, my ex-wife and I were going through a separation process. So, to the extent that I needed to move stuff from my residence at the time, this was then placed in these boxes.
So in August of 2014, when you take another 2 boxes, can you remember why you did that?
Well, Mr. Chair, as I said, in terms of the exact nature of why these occurred, I don't recall why that happened in August 2014 or October 2014, but I understand and know that during this period of time, my visits there and the increase in the number of boxes and the size of the boxes related to me putting in my personal effects and documents and other information that related to moving out of my primary residence at the time.
And then why the need to get an extra large box and then the need to get an extra large box?
Well, Mr. Chair, again, I will come back to the point of saying that it would be as it relates to the moving out process.
So this evidence you didn't give previously relates to the moving out process.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I mean, previously you said there are 4 boxes and they're easy to explain. It's one for each of the family members.
Well, Mr. Chair, as I said to you previously, these matters are private and confidential matters, Mr. Chair. But yes, I didn't explain it before.
No, but Mr. Singh, if the need to acquire boxes had something to do with you having to take some personal items that had been kept in your house, which you decided to put in at Knoxvold. You would not have needed to explain anything. You simply have said, you know, I made a decision to put in some items at Knoxvold that I had kept in the house.
But Mr. Chair, that was the line of my responses when I was here the previous occasion. Now I'm presented with substantially more information relating to the nature, the extent, and the timing of the for my transactions with Knox. So I'm offering you an explanation relating to the information that's presented to me today.
Mr. Mybeck?
Yes, thank you. Could I ask you please to go to page 1759?
317.
What you will see, and I think you gave this evidence. 1759.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
just give me 1 second to put this page back.
I'm going to come back to that highlighted document. Now, you gave evidence last time, and it's borne out by this page, that the width and the depth of all of your boxes were the same. So you'll see if you look at small all the way through to extra large, the width and the depth is the same. 241 millimeters in width, and the depth 445 millimeters. So width of about 24 and depth of 45.5. Correct?
That is correct.
The only difference was in the height. So the small box was very short, and so it goes from 88 to 110 to 133, 260 for an extra large, and then an extra large 520. Do you see that?
That is correct.
So if you could just have a look at one of these file boxes here, Mr. Singh, that I've put up. A file box in width is 29 centimeters. These bolts of yours were 5 centimeters narrower than that. A file box is also 45 centimeters in depth. So all we have to work out is what really would the cumulative height been of the boxes that you rented. Well, we know that you had 5 larges, and that, which was 30 centimeters, and that you had 1 extra large and another extra large. When I've added that up, the total height would have been about 160 centimeters, which would be the equivalent of 5 file boxes. So if you look from here, this is 3, you can put another 2 on top of that. It would be really the area, roughly, that you rented. See that?
There's 4.
So I'm looking from here.
Oh,
1, 2, 3, I can't put another 2 there, it's too high, I can't put. So it would be 5. You get a sense then of how much space it was. Just to give you an example, although these are a little broader, you can, as you know, store 5 lever arch files in each one of these boxes. So in 5, you can store 25 lever arch files, and you can store 500 pages in a lever arch file, as you would know, 12,500 pages. It's a lot of space. You can get a lot of things in there, not so?
that is.
I
Last
wonder,
time-
Mr. Mybeck, whether it's not necessary for the record just to indicate what the size of each file is in terms of height, so that when somebody reads the record and you say 5 files, they have an idea how high they would go.
Yes.
Or if you have got the number ready, you could just read it into the record.
I have done a rough calculation. Let me,
Yeah.
perhaps during the break,
Okay.
I'll make sure that it's completely accurate. And I'll also give Mr. Singh's the
Yeah.
legal representative opportunity to confirm it.
No, that's fine. Just that sometimes one forgets these things because one is saying
Certainly.
that somebody's reading the record without this and has no idea how high the fines were. Okay, all right.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Singh, last time we spoke about how much this was costing you. What we've seen is that a large box cost about 4,000 Rand a year, an extra large one about 5,000, and an extra large one, I think in the region of 10. So in my calculations, this was costing you about 35,000 Rand a year. That accord roughly with your recollection and studying of these documents.
I would take it as correct.
And all of that money you paid here in cash, where did you get that cash from, incidentally?
Mr. Chair, as I've testified, the boxes also contained around 200,000 Rand in cash. So that was the cash that
Sorry, just repeat that sentence, please.
I said, as I've testified before, the boxes did contain cash. I used some of that cash to pay for these boxes. And I also obviously replenished that cash from time to time.
Now, Mr. Peter, when he took over from you as the Group Chief Financial Officer, do you know that he also, him and or his mother, acquired boxes at Knoxville?
I did not know that.
In fact, he and or his mother had 7 large boxes there, similar number to you. I assume you can't comment, or you would ascribe that to a coincidence.
I cannot comment.
Now, if I could take you back to this page 1757 with my annotations. If you have a look in the middle column, that box that I've done in the middle, running from 18 July 2014 up until 20 August 2015. All of those days, except for one, was a weekday. The day that was on the weekend, as I have it, is the 11th of October 2014. Perhaps you could just mark that. The rest of the days were all during the week. So there are 9 days then that fall within that range, weekdays. What I wanted to put to you, Mr. Singh, is what I don't follow is this. Your own evidence, and you've confirmed Witness 3's statement, when Witness 3 says how things would work on a normal working day, is I would go and I would collect Mr. Singh at his home. Where was that? Is in the Midrand.
Yes.
And I would take him to the Carlton Centre, and I would drive him around the whole day, and then I would take him back home. And you worked, seems, long hours. So, seeing that you went to Knox Vault during this period, 9 times during the week, surely Witness 3 must have taken you there. Who else could have taken you there?
Mr. Chair, also by my own testimony and by testimony of Witness 3, he also testified that my personal vehicle was parked at the basement of the Transnet offices during the week. And that is the vehicle that I would have used to visit Knox Vaults during the period of these days that would appear to be during the week.
Sorry, Mr. Singh, I thought you might say that, but that's not what the evidence reflects. The evidence reflects, because you remember this arose in the context of the Three Rivers and the maroon bag of cash. And the evidence that was given, you confirmed this, is that occasionally what you would do is you would drive your blue M3 BMW to the Carlton Centre on a Monday. It would stay there in the basement, might be washed on a Friday, and then you would drive it home. Not all the time, occasionally. No evidence has been given in these proceedings that you ever, during the week, drove yourself anywhere. In fact, you confirmed witness three's evidence.
Mr. Chair, I'm at a loss in terms of responding to this, because
Well, before you respond, I must just tell you that my recollection too is that you said that you would drive yourself during the weekends, which I understood to confirm that generally speaking, I wouldn't say there would be no exception, but generally speaking, during the week, when it's during working hours, you would be driven by your driver.
but that's my point, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, as you had said, 9 times in a period of a year is generally speaking, that I may have also driven myself.
So, you mean you...
Okay, let me put it to you this way, Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
Had I known that I needed to declare that I had driven myself occasionally during the week at the time, I would have said so.
yeah.
Because, Mr. Chair, when I was confirming witness three's statement, it was done on the basis that generally that's what happened.
So is your version that generally when you would allow your driver to drive you to different places, but when it came to going to Knox Vault, you would make sure that it didn't drive you there, you would drive yourself there?
That is correct.
So you say, because this is an eight-month period, you say that in that 8-month period, you drove yourself there 9 times during a normal business day.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And you see the times
I do see.
opposite 18 July 2014, 2 o'clock, then 1 o'clock, 11 o'clock, right in the middle of the business day, correct?
That is correct.
Why didn't you want your driver to know that you had reason to go to Knox Vault?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think I did testify previously that these were personal matters, and from my perspective, I didn't really want him to be part of these matters.
Well,
So
he was not going to see what was in the box. He would just drive you there, that's all, and remain in the car. There was nothing, he was not going to go any personal matters other than that you had some business to do at Knox Vault. Why didn't you want him to know that you had some business to do at Knox Vault?
Well, Mr. Chair, as I said, it was a personal decision that I made at the time.
What did you say to the proposition that you may have, you might not have wanted him to see that because you had something to hide about your visits to Knox Vault?
Well, Mr. Chair, I don't know if you're asking me to speculate.
No, I'm saying if that proposition is put, what did you say? Because remember, his version is he would drive you to the Kuta residence, he would get cash there, and then he would drive you to Northvolt, where you would take that cash. Now, from what he said, it doesn't appear that that would be legitimate cash. So I asked the question, if that was not legitimate cash, maybe that might have been the reason why you would have, on your version, decided that whenever you went there, you didn't want him to know. That is, assuming your version is true.
No, Mr. Chair, that's not the reason.
What's the reason?
Mr. Chair, as I said, it was personal matters that I decided to deal with on my own.
Yeah.
And that was the reason.
Mr. Mybeck?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Singh, can I ask you please to pick out Exhibit BB14D?
Have you got the page number, Mr. Mybeck?
If I could ask you please to turn to page 127. You go to page 127.
So, 127,
Yes. The numbers are on the right-hand side.
the red numbers.
No, there's only black numbers on this if we're in the same file.
Chairperson, sorry to interrupt. We're just trying to establish, at this stage, my attorney and myself, if this bundle was in fact emailed to us and when it was, so that we can follow the evidence. So maybe if my learned friend can assist us just with the date on which this bundle was mailed to us, so that we can
Well,
ensure that
I
we've
don't
got
know
it
when
in
it
front
was
of us.
mailed to my learned friend, but of course she did have it because this is witness 3's affidavit that Mr. Singh was examined on extensively
Yeah.
at the last sitting.
I think that should help her.
That helps us.
Yeah.
So this file only has red numbers. So
All
we're
right.
doing
Do you
127.
have can I ask you to go to page 127? Is
That's
that
of the red
Mr.
number.
Okay, well, if it's the red number, fine.
That's
Is that a page from witness 3's affidavit with a heading in the middle, CPO services to Anoj Singh?
that is correct.
All right. Now, could I take you, please, to paragraph 31? On a normal working day, I used to pick Mr. Singh up at his home in the morning at around 6:30 in Wendywood, and from there drive him to the Colton Centre. After work, I would drop him off at his home again. You confirmed that in your earlier testimony, correct?
That is correct.
Next paragraph 32, during the course of the day, I would drive him to meetings or to whichever destination he would instruct me. You see that?
That is correct.
You confirmed that last time, correct?
If you say so. I don't
And
recall.
then if you go
exactly.
over the page to 128, at 36, paragraph 36, in instances, Singh would drive to the office with his private vehicle, a blue BMW M3, on Monday mornings, and on Friday afternoons, he would travel home with his vehicle. The vehicle would be parked in the basement of the Colton Centre during the week. You confirmed that.
That is correct.
And in fact, you confirmed that on another occasion, in dealing with the Three Rivers Lodge. You recall that?
I do, sir.
It certainly doesn't appear from this and from your confirmation of these paragraphs that you drove yourself during.
Chairperson, before my learned friend continues, with the greatest of respect to him, what he's trying to put doesn't exclude what the witness gave evidence. So what Mr. Singh's version is, that he occasionally used his own vehicle to do certain things, is not excluded by what the witness said.
Well, let Mr. Mybeck put the question, let Mr. Singh answer, and we take it from there.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Well, perhaps I could put it most easily this way. Mr. Singh, when you confirmed these paragraphs in your evidence, you made no reference to the fact that you would occasionally drive yourself. Correct?
That is correct, Mr.
Yeah.
But that was on the basis, Mr. Chair, that we were talking about generally.
Mr. Singh,
No,
I'm still.
Mr. Singh. If the position was that sometimes you did drive yourself during the week, surely you would have said so. Because otherwise the statement that during the week he would drive you around and your car would be parked the whole week in the basement, and you take it on Friday to home and come back with it on Monday, would not be correct. You understand?
I take your point, Mr. Chair.
Yes, okay, all right.
All right, and then there's just two last questions that I want to ask you with reference to my handwritten annotations.
Before we move off the dates, can we ask exactly what dates were these?
What days of the week?
Yes.
We can do that. What I asked one of my team members to do yesterday was to determine if any of these days fell within the weekend. And what I was advised is that the only weekend day was the 11th of October, 2014.
Okay. It would be interesting to see the rest of the days.
I beg your pardon?
I said it would be interesting to see what the rest of the days would look like.
I think the witness, Mr. Singh and Mr. Myberg, is speaking at cross purposes about what Mr. Singh is referring to as what days.
Yes, were you, Mr. Singh, wanting to know which of these days would be Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday?
Yes.
Not just whether it's a weekday or a weekend.
That would
Not
be
just
correct.
that.
Yes, Mr.
Okay, so, or you wanted to know that plus whether it was a Tuesday or Monday or Wednesday or Thursday as well?
I think, Mr. Chair, just the days of the week would be sufficient.
Yeah, what day each one is?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Well, maybe one should ask, why would that matter?
Mr.
Because
Chair.
we know that Mr. Mybeck asked you the questions because the evidence was that during the week, your car would be parked at the basement and the driver would drive you to meetings and drive you around. Why would knowing which day of the week each date is be important or relevant?
Well, Mr. Chair, so my version is, no matter which day of the week it was, I drove to the vault.
Yeah.
On witnesses 3's version and based on the evidence that I laid before, you are saying that it would have not been probable that on a weekday I would have driven myself. So a weekday also is a Monday and is also a Friday, which meant I had access to my car on a Monday and a Friday, based on the version that we had just discussed.
Oh, okay.
So if it is on a Monday and a Friday,
Yes.
then it concurs with, let's call it the evidence of witness 3
about the car
The
only
car.
being used on
on a Monday or a Friday.
Yes. Well, no, I understand what you say, but except that my recollection is that the dates that appear on at page 1757, the information that appears there shows that it was during the day as opposed to after hours or too early in the morning. So it would have been during the time when, on witness 3's version, the car was parked. So I understand you to be suggesting that, look, witness 3 says on Fridays I'll take the car home.
But Mr. Chair, equally, there could be many reasons as to why I could either be leaving the office early. I'd have gone out for, okay, I can't say I went out for lunch because on his version, I never went out for lunch without him. I always went out with him. So equally so, Mr. Chair, I could have been leaving the office early, let's say at 14:26, for example, if it was a Friday, I could have been leaving the office early. Or if it was on a Monday, for example, and it was
If you were leaving
10:55. Yeah, if it was 10:55 on a Monday, I could equally be coming late to the office. Or I could have had meetings and then was coming to the office. So those are plausible explanations as well.
Just
Mr.
as I
Mybeck.
understand, as I understand your evidence, on a Monday, you would go to work. I mean, you seem to work long hours.
That's good.
In fact, witness 3 says that he fetched you at, 6:30 in the morning.
Around that.
And he would take you back home, and often that would be at 10 o'clock or even later.
And not, well,
Or sometimes, I beg your pardon. When would you usually get home on a normal working day?
on a normal working day, probably around 7.
7. So basically you worked or were on duty from 7 to 7.
That's good.
And as I understood your evidence, on a Monday, you wouldn't get a late start. You would drive your own car occasionally to work. Presumably you left about the same time.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, sir.
Sorry?
I said I couldn't hear you there.
As I understood the evidence, if you decided to take your BMW to work on a Monday, presumably you would leave at the same time. There'd be no reason to go to work late.
Unless there was a meeting or
Yeah.
unless I had a personal commitment or...
Sure. And then, of course, the same thing applies when you drove back. Just because you're driving your own car wouldn't mean that you would leave early. You would see out the business day in the ordinary course, correct?
That will be correct.
All right. Now, your earlier testimony also gave rise to the need to get a further affidavit from witness 3. Could I ask you please to go to page 1919?
Oh, which one?
It is bundle 5C.
Chairperson, we again want to place on record. I understand what my learned friend says, that these documents, but we're working off bundles that's disclosed to us. We come here and we would like to follow the evidence based on bundles that were disclosed. That's why my attorney, through the course of the week and even last week, said, please forward us the reference bundles. It's not good enough to say, oh, but we sent you an email with the witness's statement. We'd like to follow the evidence so that we know what's happening with reference to a reference bundle.
Well, I don't know what Mr. Mybeck has to say, but I do know that evidence leaders, when certain witnesses come here, they bring lots of files belonging to that work stream, even when they might not necessarily need some, but just to have them at hand. Mr. Mybeck, do you want to say anything?
Well, I do know that my learned friend has received an electronic copy of Exhibit 23. It may be that when I refer to 5B or 5C, it's not easy for her to make that delineation. But I'm referring to page 1919 of Exhibit 23. Mr. Singh, are you there?
I am, sir.
Did you say 1919?
Yes. And that DCJ is in your bundle 5C.
Okay.
So if we go to paragraph 5 at page 1920, witness 3 says, in summary, Mr. Singh probed the testimony relating to me having identified Mr. Mashera Koko and Ms. Linda Mabasu at the Gupta residence in Saxonwell during the period July 2013 to December 2013, whilst I was seconded to the former minister, Mr. Malusi Gigaba, during his tenure at the Department of Public Enterprises. Mr. Singh states that I recognise Ms. Koko and Ms. Mbasu in 2013, whilst they were not public figures, and contends that to be an anomaly in my evidence. Witness 3 goes on, I wish to clarify the misunderstanding that is seemingly being created by Mr. Singh in this regard. During my tenure as Close Protection Officer to Mr. Gigaba during the period July 2013 to December 2013, I did not know who Mr. Koko and Ms. Mabasu were at the time. Further, my evidence has not been that I knew who these individuals were in 2013. I only became aware of who they are at a later stage, and at that point in time, when I saw these individuals, I recalled that I had seen them on previous occasions, and that this was during my tenure on the secondment at the DPE whilst we were at the Gupta residence with Mr. Gigaba. Paragraph 8. At the time when my secondment at the DPE came to an end, I returned to Transnet, where I was redeployed as a security manager of Transnet offices in Carlton Centre in January 2014. July 2014, I was assigned to the office of the Group Chief Financial Officer to perform driver and close protection officer duties until the end of February 2019. During my tenure as a close protection officer in the office of the GCFO, which is located in the executive floor of Transnet, I came to know of a number of individuals either within Transnet or who would frequent Transnet's offices. Further, during the course and scope of my duties as a close protection officer, I was exposed to a number of individuals who may be regarded as high-profile individuals. Paragraph 9. Regarding Mr. Koko, I confirm that I did not know who he is when I saw him at the Gupta residence in 2013. I only began to know Mr. Koko. I only began to know who Mr. Koko is when Mr. Singh was seconded to Eskom during on or about July or August 2015. I provided close protection and driver services to Mr. Singh during his secondment at Eskom for a period of approximately 2 months. It was during this period when I saw Mr. Koko at Eskom, and I recalled that I'd seen him on a previous occasion in 2013 at the Gupta residence in Saxonwell during my secondment. 10. Regarding Ms. Mbaso, I confirm that I did not know who she is when I saw her at the Gupta residence in 2013. When she was appointed as chairperson of Transnet in December 2014, I recognized her as someone I had seen before. I recalled that I'd seen her on a previous occasion in 2013 at the Gupta residence in Saxonwell during my secondment at the DP. Paragraph 11, I hope the above clarifies this aspect of my evidence before this Honourable Commission, which evidence I maintain is, to the best of my knowledge, true and correct. Do you have any comment on that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this was requested in terms of clarification based on, as Mr. Maybeke has said, relating to a anomaly that I had raised in witness 3's evidence. And I would want to say that, Mr. Chair, the response seeks to amplify the anomaly rather than clarify, in my view, in that witness 3 now confirms that he had not known either of these individuals in 2013, who they were in 2013. yet recognizing them a year and maybe 2 years later, having seen them once, he immediately recognizes them as the same individuals that he had seen once at the Gupta residence. And I submit, Mr. Chair, that that is highly improbable. I mean, in my case, Mr. Chair, I don't probably remember people that I saw a week ago. And yet, witness 3 has the ability to remember people that he's not even spoken to on one occasion, but just seen on one occasion, but recall them a year to 2 years later.
All right. Anything else?
No, sir.
Seems a fair point to make, Mr. Singh.
Thank you.
I want to turn to another topic, and that's your Dubai travel, personal, private travel. Now, I certainly don't intend to retraverse in any detail the ground that was traversed with you before by my colleague, Mr. Seleka, in the Eskom stream. But I just wanted to ask you one or two questions, and that is about that before I get on to what I want to deal with. Travel excellence. Do you dispute that it was the travel agent used by Mr. Essa and Sahara Computers?
Chairperson, I'm going to object. My learned friend, if he says that Mr. Singh disputes that, he needs to refer to the evidence where he disputed that.
No, he is asking whether he disputes it.
Mr. Chair, I cannot. It's not within my personal knowledge to know whether Mr. Essa or Sahara used it.
Yes.
And how is it that you came to use this particular travel agent? I mean, what we know is it's a small, one-woman show, really, that was then joined, Ms. Suleiman joined them. How is it that you picked this travel agent? It's just...
Mr. Chair, as I think I testified before, before the commission, I don't exactly recall how I ended up with them. So that was my testimony at the time.
So insofar as it's found that Ms. Suleiman's evidence is accepted, that she was Mr. S's travel agent, she was Sahara Computers travel agent, your evidence is just coincidental that you happened to land up at the same travel agent.
That is correct, sir.
And you can't tell us how that came about.
No, sir.
Now, do you dispute Ms. Suleiman's evidence that your flights were allocated to Mr. S's account?
Yes, sir.
You do dispute that.
Yes.
Did you have yourself any credit facility at Travel Excellence?
Well, Mr. Chair, based on the testimony that we provided previously, I was of the view that I was booking tickets on my own, which I then paid for on my own. I had no recollection or association with the fact that the accounting and administration function of Travel Excellence was, in fact, allocating my tickets to Mr. Essa's account.
Well, maybe I should ask this question in response to Mr. Maibel's question whether you disputed that Travel Excellence would allocate your bookings to Mr. SalimEssa's account, you said, yes, you would dispute that. I'm not sure whether you truly want to dispute that, simply because what he is talking about, Mr. Maibek, is the evidence from the two people from, well, the one person from Travel Excellence who was saying internally at Travel Excellence, this is what we used to do. So now you didn't work for Travel Excellence. How would you know that that's not how they did it?
From that perspective, Mr. Chair, I accept that.
You can't dispute that. All you might be able to say is, as far as you are concerned, they had no reason to do that.
That is correct.
But that they factually did that, you can't dispute.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Maibek?
Yes, thank you, because her evidence was that she considered Mr. Esser to be the guarantor of your ticket. I think in line with what the DCJ has asked you, you would say, well, I can't dispute that.
Chairperson, sorry, I don't want to interrupt Mr. Maibert, but he's
Yes.
just indicated that her evidence was, and I don't recall that she gave evidence. Or is he referring to the content of her statement?
I think he's referring to the contents of the affidavit, because obviously the contents of an affidavit is evidence. It's just evidence on affidavit. I think that's what he
Yes.
means. Yeah.
Because on the last occasion, we were made aware that the witness might be called. I just wanted
Yeah.
to ensure that the
Yes.
witness hasn't been called
Yes.
in the interim, and we were
No.
not given notice of it.
No, she has not been called in the meantime. Yeah.
Yes, well, Mr. Singh, did you have the question?
Sorry.
Her evidence, her affidavit reflects that she considered Mr. Esser to be the guarantor of your tickets.
That is correct.
You can't dispute that, but you say, certainly I was, as far as I'm concerned, I was transacting with them completely independently.
That is correct.
So I would like to just hand up a schedule, if I may. This one is slightly better arranged than the previous one, Chairperson, which I'd like to use as a roadmap for my examination of Mr. Singh. There's a lot of cross-referring, and documents are in different places. This would make things easier. I don't suggest that it has any evidentiary weight. It's simply
Yes.
a means to
Just for
examination.
convenience. Okay.
I want to, perhaps I can just explain this document, Mr. Singh, and if you have any questions, please ask me. I've listed 6 trips which I want to question you on. And if we take the first trip, 30 April to 2 May 2014, in brackets BB23, page 26, para 113.3, that is the reference to the 10.6. You'll remember in the 10.6 you were asked to answer about various trips.
I'm sorry, Mr. Maibek. I was looking at the document you have just handed out.
Yes.
On the file, should we go to a particular page?
I haven't gone to any
Not yet.
page
Oh.
yet.
Okay.
Chairperson, maybe it would be convenient if the witness is referred to his actual affidavit that collates with the 10.6, because it would be easier for all of us to follow.
Yeah,
Okay, that's fine.
I'll get there. I'm just explaining what it deals with. So 30 April to 2 May, BB23, page 426, paragraph 113.3, that was the reference in the 10.6. And then page 480, paras 52 to 53, that's your answer. In the column present or flew with, that's the allegation made in the 10.6, that present in Dubai at this time with Gupta and Essa. where Ms. Suleiman affidavit deals with the trip, I've paraphrased what she says. And then in the next column, AS, those are your initials, I've paraphrased what your response was. And then really it takes me to what I'm going to ask you about, and that is documents in BB23. So I'm really trying to tie the documents to each of the trips. So I'm going to deal with the 30 April to 2 May 2014 trip, then the 3 June to 8 May trip, 7 to 12 August trip, 6 to 9 November trip, 25 February to 1 March trip, and 11 to 15 June trip. Now, what I want to just ask you, as I understood your evidence that you gave when you were examined, when Mr. Seleka was leading you, as I understand it, you say that all of these trips, but for number 2, were private and personal trips. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, Mr. Seleka didn't press you on that, but I want to ask you, I mean, what do you mean that they were private and personal trips? What is it that you were doing there? And are we talking about trips
Well,
one?
I think just to be accurate, I think he did ask him the same question at some stage or another. Say, please clarify
All right.
private and personal, but I think you
Well,
can...
DCJ, you would have a...
Chairperson, maybe just again for the record, at the time when Mr. Seleka left it there, Mr. Singh made it clear that it is private, what his business was there, so that it's just clear for the record.
Oh, yeah,
And it was,
maybe Mr. Mybeck means that the mere fact that Mr. Singh said it's private shouldn't end the questioning.
Yes.
So I think, yeah, you may proceed, Mr. Mybeck.
Thank you. I want to know, my question simply is, what were you doing there?
Sorry, sir.
What were you doing there?
I was on private business, sir.
Private business. What business?
Mr. Chair, these were private trips that I was engaged on to either holidays or vacations in some cases.
Sorry?
Holidays or vacations in some cases.
Private business and holidays are different things, Mr. Singh.
You asked
I
me-
need to, and I'd like you to be, we need to be clear here. What is it that you were doing? You said that trips 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 were private and personal trips. They weren't business trips. Now what I want to know, what were you doing there?
So let me clarify, Mr. Chair. When I say they were not business trips, Mr. Chair, they were not business trips as it relates to official travel for Transnet purpose. So they were private in that sense. So does that?
Fine, that I understand. Now I want to know, what were you doing there? So, I mean, it's not a difficult question. It's private, yes, I was on holiday. It was private, I went and rode a mountain bike race, or I played golf. What is it that you were doing there?
So then your subsequent question, you asked what were you doing, and I then responded and said, I was there on private, as I said, I was there on private and it was my private travel. And you asked what did I do, and then I said at some stages I was there for vacation.
Yes,
So
a holiday,
on a holiday.
right?
Okay. On some occasions, I was there to how can I say, expand my personal network within the UAE in terms of
Expand?
my own ability to, so it was my own private business.
I don't understand.
So, Mr. Chair, these line of questioning was put to me in the parliamentary inquiry. And at that stage, Mr. Chair, I explained to the parliamentary inquiry that at that stage, I was engaging with a UAE individual, and we had common business objectives at the time. And he sought advice, and I sought advice, and we mutually collaborated. And that was the reasons for these trips.
So you were undertaking these trips because there was an individual in Dubai with whom you were exploring business opportunities.
That is correct.
So who's this individual?
Mr. Chair, I disclosed the name of the individual, the parliamentary inquiry. His name was Mr. Al-Balushi.
Sorry?
Mr. Al-Balushi.
You want to spell that for us?
A-L-B, if I'm correct, A-L-B-U-L-A-S-H-I.
A-L-B-U-L-S-H-I.
L-S-H-I. That's correct.
Is that the surname or name?
That's his surname.
Okay, have you got the name?
Mr. Chair, I'll have to check my records and
Yes.
provide that to you.
Okay. Or the initials, you remember the initials maybe?
No, sir. I think it was M. Sir.
M.
M.
Okay.
So who did Mr. Al-Balushi work for?
Mr. Chair, he's a private citizen. He has his own business interests.
So when you were expanding your network, as you put it, in the UAE, did it extend beyond Mr. Al-Balushi? You have meetings with other people, or how did you extend this network of yours?
Mr. Chair, as it relates to the these trips, case in point, to the extent that it would require for Mr. Al-Balushi and myself to meet other individuals, that would have been facilitated through him, and we would then meet them, yes, Mr. Chair.
All right. So you met other individuals.
Yes.
You were looking for business opportunity.
Well, Mr. Chair, in my case, it was a case of trying to understand what would I do once I've completed my stint as the CFO of Transnet. And it was always my intention that I would look at immigrating from the country in some way, shape, or form, in terms of being able to take up some sort of opportunity within the global environment.
Now, did you ever have occasion to open a bank account in the UAE?
No, sir.
Did you ever have occasion to purchase any property in the UAE?
No, sir.
Now, what we do see is that in the space of little over 13 and a half months, 30 April 2014, June 2015, you frequented Dubai often, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, perhaps just dealing with this private and personal issue. Trip number 2, the 3 June to 8 June.
That is correct.
I understood your evidence. I'm going to go into the detail in a moment, but I understood your evidence to say, look, you seem to have, you weren't in Dubai the whole time you were there. You flew to Frankfurt and Heathrow, and then for a period of time you were in Dubai.
That is correct.
Would that time that you were in Dubai, would that also have been a private and personal trip?
No, sir.
Was that a business trip?
This was a business trip. This was an official business.
This number 2 is an official throughout business trip. All right. So let's have a look at the first private trip on 30 April. Then 3 months later, you go again on the 7th of August. Three months later, you go again, 6th of November.
Mr. Chair, maybe it is opportune at this time while Mr. Myberg is talking about the trip of the 7th of August, which is to be. Mr. Chair, my previous testimony was that I confirmed this trip based on the evidence that had been provided by Ms. Suleiman. On return home, Mr. Chair, the family had actually indicated to me that I would have probably not been we actually didn't do this trip. Because there was
Is that
actually,
the April one
no, sir, item 3 on the table,
or August?
August 7 to 12. And the reason for that, Mr. Chair, was that there was actually a bereavement in the family. And the bereavement occurred on the 1st of August. There was a ceremony on the 4th of August, I think, and then there was a final cremation on the 6th of August. So these dates, Mr. Chair, are problematic in terms of the fact that I did confirm them. However, I actually didn't fly. So we actually didn't attend this.
So you say that you certainly did not travel to that trip?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, so we're at November. What we do know is you then go 3 months later, 4 months later, you go in February. And then a few months after that, you go again in June. So you went there quite often. Right?
Sorry, sir?
You went to Dubai often.
Yes.
Now let's take the first trip. You accept that you went on it. You said that you were unaware of the presence of
Rajesh Gupta and
Mr. R.
Salim
Gupta
Essa.
and Mr. Essa. Could I ask you please, and I really just want to take you through the documents listed in the right-hand column. Could I ask you to go to page 1949? Exhibit 23, bundle 5C. Now, at 1949 through to 1954, there are a series of documents that fall within this date range of your trip, 30 April to 2 May. Could I ask you to go to 1949? You see there's an email on the face of it from Ashu. You know who Ashu is?
Mr. Chair, if this is Mr. Ashu as I've testified before, Mr. Ashu Chawla, then I did testify that I had an occasion to meet him.
The Ashu Chawla, you knew him as working at Sahara.
That is correct.
And what position did you know he held there?
I think he was a CEO or something of the company.
The CEO. And did you know that he worked in Sahara's offices in Johannesburg?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Singh, I can look up your evidence, but when I asked you previously about Sahara and who worked there, wasn't it your evidence that you didn't know, that you assumed that the Guptas, some of the Gupta brothers worked there? Did you always know that Mr. Chawla worked at Sahara's offices in Johannesburg?
Mr. Chair, I don't recall when I got to meet Mr. Chawla, but the reason why I responded to the question of whether I knew him or not was Mr. Seleka was going through this long list of individuals, and that's when I recognized the name, and Mr. Seleka then asked, how did you know him? And then I said, well, I met him at the functions at the Gupta residence.
All right, now when you went to Dubai, in what hotel would you stay?
Mr. Chair, normally at the Oberoi Hotel.
So you see that this is an email from Mr. Shwala to Tony Gupta, and he's forwarding something from that hotel, the Oberoi Hotel. It says charge slips PDF, Mr. Essa, Mr. Gupta, Mr. Singh. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And then over the page, one sees a series of charge slips.
I see that, Mr. Chair.
If you go to page 1951, you get an invoice. It's addressed to Mr. Essa. The right-hand side says that reflects an arrival on the 29th of April and a departure on the 1st of May. And you will see that on the face of this document, that invoice was settled using a MasterCard ending 9115. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And then over the page at 1952, you have on the face of it an invoice, this time in the name of Mr. Rajesh Gupta, also arriving 29, leaving 1 May. And that invoice appears at 1953 to have been settled also using this MasterCard 9115. Do you see that? At page 1953.
That is correct.
And if we go to page 19...
Chairperson, before my learned friend continue, I would like him to place on record these documents that he's currently referring to. Is it documents that were obtained by the investigators, or is it in fact documents that was obtained through the Gupta leaks? Because that impacts on the veracity of the documents.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. These documents were sourced from Relativity, which, as you know, is the Commission's really database of all documentation. To my learned friend's point, I am advised that these are part of the Gupta leaked documents. What you would know, Chairperson, is that there is a project within the Commission to seek to authenticate the Gupta leaked documents, and that there are experts working on that. I understand that that is a project that is headed up by a lady named Anamar Niman, and the intention is to establish the authenticity of these documents.
Yes, no, I'm aware of that. That is still to be done.
Chairperson, just to confirm, none of these documents has as yet been verified. There's no metadata to verify the authenticity of it. It's not been verified by doing investigations in Dubai, as an example. My learned friend is using it as it is, or as it was obtained through the Gupta leaks.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Singh, then at 1954, there's reference to it appears another invoice, Rajesh Gupta, and then you will see in the middle, accommodation charge, and there's reference to you, and on the face of it, there's a charge to Mr. Gupta. Do you see that?
That is correct.
So, on the face of these documents, what you see is that not only were Mr. R. Gupta and Mr. Essa in Dubai, but they were in the same hotel as you on the face of the document. And it would also appear that your accommodation was charged to the account of Rajesh Gupta, at least part of it, and settled. Do you have any comment on this? And then what we see from the first document at 1949, that certain PDF charge slips were then sent by Mr. Chawla to Tony Gupta. Do you have any comment on these documents?
Mr. Chair, these documents I have not seen before. They have not been provided to us previously. And I think these were the documents that actually came late last night, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Chair, if we can have leave to examine these documents and provide some comments in due course.
But what I want to ask you is, do you stand by your version that you, because this you've put in an affidavit, you were unaware of the presence of Mr. Gupta and Mr. Essa in Dubai insofar as they were there?
That is correct.
And you, is it your case that you had no knowledge of them being at the Oberoi Hotel at the same time as you?
No, sir.
Now, and you would say, as I assume you would, that you paid for your own accommodation
That is correct.
at the Oberoi.
That is correct.
And have you got any proof of that? Do you have any documentation?
No, Mr. Chair, I do not.
Would you have paid in cash?
That is correct.
Now, these networking meetings that you had in Dubai, did they ever include any of the Guptas and Mr. Essa?
No, sir.
Did they ever include Mr. Chawla?
No, sir.
All right, then let's go to the second trip. This is 3 June to 8 June. This is my schedule.
Sorry, sir, for the record as well, Mr. Chair. If you look at as we placed on record, Mr. Chair, the veracity and obviously integrity of these documents are in question and obviously are being checked. Just to also point out that the thing that is referred to here is an ANUJ.
What page are you looking at?
Sorry, 1954, Mr. Chair.
954. Yes, okay, just repeat the point you're making.
So I'm saying that the thing that is referred to in this information invoice is an ANUJ thing,
Yes,
not an ANOJ thing.
okay.
I assume that's a mistake that is often made in the spelling of your name.
Well, Mr. Chair, if you look at the way that the hotel protocols normally work, you are required to produce your either proof of identification before you actually are allowed to take up your room. And that international travel is normally required for you to produce your passport. And if your passport doesn't accord to the reservation that you have, then you have a bit of a problem. So in this case, this is not as simple explained away as it's a versus it's a U versus an O. I think it's a bit more problematic than that.
Are you already saying this is not a reference to you, or are you saying no? I'm not necessarily saying it's not a reference to me, but it may be that it's somebody else.
No, Mr. Chair.
Which one are you saying?
Mr. Chair, in the light of, this is what I'm saying, in the light of the fact that the veracity of these invoices are questioned, Mr. Chair, you cannot assume that this is me. And I'm saying this is not me.
So you are saying this is not you?
No, sir. Because ANUJ is not ANOJ.
Mr. Myberg?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Singh. So let's go to the second trip on my schedule. This one you say is business. 3 June to 8 June. It was alleged in the 10-6 that you flew together with Mr. R. Gupta. And my paraphrasing of the evidence, and you must correct me if I'm wrong, this is not intended to have any evidentiary weight. As I understood your evidence, is that you travelled to Frankfurt and Heathrow between 4 and 6 June, and you were in Dubai between 6 and 8. You say it was a business trip, you were unaware that Mr. R. Gupta was on the flight, and then you disputed Ms. Suleiman's version. I don't want to test you on that. Would that accurately summarize, at least
That is correct.
broadly, what your evidence was?
That is correct.
Could we please go then to page 1955 of the same bundle? There's a series of documents within this date range running from 1555 to 1962.
Chairperson, just for the record, is the situation pertaining to these emails similar as to what was stated earlier, i.e. the emails that is not related, or these emails, so we've got invoices and we've got emails. Are the emails also emails that were obtained from the Gupta leaks?
Yes, they are. All right, so we're at 1955, and we need, of course, to read these emails backwards. You go to the foot of that page. In fact, if you go to 1956, you see it signed by Ashu. When I say signed, he's the author. So it's from Ashu. It's to Sarah Benhoven, which I understand is someone from the hotel. Hi, Sarah, as discussed, I'd like to book a luxury suite on below dates. Check-in 6, check-out 9, guest name, Anoj Singh. You see that?
That is correct.
And then further up, again from Sarah to Ashu. Great speaking to you just now. Please find attached confirmation letter for Mr. Singh. I'm also resending the confirmation letter for Mr. Gupta. See that?
That is correct.
Then if we go to page 1957, you'll see that the Gupta in question appears to have been Mr. Rajesh Gupta. You see that?
That is correct.
There's a reservation for him, arriving 6, leaving 9. And he was in a presidential suite. See that?
Correct.
If you go to page 1959, this, on the face of it, is your reservation. You are arriving, as you've said to us, on the 6th of June, you're departing on the 9th of June, and you were in a luxury suite. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you, in fact, stay at the Oberoi Hotel during these, or on these dates?
No, sir.
On what dates did you stay at that hotel?
Mr. Chair, this was an official travel, so this would be, the hotel accommodation would have been booked by Transnet and paid for by Transnet, and whatever hotel that would have appeared to be at the time would have been the hotel that I stayed at.
Sorry?
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
At what hotel did you stay?
So I was explaining that.
Yeah.
And I was explaining to the chair that this was an official trip, so the hotel would have been booked by Transnet and paid for by Transnet.
Yes.
And that's the hotel that I would have stayed at.
Yes, but can you remember what hotel it was?
No, sir.
Oh, do you know that it wasn't the Oberoi?
Definitely.
Why?
Because I don't think Transnet used the Oberoi Hotel as
You
one of
don't
their-
think they used?
No.
I see. And then if you go to 1961, so just perhaps let's pause for a moment. What were you officially doing in Dubai between Friday the 6th of June and Monday the 9th of June?
Mr. Chair, I don't exactly recall, but there are a number of reasons as to why one would have been in Dubai. One of the rating agencies that rate both Eskom and Transnet was based in Dubai. Was based in Dubai.
Yeah.
One of the rating agencies. There were frequent, there were some investor roadshows that we had done to Dubai during this period of time. I think it was particularly for Transnet, not for Eskom, in terms of exploring the Islamic financing and investor appetite market. There were also reference visits that I think that was arranged by McKinsey in terms of understanding the methods that are used to manage construction projects. Because at that time, Dubai was going through a massive construction boom, and there were a lot of organizations that had adopted different and innovative and thought leadership, project management type of philosophy. And that is what we would have been looking at doing in Dubai. But Mr. Chair, in terms of exactly this trip, I do not recall.
You're not sure?
No.
Okay, and then to finish off these documents, could you go to 1961?
And there, sir.
And there at the top, on the face of it, an email from Mr. Essa to Ashu. And he's forwarding the Oberoi Dubai, Mr. A PDF. See that?
That is correct.
If you go over the page, page 1962, you see some sort of hotel voucher, it seems. expostay.com. It's to the Oberoi Hotel, arrival date 6, departure date 9, 3 nights. You see that?
I'm just trying to figure out where you are. Okay. Yes, I see that.
All right. And then if we go to the third trip on my schedule, from 7 to 12 August, as I
I'm sorry,
understand...
Mr. Mybeck, the page that you are moving away from, was it 1962?
Yes.
Yes. That's an accommodation voucher, is that right? Mr. Singh?
That is correct, sir.
And the reservation on the face of it appears to have been done on the 5th of June 2014, and the arrival date was 6 June 2014, departure date 9 June, and that you were reflected there as the client, and the spelling was the correct spelling of your name.
That is correct.
Yeah. And this was the Oberoi Hotel in Dubai. Okay, all right, Mr.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Mybeck, yeah.
Then if we go to the third trip on my schedule, that's 7 to 12 August 2014. As I understand it...
What page?
7 to 12 August, Chairperson, 2014. The third trip on my schedule.
Okay, all right, yes. That's the one he says he didn't undertake.
So as I understand it previously, Mr. Singh, and you must correct me if I'm wrong, when Mr. Seleka was examining you, I understood that you accepted that you went on this trip, but you had issues with the invoices and you pointed out a whole lot of discrepancies.
That's good.
If I understand your evidence today, you say that when you returned home and you discussed this with members of your family, you came to the conclusion that actually you were incorrect, that you hadn't engaged on this trip,
That is good.
but you had intended to.
That is correct.
Could I take you, please, to page 1781? Now, that's earlier in the file.
1781. Have I got the page right, Mr. Beck?
Yes, 1781, Chairperson.
I've got.
I want to ask you a few questions in relation to the documents you find at 1781 through to 1784.
1784.
Chairperson, is this in bundle 23? Because we don't have those pages in our bundle.
Is the,
This is Exhibit 23, 1781.
is the bundle that we have been using this morning, 5C? Okay.
So what you find at 1781, perhaps you must start at the bottom. Reservation,
Person, sorry again to interrupt, we don't seem to have that, those documents, and my attorney also says the same, so,
Have you got the right bundle?
yes, Chairperson, we've got it online, or not online, we've downloaded the reference bundles that were sent to us electronically, and if we go through it, we don't seem to have the,
You don't have page 1781.
no, ours ends at,
Yours ends when?
you just bear with me for a second. No, it's, so on this bundle, we've got 1971, but if you look at,
Well, if you've got 1971, you should also have 1781. The page that Mr. Mybeck has referred us to is 1781, and then we go up to
Chairperson,
17.
if you can just bear with us for a second, please. So 1719 in DB 23 seems to be a document. I just want to go to the start of it. It's Alistair Charby's submissions to the Commission. Now 1788 and then it goes to 1789. Chairperson,
What do you have at 1781?
Chairperson, I see it's almost lunchtime. Perhaps this is something that my learned friend and I can sort out
Yes.
and not
Yes.
hold up the commission.
Okay, all right. Let's just get those things sorted out so when we come back, we can just run smoothly. Okay, we are going to adjourn for lunch and we'll resume at 2. We adjourn.
Hello? Seems to have come.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank
Chairperson.
you. Okay.
Mr. Singh, we were dealing with the 7 to 12 August 2014 trip that you say you planned but didn't undertake. I was going to, before lunch, I think I'd taken you to page 1781 of bundle 5C, exhibit 23. You see at the foot of that page, from the Oberoi Hotel, on the 4th of August, there's a reservation which is attached over the page, and it reflects a reservation confirmation for Mr. Anoj Singh, arrival date the 7th of August, departure date the 12th. So those were the planned days, dates of your trip, correct?
Mr. Chair, I don't recall the exact dates of the planned trip, but I guess if it is those dates, then it's those dates.
I'm sorry, Mr. My bad. I'm at 1781, but I suspect you are not there on that page.
1781, the reservation is, confirmation is at 1782, Chairperson.
Oh, okay, all right. Yes.
And was it your, had it been your intention to stay at the Oberoi Hotel?
Not that I recall.
But as I understood your evidence, that's where you stayed when you went on personal private trips to Dubai.
Yes, sometimes if it was vacations, we did stay at other hotels.
I beg your pardon?
At some stages when there were vacations, we did stay at other hotels.
Yes. But when you were there on this expanding your network, you stayed at the Oberoi.
Yes, in most cases.
So, Mr. Singh, is this then another coincidence? Because on the face of it, this was also the Gupta's hotel, where they stayed. I don't mean they owned it. They
You mean
also
they
stayed there.
frequented?
There are lots of hotels in Dubai. I haven't been there as often as you, but there are lots.
That's true, sir.
So is this another coincidence? Coincidentally, you were with their travel agent. Coincidentally, you stay at the same hotel. How?
Chairperson, I'm going to object. I've not heard any evidence laid before this commission where my client testified that the Travel Excellence was the travel agency of the Guptas.
I'm
Well-
not sure that Mr. Mybeck said it was the travel agent of the group.
I perhaps should refine that. What there is evidence of is Travel Excellence being travel agent of Mr. Essa and Sahara Computers. So let me qualify it that way. But is this a coincidence then, Mr. Singh, that of all the hotels in Dubai, you just happen to stay at the one that they seem to also stay?
I guess so, Mr. Chair.
Could I ask you, you go to Dubai often, how many hotels do you think there are in Dubai?
Lots.
When you mean lots, like how many?
Hundreds.
Hundreds. And how many travel agents are there in Johannesburg, do you think?
Person, really, I'm going to object to this line of cross-examination. Let me just stop there before I say something that I shouldn't.
No,
If my learned friend wants to
that's
put
fine.
it.
That's fine. Well, I guess we all know there are lots.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Thank you. I don't want to convert you into some sort of expert, I'm sorry. So what we then, going back to page 1781, in the middle, dear Ashu, that presumably is Chwala, please find attached the revised confirmation letter with double occupancy. And then there's a response from him at the top of the page, please swipe the card for all charges. Got any comments to make on these documents?
Well, Mr. Chair, if you look at 1781, for example, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry. When I look at
1781.
yeah.
What's anomalous in this email, Mr. Chair, is that the email right at the bottom, if you look at it says from Oberoi, Dubai, reservations, and there's an email address, and then sent Monday, 04 August 2014, 4:11 p.m. to Sarah. So that timestamp is 4:11 p.m. Yet if you then look at the email that then in the middle of the page, you see from Sarah to Ashu, but that's at 2:17 p.m. I'm not too sure how Sarah sent something to Ashu before reservations actually send it to her at 4:11 p.m. So again, Mr. Chair, the anomalies in these documents continue as we've discussed and pointed out in the past. Then, Mr. Chair, again, if this was the planned trip and the planned trip obviously did not materialize, again, I'm not too sure why Mr. Ashu is charging anything, because it would have just been a matter of having to cancel the reservation.
But when did you cancel the trip? Do you know? Might
No, I
have
do
been
not
shortly before you left.
I would not recall.
Yes, I see. Did Mr. Chwala ever book hotel accommodation for you?
No.
All right. Let's then deal with the fourth trip on my list, 6 to 9 November. And it was stated in the 10-6 that you flew on the same flight as Mr. Essa. And what you said about that in your evidence is that you didn't deny that he was on the same flight, but you were not aware of it. Is that right?
That is correct.
When you flew to Dubai, did you fly business class or did you fly economy class?
I would think if I recall correctly, it was business.
You fly business class.
Yeah.
And what airline would you usually fly?
It would be Emirates.
So this is not really a matter of not having seen Mr. Essa at the airport. He would have, may or may not have been in business class.
Probably.
So let's deal with,
Chairperson, just for the record, there's also first class in a plane, and there's a very big distinction between first class and business class, vis-a-vis who can see who and who's got access to whom.
all right.
Yeah.
Did you fly, what is it, first class or did you fly business class?
Me?
Yeah,
No, as I said, business class.
yeah,
If I
not
recall.
first class.
The probability or possibility existed that whoever else was on the flight that my learned friend refers to could have flown business class or, for that matter, economy.
Yes, hang on. You remember that you will get a chance to re-examine.
Chairperson, I know that I've got an opportunity to re-examine, but I also need to prevent unfairness and speculative and innuendo being put to the witness.
Well, obviously you can object, but I'm just saying you can object in certain circumstances, but I'm saying just remember that you have that opportunity to re-examine later on, and obviously when you re-examine, if you think there is something that wasn't put correctly to the witness, and then you can use that opportunity to put it correctly. Yes, Mr.
Thank you.
President.
Mr. Singh, I now want to take you to the other bundle, bundle 5B, also part of Exhibit 23. Would you please turn to page 770, 770.
There, sir.
So what we see at the foot of 770 is a reservation confirmation, and if you go over the page at 771, you will see that you are reflected as the guest, arrival date Friday, 7 November.
I'm sorry,
771, Chairperson.
771. Okay, I think Didn't hear that. Well. Okay, I've got 771 on Transnet Bundle 5.
Thank you.
Yeah.
771 reflects the reservation confirmation, you as the guest, arriving 7 November, departing 9 November. You see that? Did you stay in the Oberoi Hotel during over that period?
Yes.
Just try and speak up, Mr.
Sorry,
Singh.
sorry, Mr. Chair, I was
Yeah.
just far away from,
Okay.
let me just do this again like what we did the last.
Okay, all right.
I can take you to page 770. There is an email from the hotel to Ashu. Please find below the confirmation letter for Mr. Singh. And then from Ashu at the top of the page on 6 November to Sanjay Grover. Do you know him?
No, sir.
You say you did stay in the Oberoi on these days.
Yes.
Could I take you then to the 5th trip on my list? That is a trip from the 25th of February to the 1st of March. It was recorded in the 10-6 that Mr. Rajesh Gupta and Mr. Essa were present in Dubai over this period, and your evidence was that you were unaware of their presence, correct?
That is correct.
To take you to two sets of documents in relation to this trip. The first you find at pages 775 in the same bundle that you're in, through to (782). Let's start at 775. From the hotel, dated the 23rd of February. Dear Mr. Ashu, greetings from the Oberoi, Dubai. We're pleased to confirm airport transfer as requested for Mr. Singh as an additional supplement of AED 200 per car per way. You see that?
I agree with that.
When you stayed at the Oberoi, would you use the hotel transfer as a means of getting to and from the hotel?
I did occasionally, but not on all occasions.
And you see that that is a response to the email at the foot of the page from Ashu to reservations that says, please arrange airport pickup for the same. Arrival flight EK 766. See that?
That is correct.
And then the reservation confirmation reflects you as arriving on the 24th of February and leaving on the 26th of February. You see that?
Sorry, where are you again, sir?
Page 776.
776. Yes.
And I'll take you please to page 780.
780.
780. Now, this is on the face of it, an invoice,
Sorry, 7. I don't have 7.
780.
Don't have.
I also don't have. I've got 779 and then 782. So 780 and 781 are not here.
All right. Well, it seems, Chairperson, I'm going to have to arrange hard copies of these two missing pages overnight. I'll come back
Yeah.
to this tomorrow.
Okay.
But perhaps, Mr. Singh,
Wouldn't
it's
they be able to, I think they can organize it while we are going on, if
yes.
there is a copy available.
Chairperson, do you have 782?
I've got 782.
All right. And so what you will see, Mr. Singh, when we get the document, 780 and 781 are 2 pages of an invoice. And then there's another invoice at 782. Are you at 782 now?
Yes, sir.
You see it's in your name. It's addressed to, or the company is reflected as Sahara Computers. You see that?
I do, sir.
And the arrival and departure dates is 24 February and 1 March. And it reflects payment using MasterCard 8816. You see that?
I see.
And you see that it appears that Ms. Nike joined you on this trip.
That is correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you pay for this yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay, or do you have any proof of that?
No, sir. No.
Would you have paid cash?
Yes, sir.
That 18,300 rand, 309 rand, would that be the total of everything, namely what you paid on departure when you
That is-
checked out?
That is correct, sir, except that it's not rands.
Eh?
Sorry, except that it's not rands, as you mentioned.
Oh,
It's
what's the
dirhams.
Dubai money again?
Dirhams.
I forget. Eh?
Dirhams.
Okay. And what's the exchange rate, more or less, between the rest?
Probably about 54 to 60,000.
Sorry?
Between 50 and 60,000. Rand.
Between 15,000 rand?
No, between 50 and 60,000 rand.
Oh, okay, okay. But so you say 18,309 Dubai currency would be about 50 to 60,000 rands in South African currency.
That is correct.
But are you saying that you carried about 50 to 60,000 rand cash that you used to pay?
No, Mr. Chair, the arrangement I explained to you previously with Mr. Al-Balushi was the arrangement that we had a quid pro quo.
I'm sorry, the arrangement that you had with whom?
The arrangement that I explained to you previously with Mr. Al-Balushi
Yeah.
would be in the vein of the fact that for the advice and consultations that I was providing to him at the time, he would then reimburse me in terms of being able to pay for my accommodation and expenses in Dubai at the time.
Well, I don't remember you mentioning the arrangement about payment for accommodation. I remember that you told
Yes,
us
yes,
about him.
yes.
Yeah. So you say the arrangement was that he was paying you for consultations that you had with him, but the arrangement was that instead of him giving you the money, he would pay for your accommodation.
Well, Mr. Chair, he would physically provide me the cash and I would
Yeah.
settle the bill.
Yes.
But the arrangement was that for the times that I was there, given the fact that it was a mutually beneficial arrangement that he and I had in terms of exchange of information, that I would pay for my travels and he would pay for the accommodation at the time.
But you say you paid cash,
Yes.
50 to 60,000 rand cash at the hotel,
Yes.
and you say you've got that cash from him,
Yes.
and he gave it to you in cash.
Yes.
Mr. Myberg?
All right, so, Mr. Singh, this is part of your moonlighting. So you, just so that I understand this, are you telling me that whilst you were the Group Chief Financial Officer of Transnet, you would go to Dubai and you would then advise and consult with this gentleman, and he would then pay you, in this instance, the equivalent of 60,000 rand to settle your hotel bill.
Yes, Mr.
What is it you were advising and consulting about?
Mr. There were various topics. As I said, in my case, Mr. Chair, I was really looking to establish myself in an environment other than South Africa. And Dubai was an environment where a lot of South African expats settled down. The Dubai environment is an environment that is known for its as a financial hub. And that was the reason I engaged in a relationship with Mr. Elbini.
Was it his idea or your idea that he should give you cash and not electronically transfer money to you or in any other way? Whose idea was it?
Well, Mr. Chair, in terms of establishing bank accounts and the like in the UAE, it's problematic if you're not a resident. So it was an understanding that we came to at that point in time, as a matter of convenience.
But whose idea was it?
I can't exactly recall, Mr. Chair.
It just seems very peculiar that in South Africa, witness 3 has said that you used to go to the Gupta residence and collect cash, and that cash would go to Knoxville, not to the bank. And the lady from Travel Excellence, the travel agent, says in her affidavit there were certain times, a number of times, when you, to settle certain invoices relating to bookings that they'd made for you, you would call and say you'd send a driver, and the driver would come there with cash. And from her evidence, sometimes it's not small amounts, cash. Now you are in Dubai, and you're supposed to settle the hotel bill, which is quite high, 50 to 60,000 rand, and you use cash to settle it on your version.
Chair, I think maybe it's worthwhile
It's
explaining.
like you are Mr. Cash.
Mr. Chair, I think it's worthwhile explaining the environment in Dubai. I think the environment in Dubai is relatively less like South Africa, in that cash is a very common currency of payment, and even large sums of cash. I mean, large transactions are actually sometimes settled in cash. And I guess it's because of the safety factor in Dubai is much better than here. So you obviously have the latitude of, settling in cash rather than using electronic funds transfer and the like what we use here. So I think that would probably explain the reason why cash is more is a more frequent mechanism that is used to settle transactions in Dubai.
But of course, you would realize, would you not, or you would concede that, therefore, Witness 3's evidence of you having cash, taking cash and from the Gupta's residence to Knoxford. In other words, not any other form of money, but actual cash, is consistent with the form of money that you like using. You like using cash.
Well, Mr.
From
Chair,
what you have said to me, it looked like you prefer dealing in cash, not checks and electronic transfers. Am I wrong?
Not necessarily, Mr. Chair.
You also use the other means.
Yes, I used credit cards, I used electronic funds transfers, I used debit orders like every other person.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Mr. Singh, I just want to take you back. I mean, I understand how you were trying to make connections in Dubai, but what I still don't have clear in my mind is what advice, consultative advice were you giving to this connection of yours in Dubai that was to the value of, we're throwing the figure of 60,000 Rand around to pay the hotel bill. What advice?
Well, Mr. Chair, he was, as I said, it was a mutually beneficial relationship. He is a self-made businessman, has interest in property and various retail type of endeavors or businesses. And he was looking to expand, and one of the areas that he was looking to expand into was Africa. And South Africa being the gateway into Africa, he was looking to understand if there were opportunities for him to expand into South Africa and more so into Africa. And obviously my background in terms of understanding the South African environment, having exposure to the, let's say, logistics environment in South Africa because of Transnet, proved to be valuable to him, as well as obviously...
Please speak up so that it will be recorded, yeah.
Yes, and also the financial background that I carried with that obviously was of interest to him to understand how does he go about actually doing and setting up these potential businesses that he may actually want to endeavor in coming into South Africa.
When did you meet this man and where and how?
Mr. Chair, I think it was...
For the first time?
I don't recall exactly when, Mr. Chair, but it was at a, if I recall, it was at a networking function that I attended in Dubai. I think it was one of the business trips that I had undertaken with Transnet, and there was a networking dinner that that we needed to attend, and there was a open session where people had to there was a panel, and then there was questions and answers that we could then pose to the panel, and we engaged with the panel, and I had asked a couple of questions, and I think Mr. Al-Balushi was also part of the session, and post that session he came up to me and said, listen, he understands that I'm from South Africa, and that's how we got speaking, and then got to understand my background and so on, and that's how it happened.
Mr. Maybeck.
So, thank you. Just on page 782, you see 782. We were dealing with this invoice. It reflects there on the face of it payment by way of a MasterCard ending 8816. I take it that's not your card.
No, sir.
Could you keep this file open at 782, and then could you turn to the other file, please, and go right to the back to page 1971.
That is on Transnet Bundle 5C. Yeah?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Okay.
You see there, you see a picture of a credit card, a MasterCard, correct?
That's correct.
And you see that it ends with the digits 8816.
I see that.
Now, if you go to page 1970, There's a document there that reflects that that is actually Sanjay Grover's credit card. See that?
I see that.
He was authorizing the payment at a time at a different hotel, and he puts out his card number and there's his name. Do you see that?
I do, sir.
Chairperson, we have managed to get copies made of pages 780 and 781. If I could perhaps hand that up to your
Thank you.
associate and ask her to put it in your file. Has Mr. Singh, I think you've been given 780 and 81. Wouldn't you just put that into file 5B, please? So those documents, perhaps I could just take you to them. There's nothing there of any particular interest because it's the first 2 pages really of the invoice that concludes at 782. You see that?
That is correct, sir.
Now, there's some additional documents that I want to take you to in relation to this trip. You find those documents in bundle 5C. And could I ask you please to turn to page 1963?
5C.
Yeah.
One
1963 running through to 1971. Are you there? 1963, are you there?
Yes, sir.
So that, on the face of it, is an email from your travel agent, Ms. Suleiman, on the 25th of February to Ashu, and it's CC'd to you. Please see attached air ticket for Ms. Naik. She did go on this trip with you, as you've already said, correct?
Yes, sir.
I don't see CC to him, Mr. Myberg. I see CC
Sorry, to Mr.
Salim
Essa.
Essa. Yeah.
I beg your pardon. It's CC to Mr. Essa. Do you see that?
That is correct.
You want to comment on this?
No, Mr. Chair. You have anything to comment?
I beg your pardon?
I can't
No.
hear my client, Chairperson.
Yes, speak up, Mr. Singh.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I think
Yes.
it's because of this file.
Yes.
Let me do
You
this.
can bring it closer if possible.
You want to comment on this document?
Yes, Mr. No, sir.
So, just
I'm
so that we
sorry?
understand,
Did you say no?
No.
just so that we understand it, as of the 25th of February 2015, Ms. Naik was actually working for Sahara Computers, correct?
That is correct.
And her boss would have been Ashu Shalwa. You described him as the CEO.
Yes.
I see. And then if we go to 1964, 1964 over the page, there's an air ticket flying on the 25th of February, returning on the 1st of March, and business class. Is that right?
That is correct.
So just so that I understand it, is it your evidence that you paid for this ticket?
Sorry?
Is it your evidence that you paid for this ticket?
No.
Not. All right. Who paid for it?
I would assume Sahara Computers.
Sahara Computers.
Yes.
I see.
Why do you only assume that it was Sahara Computers? Were you not traveling with her? Was she traveling alone?
I think she arrived a couple of days later, if you look at the date.
Sorry?
I said, Mr. Chair, if you look at the date, I think she arrived a couple of days later compared to myself.
She arrived after you had,
Yes.
she arrived after you.
Yes, 25, Wednesday, 25th. I'm not too sure what the date of my flight was.
Yes. Maybe Mr. Maibek can remind us,
Well,
when did Mr. Singh travel?
Is the annotation on my schedule of trip 5, and this
It
is
is
what was
25.
what was in the 10-6 was 25 February to 1 March.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I see that. No, I think we didn't travel together.
Yes. In which case, I would imagine you would know whether she was paid for by, or you both of you were paid for by Sahara Computers.
Therefore, I say she was probably paid for by Sahara because she wasn't paid for.
Yeah, okay, only herself.
Yes.
You-
No, by Sahara.
Yes, no, what I mean is, are you saying Sahara paid for her, but not for you? You
That's
paid for yourself?
Sorry, I couldn't hear the last part.
Okay, I'm asking whether you are saying Sahara Computers paid for Ms. Naik,
Yes.
and you paid for yourself, your own?
That is
travel.
correct, yes.
Okay, Mr.
So this wasn't a business trip that Ms. Nike was undertaking. This was a personal trip.
I think, Mr. Chair, if I recall correctly, there was some business associated with this trip with Ms. Naik that she was undertaking there, but the details of which I don't have the details.
You don't have the detail?
No.
I see. All right. So let's go to page 1966. So there's an email in the middle of the page from Sanjay Grover, but then at the top of the page from Ashu to Tony Gupta. Forward, Oberoi Dubai, copy of your invoice AS. Those are your initials, correct?
Could be.
If we then go over the page, one finds an invoice on the face of it addressed to you in the name of the company Sahara Computers, correct?
Correct.
Reflects an arrival on the 24th of February and a departure on the 1st of May. It reflects at the foot of the page a debit for the picking up of Ms. Knight, correct? The foot of 1965, the collection of her, presumably at the
1967.
airport.
196?
1967.
967, yes.
You confirm that?
That's correct.
And then if you go, 1968 is a continuation of the bill. You get to 1969. Another bill coming to 18,000 AED, which you've told us already is some 60,000 rand.
And this is the same one and the same one, right?
This is for a different trip.
No, it's the same.
Well, before we get to that, did you pay the bill on this trip, Mr. Singh? The 25 February to 1 March trip, did you pay it?
Yes, Mr. As I've mentioned before.
And how did you pay it?
It was paid in cash, as I said before.
And where did you get the cash from?
I think it's the same one that we have covered, Mr. Maibek. Remember when I asked him whether it was his idea or...
I beg your pardon, yes.
Yes, we have asked him those
Yes.
questions. Yeah.
And I've taken you, sorry, to the credit card, the 8816, and
Yes.
I've showed you that it's Mr. Grover's card. So I beg your pardon, I'm not going to tax you twice enough. And then, would we please go to the last trip on my list? That is the 11 to 15 June trip. It was again alleged this time that Mr. A. Gupta and Mr. R. Gupta were present in Dubai together with Mr. Issa. And you testified that you paid for the ticket, you referred to certain discrepancies in the invoices, and you say that you were unaware of their presence in Dubai.
That is good.
I want to take you, please, to the series of documents again in relation to this final trip. Could we start by going to page 1785?
1785.
1785.
One seven.
1785.
And this.
There you find a reservation confirmation in your name, arriving on the 13th of June and departing on the 15th of June. You see that?
That is correct.
Again, at the top, you see there's an email from Ashu, and it's sent this time to Sanjay Grover. Reservation confirmation at the Oberoi, Dubai, Anoj Singh. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And could I take you in relation to this trip then to page 1972? At 1972, there is at the top, on the face of it, an email from reservations on the 11th of June to Ashu. It says, rebooking for Sahara Computers. Dear Mr. Chalwa, as per our Telcon, we have duly amended the reservation for Mr. Anoj Singh as below. And then it sets out that you were in a luxury suite. You see that?
That is correct.
Did you stay at the Oberoi Hotel?
Just remember to come closer to the mic when you
Sorry.
respond to Mr. Singh.
Yes.
Did you stay again at the Oberoi Hotel during this June trip of yours?
Yes, I did.
Did you stay in a luxury suite?
I do not recall, sir.
Now, on that page 1972, it refers to room 2. You see that?
So on 17?
1972, the page that we were just talking about.
Yes, yes.
Under room 02, talks about a deluxe city room. It says it includes breakfast, etc. And the last bullet point says, as per your request, we'll try and have the rooms arranged near to each other. Do you have any idea who that person or other person might have been?
No, sir.
If we go over the page to 1973, an email from reservations the previous day, subject rebooking for Sahara Computers. Dear Mr. Chalwa, greetings from the Oberoi, Dubai. We have duly noted the change in departure date of Mr. Gupta, and the reservation has been amended accordingly. You see that?
That is correct.
And then if I could take you, please, to page 1976. So at the foot of the page of 1976, we see the reservation confirmation for Anoj Singh. We've already dealt with that and the attachment. But I just want to direct your attention to the top of the page, where there's an email from Ashu on the 11th of June to Salim Essa. Do you see that?
I see that.
So, Mr. Singh, just so that I understand your position in relation to all of these invoices, do I understand you to be saying that they are, all of them are not authentic?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. We can question the authenticity of these documents.
You're going to need to speak up.
Sorry, yes, sir. We question the authenticity of these documents, Mr. Chair.
And you do so on the basis that you say, well, Gupta wasn't there, Essa wasn't there, Chalwa didn't arrange my booking. Who arranged these bookings? So we know that you stayed at the Oberoi Hotel. How did you make your bookings?
Mr. Chair, they were sometimes made by myself or they were made by Mr. Al-Balushi.
Made by yourself or other, sometimes by who?
By Mr. Al-Balushi.
Yeah, okay.
And just as much as you question the authenticity of these invoices, do you have any invoices of your own?
Not for the period in question, but I think I do have one or two invoices, Mr. Chair.
But not in relation to these trips?
No.
All right. So you put your eggs...
Before my learned friend move on, just for our own understanding, on page 1976, my learned friend refers to an email, and I take a note that there's a lot of attachments to this email. Can you just direct us to where we can find these attachments?
We haven't come across these attachments. When I asked the investigators, and I'll take a further instruction, what I was told is that this is a series of, when I say we haven't come across them, what I was told, it was a series of like marketing type, you can go to this restaurant or you can go to that restaurant. I will take an instruction on that and see if they can be found.
Okay.
And if they are found, Chairperson, we will then add them in.
Yes, that's right.
Into
yeah.
this bundle.
Well, of course, only if they are relevant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we'll share them with our learned friend, and then we can make a call on that.
Yeah,
Sorry, then a
because-
last point in this regard, this particular email as an example has no reference to the hotel itself, to the Oberoi or the travel agency that we referred to earlier. So I again just wish to confirm, is this particular email between Ashu of Sahara and Salim Essa, is it also an email that came from the Gupta leaks?
Yes, I think that we've made that clear, Chairperson.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So what I was saying just before my learned friend made her point is that you really put all your eggs in the basket of the authenticity of, or the lack of authenticity
That is
of
correct.
these invoices. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
Now, I would like, if I may, to go back to the schedule.
Just one second.
This is
Mr. Mybeck.
page 1757.
Sorry, Mr. Mybeck, sorry. Just want to make sure that we are on the same page, Mr. Singh, on the same page as you are. When you challenge the authenticity of these emails, are you saying somebody must have fabricated these invoices and emails? They are not genuine.
That is correct, sir.
Yes. And you are not sure who that might be, or are you saying whoever they purport to have come from must have manufactured them?
Well, Mr. Chair, as confirmed, they come from the leaks, so we don't
Yes.
exactly know who the leaks came.
Yes. Okay, all right. Mr. Mybeck?
Yes, thank you. Could I ask you please to go back to page 1757, and in particular the annotated page that I handed up?
This one?
Yeah,
1571.
1757.
Okay.
That's the Knox Vault customer visit schedule, Chairperson.
Okay. I'm getting confused whether it's 15.
Sorry, 1757. I might have
Yeah.
got them mixed up myself.
Okay, all right. Okay, I've got. Oh, yeah, I've got it.
So what
That's the document we looked at where you blocked.
yes, and if you still have my annotated page,
Yeah, that's the
it might
one.
be easier.
Yeah, I've got it.
Now, Mr. Singh, you ascribed at a point in your evidence the fact that you got more and more boxes to the fact that you were going through a divorce. Can I just ask you, when is it that you got divorced?
I think it was sometime in 2017 or 2018.
So it was a long time, it was some years after those bracketed visits.
Chairperson, in fact, the witness's evidence was it was at the time he went through a separation. He didn't use the word divorce.
No, well, that's fair enough. So you were divorced in 2017 or 18.
That is correct.
So the next question I was going to ask you was, when did you leave the marital home?
Person, maybe at this point, because there is other persons involved, we should consider that this evidence not be publicly broadcast. It is somebody else's, there's a third party involved who's not part of these proceedings. There's children, and this is private. When you deal with your chairperson knows, when it comes to marital issues, that is indeed private.
Well, the question of the date, I don't see that it should be a problem. The date when he left the marital home, I don't think that should be a problem. Okay, you can answer that, Mr. Singh.
Mr. Chair, I don't exactly recall, but as I said, it was a process of separation of a period, or as you can see, extended period. But I don't recall exactly when that date would have been.
But in what year?
Mr. Chair, I don't recall.
Don't remember the year either.
No.
So,
Well, if you say that, then looks like then you wouldn't be able to rely on that to say during one of these visits you used, you may have gone to Knoxville to put in some personal items because you were leaving the marital home, because that suggests you know when it was, and it would coincide with this period.
Well, Mr. Chair, when I responded at the time, I said it would have coincided with this period, with this timing.
Yes, but when you say that, you are giving the impression that you know that you left the marital home around this time.
Well,
But
then
based
that-
on what you have just said, it looks like you have no idea if in which year.
I seem to recall it was in this period of time, so it would have probably been in 2014, then, if I'm pushed to give a year.
Yes, no, you're not being pushed to say one or another. You just need to give your evidence truthfully as you.
As I would recall
as
it,
you know
Mr. Chair, to the best of my ability, it would be around 2014.
Mr. Maibe.
All right. So it's around 2014. So what I just wanted to ask you is how your evidence in relation to Knoxville starts is by me saying to you, but why do you store valuables at Knoxville? And your answer is, well, this is a crime-ridden country, and as a family, we decided that these valuable items must be stored at Knoxville. Now your evidence seems to progress. When you've shown, well, you're taking a large box, two more large boxes, then another large box, then an extra large box. Then it progresses to, well, I'm going, I'll get my language right, through a process of separation, and I'm actually storing my personal effects there, not my valuables. Is that correct? Do I have your evidence correct?
That is correct.
So the whole purpose of Knox Vaults at the end was to store your personal effects. That's how you ascribe the increase in the boxes to.
That is correct.
But yet, when I asked you at the beginning what you use Knox Vaults for, you didn't say anything of the sort. It's only when you're confronted with how you incrementally increase your holding of these boxes that you then give that evidence. Why?
Well, as I explained to you before, Mr. Chair, I think originally I didn't really recall the number of boxes that I had there, and I did cover the aspect of saying this. In some cases, personal effects were stored. Maybe, as I explained, the extent to which, and the as I explained, the nature and extent that has now been explained to me. This is when I've now realized that this is what was happening at the time.
So, Mr. Singh, in 2014, when you left the marital home, where did you go to live?
Mr. Chair, I was living with Ms. Naik at the time.
So why did you then not just leave your non-valuable personal effects at her house? Why did you have to place your non-valuable personal effects at Knox Vaults? I mean, did you...
Mr. Chair, at the time, Ms. Naik had a relatively small apartment, and so it was not practical to store items.
Sorry. Mr. Singh, we're talking about five file boxes. You don't need a triple garage and a golf cart to store those.
Chairperson, I'm going to object. It's unnecessary to get sarcastic with the witness.
Well, let me reframe my question. You don't need a lot of storage space within a house to store that, do you? I mean, you must accept.
No, equally so, Mr. Chair, and equally so is that the choice of me storing my personal effects that was still subject to a separation in an environment that was not, let's say, an environment where Ms. Naik was also a choice that I had to make at the time, given the circumstance.
Mr. Singh, what are we talking about here? Personal effects. What personal effects? You accept that they're not valuable.
Well, they may have been valuable
No.
to me.
What personal effects were they?
Sorry, Chairperson, let the witness answer. It doesn't help to interrupt him when he's busy giving an answer.
Answer, Mr. Singh.
Mr. Chair, there were various items of documents, personal effects, like, computers, radios. If I recall correctly, there was a antique, how can you call it, box of sorts that I needed to store in there. So they were really personal effects, Mr. Chair, that I stored in there, and documents, as I said before, from what I can recall. I don't recall particularly at this stage, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mybeck?
Yes. So you accept these are not valuable things?
No, sir.
Just, Mr. Singh,
Is no yes in this case? When you say no, you mean yes?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you mean yes.
Yes.
so you have, seems a few boxes of not valuable personal effects. What you suggesting you do, you go off to Knoxvolt, and then at the cost of, it was, I think we agreed, 10,000 Rand a year, you hire an extra large box to put in these non-valuable goods.
That is correct, sir.
And when I first asked you what you used it for, you accept you never mentioned this at all.
Yes, sir.
Yet it now becomes your case as to predominantly what was being stored in the boxes.
That is correct.
I see. When you went on these trips to Dubai that you style as personal or private, did you ever meet anybody from CSR in Dubai?
No, sir.
And I've already
I'm
mentioned...
sorry, that answer was no.
No, sir.
Okay.
And
So
I
when you
think-
say CSR, China South Railways, I assume?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, let me perhaps frame it. Did you ever meet anyone from any railway company in Dubai?
That traded with Transnet? No. No railway.
Sorry?
No railway company.
You said something about Transnet.
I thought I would say no railway companies that traded with Transnet, but I didn't meet any railway companies at all.
And you've said that you didn't meet any of the Gupta brothers,
No.
and you didn't meet Mr. Issa,
No.
and you didn't meet Mr. Chawa.
No.
Now, just on that, I mean, he being Miss Nike's boss, presumably you knew this man.
As I said, I did.
Sorry?
As I said, I didn't.
But did you meet him?
At the Gupta residence, yes.
You met him at the Gupta residence
Yes.
during these cultural
Yes.
or religious functions. Who else did you meet there?
I think as I testified before, Mr. Chair, it was the Gupta family members. I don't recall meeting.
Well, it's
any
been
other-
extended here to Mr. Chalwa.
Yes,
He was part of the
yes,
Sahara.
yes.
What other business people linked to the Guptas did you meet there?
I don't recall specifically, Mr. Chair, meeting any other business people.
You didn't meet Mr. Essa.
Sorry?
You didn't meet Mr. Essa.
No, sir.
So these Diwali functions, and you must correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, it seems to be a very important day on the religious calendar.
Yes, sir.
And if I understand correctly, when you invite someone to celebrate Diwali with you, would you typically invite those people that are important and close to you, or would it be an all-comers situation?
It depends. So, in my case, it's relatively a personal affair, and it's really very close family members only.
But you went to celebrate Diwali with the Guptas.
No, Mr. Chair, I said that I attended various religious functions at the house. I didn't specifically mention the Diwali function.
No, you did.
No, sir.
Well, that's how I come to ask you about it.
In this forum?
We'll have a look at the transcript. But, so are you now saying, and perhaps I have it wrong, you might have been referring to some other religious function. Are you now saying you didn't go to celebrate Diwali with the Guptas?
Mr. Chair, I mean, I may have attended one or two of the, maybe one, but I don't offhand recall attending a Diwali.
So what were the cultural events that you went there for then?
Mr. Chair, if you look at the Hindu calendar, the Hindu calendar has many, I mean, for example, now, we're in a period of what's called Ram Nomi, which is a religious function that requires you to observe a 9-day period. And this would normally either culminate with the beginning of a prayer or ending of a prayer during this 9-day period. So if you look at the religious calendar, there are a number of these religious
Just
events.
mention maybe 3 or 4 for me.
But as I
The
said,
names.
there's Ram Nomi now.
Yeah.
There's Shivratri. There's Diwali, as mentioned. Then there's Navaratri, which is later in the year. So yes, there's a number of them.
I guess maybe for those who are not Hindu, maybe Diwali might be
The most popular.
well-known.
The most well-known, yes.
Yes. Okay, all right.
So, far from not mentioning Diwali, when I asked you about these, you said, well, the ones that come to mind is obviously the Diwali function.
Well, when you asked, I answered generally.
Mr. Singh, and you see, I've been asking you about, don't you just invite your nearest and dearest to Diwali? And you then suggested, well, you didn't go to Diwali at the Gupta. But you did, correct?
Not that I recall.
Well, you said, I asked you what the functions were. You said, well, the ones that come to mind, it's obviously the Diwali functions.
Yes, you asked what were the religious functions, and I said one of the obvious ones was Diwali. I didn't say I attended the Diwali function.
Chairperson, is my learned friend referring to the transcript so that we can just have a look at the relevant pages?
Let me read the full.
Doesn't need to read the full, if you can just refer us
I
to it.
actually want to read the full.
Yeah, maybe you may
It's at
start
page,
by
it's at
telling
page
the page.
25 of the transcript of 12 March 2021, day 360.
Mr. Chair, while
So if I could just start, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Singh. Oh, some water. Will somebody please give Mr. Singh some water?
So I was going to read from the footer, page 24. And which members of the Gupta family would you interact with on these occasions that you attended the Saxonwold residence? Mr. Singh, Mr. Chair, the religious functions were attended by a number of people, and this is normally the case. So I had occasion to meet Mr. Athul Gupta, Mr. Rajesh Gupta, Mr. Ajay Gupta as well. Myburg. Let me then turn to, well, perhaps I could just ask you, these cultural and religious functions that you attended, would they typically be after hours or on the weekends? Obviously, on any particular religious day. Mr. Singh, well, the ones that come to mind is obviously the Diwali function. And the Diwali function would, depending on when the occasion of Diwali would fall in the. So we go on. All right, did you have occasion to visit Sahara Computer? So that was the question around Diwali. I just want to get it clear from you. Did you go to the Guptas and celebrate Diwali with them? Yes or no?
but this is my response. I'm saying I don't recall going, but maybe I did. I don't recall.
And from your own perspective, do you have a sense that the Guptas invited those people close to them to these functions, or did they adopt an all-comers approach?
I think, Mr. Chair, for the ones that I attended, as I explained previously, there were a number of people that attended. How and who and how they selected people to be invited, I wouldn't know that.
And would my understanding be correct? And please tell me if I'm wrong. If you celebrate Diwali, in this instance with the Guptas, then you're not celebrating it with your own people and family. Is that right?
And that is correct.
So in these instances where you went to the Guptas, you chose to go and celebrate Diwali with the Guptas instead of your own family, instead of those nearest and dearest to you.
Well, hence I say, Mr. Chair, that I don't recall attending a Diwali function at the Gupta, because as I testified, in my case, I celebrated with my nearest and closest family, as opposed to doing it, with, let's say, other people that are not as close to my immediate family.
What is your experience, generally speaking? Is it that when people celebrate Diwali, they celebrate them with family and those close to them, or is it that they celebrate them with whoever comes in? In my culture, for example, if there is a wedding or something and you have slaughtered a cow, we don't issue invites.
Yes, sir.
Even a stranger who's walking past, if they see that there is a wedding, there must be food, there must be meat, they take a detour and come into the house. They come into the house. Nobody asks them, who invited you, who are you?
Yes.
Yeah, and the idea is everybody who comes must eat, must be given food. And if anybody leaves without being offered food, that's something very bad.
Yes.
So in that setup that I'm talking about, anybody can come. So with the Diwali, what is your experience? Is it that people celebrate them with family and those who are close to them, or is it that anybody can come?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think it depends. Certainly, in my case, it would be those closest to me, whoever is in the neighborhood at the time, because it's characterized by exchanging of, eats and those type of things. So whoever you actually know during that period of time, you actually visit people as well. So if you have acquaintances, you would probably go and exchange, these eats with them. They would come to you, or you would go to them. The neighbors, if you had dinner, the neighbors may join you, or you may join the neighbors, because as you know that Diwali in the evening has fireworks and stuff like that, and then it becomes more of a communal type of thing with the kids and everybody else. So that is probably what my experience is. But I'm not too sure, what the setup at the Guptas is, for example, because I don't think I could just pitch up there and just arrive and say, I'm here, and I want to participate in Diwali festivals, for example. Because there, I would assume you'd have to, like I've been invited, so I go when I'm invited.
Since you did attend on your version various cultural events or functions at the Gupta residence, do you know if any reason why you might have not attended Diwali?
Mr. Chair, because of my preference to celebrate it with my closest, as a family day, it's a special day, so we dedicate it to the family.
The other cultural events wouldn't be events or to celebrate with family?
Not necessarily, Mr. Chair. No.
Okay, Mr. Maiba.
So, Mr. Singh, just to follow on those questions, what I just want to ask you, I don't follow why the Guptas invited you to these events, because it's your evidence, and you must correct me if I'm wrong, is that you never went to the Guptas, other than when you invited for religious and cultural events. You didn't interact with them at all.
Yes, sir.
What would have caused them then just to invite you? You had nothing to do with them, but when a religious or cultural event came up, you were on the guest list. How did that happen?
Chairperson, my learned friend might forget that the evidence of the witness was that he did in fact meet them at the T&T breakfasts. That's how we got to know them.
Yes?
Well, Mr. Chair, equally so, it could be asked, why did the Guptas invite me to the wedding?
To where?
To the Sun City wedding, for example. I don't know why they invited me to the Sun City wedding, but I didn't attend, so I guess the same could be asked.
So did they invite you to the
Yes.
wedding? I thought that they didn't invite you to the wedding.
No, I said they did, but I didn't attend.
So you, as you've said, you can't explain why they would have invited you to the wedding.
No.
And you can't really explain why, correct me if I'm wrong, why they invited you to these religious and cultural events.
Well, Mr. Chair, they are of Hindu descent. I am of Hindu descent, as I have explained before, testified before. I got to know them through the TNA breakfasts, and that's how the relationship grew. And you would normally invite people of similar culture to these religious events.
So, did you end up being close to them, the Guptas?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think you need to define close.
Yes. Did you, I think you did indicate about how many times you might have gone there.
Yes.
About, you say about 10 or,
Yes.
or 11 or 12 times or thereabout. Over what period, do you remember?
I think that was over a 3 or 4 year period.
About 3 or 4 years period, which might mean you would have gone there on average about three times a year or so. Well, that doesn't strike me as people that you are unfamiliar with. Maybe that's the way to put it.
I would agree with you, Mr. Chair.
If you visit
Yes, I would agree with you.
them for 3 times a year, how far did you live from where they were? How far were you?
Yeah, well, I guess I lived in Wendywood, Mr. Chair.
Sorry?
In Wendywood.
Yeah. And what kind of time in terms of distance?
I would say it's probably not more than 20 to 30 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Mr. Matthew.
Thank you. So, you say that you left the marital home in about 2014. You went to stay with Ms. Nike. She, we know, we'll come to the dates in a moment, but in 2015 she's employed at Sahara Computers. You've accepted that. So was there a time where, through your relationship with her, you started to interact more with the Guptas, you started to interact with Mr. Chalwa?
No, sir.
Did you never go out to dinner, for example, with someone from Sahara Computers
No, sir.
and go along with Ms. Nike?
No.
Perhaps I can just deal with that. You gave evidence, and you did say that dates weren't your thing. You said that she was employed there in 2013 or 2014, and that she left in 2015. You said a year and a half or 2. But from what we've been able to determine, it seems that Ms. Nike, in fact, commenced employment at Sahara on the 1st of January 2015, or at the beginning of January 2015.
Chairperson, before the witness answer, can my learned friend maybe share the relevant documentation with us that they obtained so that we can have a look at it ourselves? It was not disclosed to us. It was not mailed to us. We would like to have a look at it before he continues with this line of questioning.
I'm absolutely happy to do that if it's in dispute. I'm referring to her LinkedIn profile, which I was shown by one of the investigators yesterday. I mean, I don't know if this is a big issue. I mean, I'm not suggesting, I'm not trying to criticize you for not getting the date spot on, but we can just deal with this issue. Does it accord now with your recollection that she started there in January 2015? What I've also seen, and I can produce it if you want, is her resignation from Transnet. She resigned, I think it was...
Chairperson, the same situation goes with respect to the resignation. We've not
You
been...
will get it, Ms. van der Werf, you'll get it. But Mr. Mr. Ekmabe can ask in the meantime, and Mr. Singh can answer what he knows and what he doesn't know.
So I don't understand.
Just
why this
repeat
has
the
to be-
question.
I don't think it needs to be contentious. Let me tell you what I've seen, and I'm happy. I will, of course, provide you with the documentation. What I was shown yesterday, and my recollection is not necessarily infallible, but I was shown a letter of resignation by Ms. Naik from Transnet. I think it was, she resigned on the 3rd of November, and she spoke about giving a month's notice. And I think she says in her letter that would expire on the 4th of December. And I thought that interesting because it wasn't a calendar month's notice. And then I was shown the LinkedIn profile, which reflects, I assume it's still the current one, or it might be an historical one, that reflects that she started at Sahara Computer. Certainly, I'm not sure it said the 1st of January, but it said January 2015. You want to comment on that, or you can say nothing until I show you the documents.
No, if it is a document, then it's a document.
Does that accord, though, with your recollection?
If it is documentary, then yes.
Okay. And when did she leave? Because I suppose now one needs to adjust things.
Yes.
Assuming that's correct, when did she then leave Sahara Computer? Would that have been a year and a half, 2 years from then?
I would think it's probably around that. It would then be around 2017.
Around
Around 2017, that is.
2017. So at the time that you were working at Eskom, for example, she was then working at Sahara Computer.
That's good.
And her boss at Sahara Computers, who was it?
I think it would have been Mr. Chawla.
Sorry?
I think it would have been Mr. Chawla.
And did she work together with the Gupta brothers?
I'm assuming to the extent that he needed to, I would assume.
I'm sorry, you.
I said to the extent that she would have needed to, I would assume that she would have.
Mr. Singh, just turning to a different topic. I'm informed that really at the outset of the Commission's work, there was a time where you tended to cooperate with the Commission. And you, in fact, volunteered an affidavit which was shown to some investigators and I think members of the legal team and on a sort of a show and tell basis. You recall that?
Mr. Chair, this was subject to a confidential, legally privileged process that we had undertaken. And I'm not too sure why this is being brought up now.
Well, what I want to find out is why did you withdraw your cooperation?
It was, again, Mr. Chair, based on legal advice at the time, which was legally privileged. We decided to discontinue the engagement with the Commission.
And do you still have that affidavit?
No.
How can you say that with such certainty?
Because I don't think we ever produced an affidavit.
I see. And who were your attorneys at the time?
Thompson Works.
Sorry?
Thompson Works.
How did Ms. Naik's employment with Sahara come about?
Chairperson, would this not be the kind of questions that should be directed at her? With the greatest of respect, why must the witness...
Mr. Singh might know because there is a version that he had a relationship with the Guptas, a certain relationship with the Guptas. Of course, he has a certain version, but it's a legitimate question. Do you know how it happened, Mr. Singh?
I think, Mr. Chair, she had accompanied me to one of the functions, and she had got chatting to the people that were there, and she had expressed an interest in her area of expertise was project management in IT. So I guess that was the catalyst of that, but that's further than that, Mr. Chair, I'm not too sure.
she had accompanied you when you had gone to
On
the
one of the
Gupta
occasions,
residence
yes.
on one of the occasions? Okay, all right. And there she had spoken to one of the Gupta people?
I would assume so.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. I want to move now to a different topic, and that relates to your FNB salary account. Could you please go to bundle 5C, page 1568?
One five.
1568, Mr. Michael?
1568, yes, Chairperson.
Okay.
Chairperson, maybe this is an opportune moment before my learned friends start with this line of questions. I did approach him this morning pertaining to this particular issue, and maybe this argument should be dealt with in camera, because it relates to an issue that we say is an infringement of our client's right to privacy under the Constitution, and there's a number of other issues we would like to raise in that regard. I was hoping that I could sort this out with my learned friend inter partes, but seemingly he's decided to go ahead, and I would like to be offered the opportunity to make certain submissions to you.
You want to apply for the evidence relating to his bank accounts to be had in camera?
No, Chairperson, I want to make certain submissions to you, but because of the content of what my learned friends to put, I think that should be in camera. We are objecting to him being questioned on his private bank account details. I've told my learned friend this morning already, I object to it being included in the bundles. He was never informed of the fact that his bank records are being subpoenaed. I do not believe there's a lawful basis for it to be subpoenaed. There's no allegations that there was anything corrupt, untoward, pertaining to these bank statements. And for the investigators or for whoever to have subpoenaed this
Okay, don't make the submissions now. We were going to take an adjournment at 4 as we normally do. Maybe we should take it now. 10 minutes adjournment. And then when I come back, I'll hear what you have to say, and I'll hear what Mr. Myford has to say. We adjourn.
report, Mr. Benjamin's affidavit and an Excel spreadsheet that's attached. I understand that that is not acceptable to them. So it doesn't seem that we can resolve this impasse and...
If the impasse is not resolved, if I'm asked to make a ruling, I will make a ruling. The Commission is involved in an investigation of great public interest, where there are allegations of corruption, there are allegations of certain people having given certain people money, sometimes large amounts of money, in order to do wrong things. And there is taxpayers' money involved. So if I have to make a ruling, I will make a ruling. I accept that there can be issues of privacy and so on, but if I have to listen to argument, I'll hear argument and make a ruling. But we can't spend too much time and not proceeding with the work of the Commission. Obviously, things can be sorted out. That's preferable, but sometimes things can't be sorted out, and when you are involved in something that involves public interest and public money, not every solution is a solution has got to be based also on an appreciation that there are not just issues of privacy, there are also issues of public interest. So, if you are happy to deal with the matter in the way you say you were proposing to them, at least for now, maybe while there is a reflection on the issue of bank statements, then we could do that, but it may well be at the end that the issue that needs to be confronted might have to be confronted, but it may well be that it won't be necessary to confront it. So, but if they have an objection to you even dealing with it in this way, you might have to see whether I should make a ruling whether you can deal with it in that way for now, without necessarily making a ruling on whether you can't use the first approach you intended to use. So, but I don't know what you propose to do.
Well, perhaps we should hear from my learned friend.
Yes.
She seems to have an overall objection.
Yes.
I hope I'm characterizing her position
Yes.
correctly. And wants to see the subpoenas before she decides what the client should do. Just to place that on record, DCJ, the investigators are here. They've made requests for these subpoenas. We're waiting to hear when we will be able to produce them. I'm told that these were amongst the very early subpoenas in the Commission, so they need to be dug up. But we are hopeful that that could certainly be done overnight. I'm sure it could be.
Okay. Ms. Van der
Chairperson, thank you. Our approach is a very simple approach. We do have certain rights under the Constitution, and I understand what you say, Chairperson. There's some public interest that's at play, but public interest must be weighed up against your right to privacy. What I've proposed to my learned friend, and I do have an objection to him going to only the conclusions and Mr. Benjamin's affidavit, because what's contained in there flow directly from the bank statements. I said to him, we wish to see all the bank statements, subpoenas that's here. I want to understand the basis on which subpoenas were applied for and obtained and what exactly was subpoenaed. We still have a recourse, Chairperson, to, for instance, take a review process pertaining to this particular issue.
Yes.
But I can, once we've had the subpoenas, we sensible people, and we have had a look at it, then we can possibly advise our clients in a different direction. But for us to sit here and just go ahead nilly-willy without properly being appraised of what happened, having had the opportunity to properly consult on those with the client and taking a proper instruction is not fair to the client. And it's at this stage, I would submit, is highly prejudicial to him, especially when it would have been a simple exercise to inform him of the fact that those subpoenas were issued, so that he, at that stage already when this happened, could have exercised any rights that he had. So we say, and we respectfully submit, but we be given an opportunity to look at the subpoenas and make an informed decision. And until that stage, to force him to deal with something that flows from the bank statements that we say we've not even seen the subpoenas would be highly prejudicial.
The bank statements, he has seen those, I assume, for some time.
He's not seen them for some time. We recently got to know of them, Chairperson.
Yes.
But that's not the issue. The issue is not an isolated set of bank statements that they want to present or present evidence on. It's about the conspectus of what, and I don't want to put, to argue or to try and make submissions on behalf. We know what the position is here. But we have a right to also deal with issues in a correct and proper manner, protecting our own interests and our rights as afforded in...
Tell me, let's assume what would be the best scenario for you when you see the subpoenas?
Chairperson, I would like to see the subpoenas. I need to understand the basis for it.
You want to see whether the bank statements were obtained legally. Is that
Chairman,
correct?
it doesn't even go to that. I'm entitled to see the subpoenas. I can only make it...
You may be entitled, but I want to see what the connection is with between seeing the subpoenas and the evidence not proceeding despite the fact that you have seen the bank statements. That's the connection that I want to
Chairperson,
understand.
I would like the opportunity to see them and then make submissions to you. I cannot make submissions to you as to where I will go with it without seeing the statements.
But you see, if you can't enlighten me on that, I remain in a position where I don't see the connection. You see, whereas what I'm trying to see is whether you have a case for me to say, Mr. Mybeck shouldn't lead that evidence until you have seen the subpoenas. But if I don't see the connection, I can't assist you. So that's why I was asking, what's the connection?
Chairperson, my understanding is that the Commission, as a while ago already, issued subpoenas in respect of various bank statements. They now wish to elevate one of those bank statements to a certain position. I need to see the other bank statements that were subpoenaed, because you cannot expect of my client to answer questions in isolation, number one. Number two, I need to ensure that the subpoenas were done properly. They were in respect of certain time periods, in respect of certain bank accounts, with certain fundamental underlying reasons to subpoena them.
Okay, basically it's two things you say. One, to the extent that there may be other bank statements, you would like to see them.
But I would like to see the subpoenas, Chairperson.
Yeah, well, I'm saying...
And then the bank statements, if they were obtained.
Yeah, so you want to see the subpoenas in order to see what they covered and whether they were legal, you know. And you want to see other bank statements to the extent that there may be other bank statements.
Chairperson, may I
Mr.
just take an instruction from my attorney before we...
Okay.
Chairperson.
Mr. Maybeck, what do you want to say?
Chairperson, I'm not sure that I have much to say. I mean, other than, I'm not sure that I understand the argument, to be frank, because if what my learned friend at best for her, it seems, is going to try and suppress this evidence, because the subpoenas at best were somehow irregular, I mean, that presumably is the
Yeah,
best
but
argument.
if they were irregular, I'm sure at discretion.
Well, that's the one thing. The other thing is it doesn't do away with the Fundutsi report. The Fundutsi
Yes.
report is a public report.
And it has
It
not been
says-
set aside.
It hasn't been set aside. They had the bank accounts, they analyzed them, and they actually asked Mr. Singh
Yes.
for his input. And he
Yes.
said that all of the amounts in that account came from remuneration at Transnet or Eskom. So, I
yes.
mean, what we did was to double check Fundutsi's work, and yes, we have produced more detail. But I can't see where this takes us to.
Well, there is the one thing we can explore. I think there are two options. I don't see my way to saying, let's stop. I think there are two options. One option is whether you are able to deal with other issues for the rest of the time that we have for today, and then tomorrow, hopefully, there would be no issues anymore, because maybe whatever subpoenas there are would have been looked at and there would be no problem. That's one option. But if the position is that we either deal with this or lose the time, then there is difficulty. But to the extent that the matters are already in the Fundutsi report, which hasn't been set aside, I would be inclined to say that that could be dealt with. So what is the position? Is it possible for us to use the time we have on issues other than this,
Yes.
or is it not possible?
Of course, it's possible, DCJ,
Yes.
to move, to change gears and to deal with
Yes.
something else.
Okay.
We can then hopefully get these subpoenas overnight.
Yes.
My learned friend can then make a call on this
Okay.
tomorrow.
Okay. I think let's
so-
do it that way.
I understand there's another witness at 5.
Yes.
So I
yes.
can certainly, of course,
Yes.
deal with something.
Yeah.
I'll try and deal with something discreetly in that half an hour, if
No,
that's
that's
what
fine.
you have in mind.
Let's do
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah. Okay.
I want now to turn, I'll come back to this salary account, one or the other tomorrow. I want to turn to discuss with you two things that you've dealt with in your affidavits, and that is what seems to be a kind of an important overall context in relation to the various acts of procurement that we're going to be examining in the balance of your evidence. So I want to start off by dealing with the market demand strategy, the so-called MDS. I understood from one of your affidavits that you were actually involved in the development of this strategy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was the role that you played in that?
Mr. Chair, at the time, I occupied the position of the acting CFO of Transnet.
The position of
Acting CFO of Transnet.
yes.
Chairperson, my client must speak into the mic. We can't hear the side,
Yes.
please.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, the affidavit that we're referring to, do you know which one?
If you want to go there, we can go there, but I want just to deal with this in a general
Oh,
way.
okay.
And to actually find out from you precisely what the MDS entailed and how significant it was, not only to your job, but to the work really of Transnet at this time.
Okay. I think, Mr. Chair, as I was explaining, at the time I was the acting Group Chief Financial Officer of Transnet, and one of the functions that I had at the time was, like we spent an inordinate amount of time discussing the corporate plan on the ESCOM side. A big chunk of my time was also taken up preparing the corporate plan for Transnet. And at the time, there was also a change of the board. So a new board had taken over at the time. I think that coincided with Minister Gigaba taking over as Minister of Public Enterprises.
Don't lower your voice.
Sorry, sir. Let me get this closer. So that should be better.
I don't know what the technicians had done yesterday. I don't know whether afternoon. Everybody was speaking very loud. I think the mics had been adjusted. So, so at least maybe they should adjust yours.
Well, maybe, Mr. Chair, it's just because of the way I sit.
Yeah, okay, well, maybe they are hearing me. If they are able to adjust it remotely where they are, then we can hear you because you lower your voice. Okay, all right, just continue.
So, Mr. Chair, there was some how can I say, criticism from the new board relating to Transnet's ability to unlock the value in the economy, vis-a-vis the fact that the logistics chain plays a very critical, is a very critical component of actually enabling economic growth. To the extent that the rail system is fully capacitated or doesn't have excess capacity, to the extent that the ports do not have excess capacity, to the extent the pipelines do not have excess capacity, your economy is constrained. And our economy being an export-driven economy, to the extent that the world economy is, let's say, enjoying a boom, the South African economy is constrained by the capacity that the logistics system actually has. So that was one of the bottlenecks that the board had actually identified, in that Transnet was basically a bottleneck to economic growth. So in responding to the preparation of the corporate plan, Mr. Chair, we decided to understand to what extent, if we were to enable the economy and unbottleneck the constraints that were perceived to be there from a capacity perspective in the rail and the port and the pipeline business, what would Transnet look like? And Mr. Chair, that basically evolved into what we now call the market demand strategy. So basically, instead of constraining or instead of planning to what we called at the time contracted demand, we planned now to market demand. So if there was market demand for 100 million tons of rail capacity, whether we had a contract for it or not, we were planning to actually put the capacity in place on the basis that it would have been taken up. Okay? So that was the difference between, let's say, the historic planning scenario and the new planning scenario, which resulted in the market demand strategy. Mr. Chair, one of the reasons why the board was critical of the planning scenarios and why we were a bottleneck to the economy is that they felt that the country actually missed out an opportunity in terms of participating in the commodity boom that preceded the financial crisis and the commodity slump. So from that perspective, Mr. Chair, we then said, okay, let's unconstrain the planning parameters and see what comes out of it. And basically, Mr. Chair, that then led to the development of the market demand strategy. The market demand strategy was a counter-cyclical investment strategy. So it actually invested ahead of demand. So if we perceive demand to peak in 3 years from now, the investment decision for that commodity to peak in 3 years had to happen now, because there was a lead time in terms of being able to actually plan and execute the projects that are required to make sure that demand actually happens. So that is the explanation of counter-cyclical investment strategy. The plan was premised on a 300 billion rand capital spend, Mr. Chair. And that was for the whole of Transnet, being Transnet Freight Rail, which is the rail entity, Transnet National Ports Authority, Transnet Port Terminals, and Transnet Pipeline, as well as Transnet Engineering. And the biggest chunk of the spend, Mr. Chair, was allocated to rail. And the biggest chunk of the rail investment was allocated to locomotives. In the ports business, the biggest chunk of the capital was allocated to the, if I recall correctly, to the widening and deepening of the harbors. On the Transnet National Ports Authority side, on the Transnet Port Terminal side, it was related to container stacking areas, maintenance of container stacking areas, improving efficiencies in the ports, and certain crane acquisitions. On the Transnet pipeline side, it was continuing with the new multi-product pipeline, which is the Johannesburg to Durban petroleum pipeline, that obviously transports petroleum products from the coast to inland. Mr. Chair, that was also linked to I think it was 110 or 120 billion rand funding program over the 5-year period. So, Mr. Chair, in a nutshell, that was the market demand strategy in terms of how it impacted Transnet and how it impacted, let's say, the broader economy.
Okay.
I just wanted to follow up. In your affidavit, perhaps you can go there if you would like. This is at bundle 5B, page 472. Paragraph 15.
Sorry, page number 472.
472.
Yes.
You say at paragraph 15, I confirm that under the heading Market Demand Strategy, I confirm that the planning and development of the Market Demand Strategy, MDS, was the initiative and work product of myself and the Corporate Finance Department of Transnet. You confirm that?
Yes, sir.
Then you spoke about a 300 billion capital expenditure and chunks of it. What chunk of that 300 billion was allocated to freight rail?
I don't recall offhand right now, but I would probably say half of it or more than half of it.
And of that half that was allocated to freight rail, what chunk of that was allocated to locomotives?
I would think probably 60 to 70 billion.
Sorry?
60 to 70 billion.
Okay, so it would have been about
Half of the half.
half of the half. So just
25%.
roughly, if 150 billion was allocated to freight rail, about half of that was allocated to locomotives. Is that
If
right?
I recall correctly.
Okay. And
Sorry, Mr. Chair, before we move off paragraph 15, I think to give some context in terms of the wording of paragraph 15, the context of this first paragraph relates to the conceptual thinking and conceptual work. So it was initial planning that this refers to, because the corporate planning process, as you understand, is a very different, complex, and detailed process.
And from the evidence that's been given before, the MDS was announced in April 2011. The investment itself commenced a year later, in April 2012. Does that accord with your recollection?
It probably will, yes.
By the time that you were then seconded from Transnet to Eskom, one was about 3 years into the MDS.
That is correct.
And I take it that the MDS, speaking broadly, would probably have been your most important task or function in those years.
Well, executing the corporate plan would have been, whatever was contained therein would have been, yes.
I want then to talk a little bit about the BADC and delegations of authority. Now, Mr. Forming gave evidence about this. I just want to see to what extent you might agree. Historically, his evidence was that historically the board, including subcommittees, did not have any delegation of authority when it came to procurement-related matters. There had been a decentralized procurement system in place. As I understand, that's at the operational level, the divisional level. Does that accord with your recollection?
Mr. Chair, I would hazard to say that I do not recall in terms of which period are you talking about specifically?
Well, before 2011.
Before 2011, there were acquisition councils at a group level as well, if I recall correctly.
And then,
I'm not too sure what the board levels were.
all right. What he testified to is that in 2011, the board then acquired these procurement powers, and a special subcommittee of the board was created, that being BADC. That, I think, you deal with in your affidavit.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that I confirm. That, yes, the BADC was a product of the board.
So the subcommittee of the board.
Yes.
And did you sit on the BADC?
No, sir. So I was not a member of the BADC.
And perhaps you could just help us understand the composition of it. Obviously an important body within Transnet. What was the makeup of the BADC? What sort of qualities were the board looking for? Because some of the board members sat on the BADC. What qualities qualified one to be a BADC member?
Mr. Chair, I would be speculating if I gave a response because I'll be corrected. I might be mistaken, but I think the composition of, let's leave alone the BADC, but the composition of any of the board subcommittees, I think, took place in a committee called the Corporate Governance and Nominations Committee, and that committee would sit and decide, based on the skills mix of the board, which members would be suitable in which committees. As far as I recall, that is how it happened.
All right. And then the evidence was that the BADC's approval authority was increased in 2012 to tenders up to 2 billion, with the board being required to approve tenders above that. That accord with your recollection?
Mr. Chair, the delegations would have been a function of the delegation of authority framework, yes.
And then what we know as well is that Mr. Sharma was appointed as the chair of the BADC in August of 2012.
Mr. Chair, I'm not exactly sure of the date, but I am aware that Mr. Sharma was the chairman of the BADC.
And for how long did he serve as the chairperson of the BADC?
I don't recall, Mr. Chair.
Would it have been for a number of years?
I would think so, sir.
What we do know when we come to the locomotives, I think in 13, 14, he was the chair of the BADC.
That is correct, sir.
Now, did you know Mr. Sharma?
Prior to his non-executive role as a director, no.
But you came to know Mr. Sharma in his role as a director.
That is, yes, that's correct.
And to what extent would you interact with him?
At board meetings and BADC meetings, or if there were any other board strategy sessions.
Did you know of any relationship between Mr. Sharma and Mr. Essa?
No, sir.
Okay, then the evidence has been that in 2013, the DOA added bid adjudication to BADEC's powers and delegated authority to certain individuals to approve high-value transactions, yourself and the GCE.
That is correct, sir. But not only us. I mean, other executives also have help.
Yeah. Your approvals authority in 2013, as I have it, was 750 million, and the GCE's was up to 1 billion.
You'd have to be a bit more specific, because if you look at the delegation of authority framework,
Yeah.
there are a number of subcategories within the delegation, and each of them have different values. So if you're referring to capital, it would be a number. Approved capital will be a number. Unapproved capital will be a different number, for example. Funding will be a different number, for example.
Well, let me then ask you, when I asked you that your approval authority was up to 750 million, which of those things did that relate to?
I think, Mr. Chair, we did attach the delegation of authority framework in one of our affidavits. Maybe if we can quickly go to that.
But Mr. Singh, the actual number is not important to me. I mean, the point that I make is that in 2013, specific individuals were then given authority to conclude high-value transactions. That number, you had a certain number, presumably the GCE had a higher number. Is that right?
That is correct.
So, from what I've read in the evidence and what has been referred to is that, to an extent, you kind of became a one-person acquisition council through this authority. You want to comment on that? You don't agree?
No.
In 2016, BADEC's approval authority had now been increased to 3 billion. The board retained authority for tenders above this. Would you confirm that? You know that you left in 2015, in the middle of 2015.
Yes, so when was the increase?
I talked about 2016.
No.
All right. Both BADEC, yourself, and the GCE had the powers to award tenders on confinement. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, the confinement delegation of authority was changed at the request of the BADC at some point in time, where the confinement delegation was removed from all from all officials other than the GCE and the BADC and the board.
All right. Now, Mr. Formink, in his evidence, testified that these so-called one-person acquisition council and the widespread use of the confinement process were amongst the areas of concern, problem areas, that he identified, which the new PPM, Procurement Procedures Manual, seeks to address. You want to comment on that?
Yes, Mr. Formink was the, how can I call it, the procurement governance guy at Transnet. And at the request of actually the board, he undertook an exercise to understand how the procurement environment within Transnet can actually be strengthened. And one of the recommendations was that the confinement process was being flouted. I'm not too sure when exactly he did the exercise, but I think that was one of the issues that led the board to remove the delegation from all executives other than the group chief executive and the BADC and board.
Because, I mean, I presume that the confinement process is open to abuse by unscrupulous individuals, potentially.
I guess it's open to interpretation, because like with every procedure, with every policy there's a procedure, and the procedure is open to interpretation in terms of how you apply.
Now, I want to turn to the 1064 locomotives and the big picture, as I call it. I mean, it really lies very much at the heart of my examination of you. And I want to start off by dealing with the transaction advisors. But before that, I want to just explore the big picture. I want to start out by just discussing your role. And perhaps the easiest way is just for me to put to you what I think it was, and then you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. It seems that you played, from what I can see, a central role in the appointment of the transaction advisors, in the formulation of the business case, in the tender evaluation and negotiation process, in the conclusion of the LSAs with the 4 OEMs, in the approval of the increase in the ETC, and then in the funding arrangements, the 50 billion rand funding arrangement that was put in place. Would that be an accurate summary of your various roles and interactions?
So if I can just repeat those. You basically said a central role in the appointment of the transaction advisor.
Yeah.
Formulation of the business case. Right?
Yeah. Tender evaluation and negotiation process.
Tender evaluation and negotiation.
Conclusion of the LSAs with the 4 OEMs, which then flowed from that. The approval of the increase in the ETC and the 50 billion rand funding arrangements that were put in place.
Mr. Chair, if I can respond, in terms of the central role on the transaction advisors, Mr. Chair, the transaction advisors, I was the business requester for the transaction advisor. So from that perspective, I would be receiving their service. So from that perspective, I would have needed to be engaged from time to time in terms of what was happening on that procurement event. If I can't say I played a central role, Mr. Chair, because I was not the people that sat and evaluated the tenders, for example. I didn't choose a successful tender, but did I deal with matters that emanated from, that flowed therefrom? Yes, I dealt with stuff, issues that flowed from that process. Formulation of the business case, Mr. Chair. The business case was always owned by, or business cases are always owned by the asset owner. The asset owner in this case was Transnet Freight Rail. So Transnet Freight Rail basically owned the business. Because of the size and of the procurement event, at that stage when the business case was developed, was 38 billion. It needed to have board approval and obviously ministerial approval. Now in those cases, group, or where we sat at group at the time, took an interest in those type of business cases from the time they were incepted, so that when it gets to group and to the board, you don't have a disparity between business case that's produced that's not of quality or have missed a whole lot of, how can I call it, issues that needed to have been dealt with. So yes, in terms of my role as the CFO, I was involved in the business case and the formulation there. Tender evaluation and negotiation, Mr. Chair. Tender evaluation, I was not part of. I was not part of the tender evaluation teams or the cross-functional teams that were put together to evaluate the tenders. So if you were to ask me, did I see a tender document, Mr. Chair? No, I did not. Did I evaluate a tender document? No, I did not. So from that perspective, the tender evaluation process was undertaken by the cross-functional evaluation teams, and they produced outputs. I think, Mr. Chair, in our roles, the output of those tender evaluation teams would have probably come across Mr. Gama's desk, my desk, and Mr. Molefe's desk, which then would have went through to the board and the BADC accordingly. So that is the role in terms of the evaluations. In terms of the negotiations, Mr. Chair, and I would take the negotiations and conclusions of the LSA and put them together, because they basically negotiations, and output was the input, output was the LSA, or the locomotive supply agreement. So, Mr. Chair, yes, there I did play an intimate role in the negotiation, or the, let's call it, post-tender negotiation. That would probably be the more technical term, and the conclusion of the LSA. In terms of the increase in ETC, Mr. Chair, critical role, I don't know, it's up for interpretation, but again, the increase in ETC, Mr. Chair, is an output of the negotiation and LSA process and locomotive supplier process, and the financial risk management, financial risk management framework, and the delegation of authority. In terms of, and Mr. Chair, again, the increase in ETC, because it's a capital equipment purchase, the increase in ETC would normally have to go through the capital organization within the business unit, the capital organization at group, go through the approval structures or the capital investment committee at group level, and then obviously follow its way through to the board, and if need be, the minister. So from that perspective, again, it was my function as CFO to oversee the capital approval process as well. In terms of the funding arrangement, Mr. Chair, as one of the core functions of the CFO function is funding. And obviously with, as I said, the 300 billion rand capital plan came, I think, with 100 or 125 billion rand borrowing program over the 5-year period as well. So the funding arrangements relating to the locos would yes, be part of my functions, and yes, it would have occupied a good part of my time.
So from what we've seen, you were a member of the Locomotive Steering Committee, is that correct?
Mr. Chair, this committee was envisaged, but it actually never existed, or was never, how can I say, constituted.
And then there's also a reference in evidence, and we can come back to who was supposed to sit on it and who wasn't. There's also been reference to a subcommittee of the Locomotive Steering Committee. Was that something also that didn't get off the ground, or was there a subcommittee? And the evidence there, I think reference has been made to you, Mr. Gama, and Mr. Singh. Was there a subcommittee?
Me, Mr. Gama, and Mr.
Sorry,
Singh.
and Mr. Molefe.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that again, it was not a formal subcommittee. Once the board had made the decision to shortlist and given us the decision to negotiate, they delegated to Mr. Molefe the authority to negotiate, but not conclude the transaction.
Sorry, why don't you just repeat that? I didn't hear you.
I said, once the board had taken the decision to shortlist the 4 successful tenderers, they had delegated the authority to Mr. Molefe as the GCE to negotiate
Yes.
with the suppliers, the 4 shortlisted suppliers, but not conclude the contract. So Mr. Molefe in turn requested that Mr. Gama and myself engage with this negotiation process and provide feedback to him on a daily basis or ad hoc basis as we are required to do so. So again, it was not a formal steering committee, but that's how it came about.
We've got, I think, 2 minutes or so left. Could I just take you, whilst we're on that, perhaps we can just finalize that discrete topic. Could you please turn to page 1520?
The same bundle?
Yes. Well, sorry, this is in 5C. Are you in 5C?
One five two zero.
1520, yeah. I think this is what you're dealing with at the foot of that page, at paragraph 57.
And yes.
So you say the Board of Directors delegated authority to finalize the negotiation process with the shortlisted bidders for the GCE.
That's
Do I understand you to have said that the delegation was to finalize but not to conclude?
if I'm correct in my recollection.
And then you go on to explain that the GCE then requested Yabonga Gama and myself to conduct the day-to-day engagements and negotiations with the shortlisted bidders, the OEMs. And this is post-tender negotiations, as I think you termed it. Is that correct?
Yes, when the shortlisting was done.
And then at 59, part of this negotiation process was a full complement of Transnet employees, which included the TRF team, Transnet engineering team, Dani Smith, Leher, and the financial negotiation team, and of course myself, Gama, and or Gianni, if Gama was unavailable. You go on to say Gianni was the procurement subject matter expert and acted as Gama's designated representative when Gama could not attend the negotiation sessions. From time to time, I also provided an update to Gama and Brian Malefe of what transpired during these sessions, particularly pertaining to material issues such as the decisions taken, etc. You confirm that?
That is
I mean, would it be fair to say that you were the chief negotiator?
Mr. Chair, I don't think that would be accurate, as we did not have any decision-making powers, both Mr. Gama and myself. The delegated authority was Mr. Molefe, so he had the authority resting with him. In terms of the interactions with the four OEMs, in terms of amount of time spent, yes, I spent the most of time with them. In terms of the way that the interaction between Mr. Gama and myself was undertaken, I dealt with more the financial issues and the financial consequences thereof, and Mr. Gama dealt with the more operational issues and the consequences of the locomotives arriving. But because he was the asset owner, my decisions I had to run by him, because at the end of the day he was paying for them, if you understand. And then ultimately, if we then agreed, we would then feed back those decisions and those issues back to Mr. Molefe.
But Chairperson, I've finished this topic. I'm happy to go on if you want me to, but I see it is 5 o'clock.
Yes, I have seen the evidence leader coming in, but I don't know if the witness is.
Yes, he's over there.
Yes, okay.
Yes, he is here.
Is here. Yeah, I think maybe let's adjourn so that I can resume after some minutes, and then I deal with the Denel work stream. So tomorrow we'll let's work on the basis that we'll start at 10, but there is a possibility that I might want us to start at 10, which may well be most welcome to all of you if there are issues to be fleshed out tomorrow morning. But if it's going to be up to 10 instead of 10, I will let Mr. Maibeth know, and then he will let everybody know.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah. So we'll then adjourn the day session for today. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I understand there are legal representatives for Ms. Brown.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, maybe they can put themselves on record.
Chair W. Lusenga, for Ms. Brown, I am today assisted by people from the bar, Mr. Tsepiso Sekhache.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you,
Okay,
Chair.
Mr.
May I
Kennedy.
ask that the witness be asked to take the oath or affirmation?
Yes. Please administer the oath or affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Lynette Brown.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No,
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
yes,
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
so help me God.
Thank you. Yes, you may proceed, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Ms. Brown.
Good evening, Advocate Kennedy.
Ms. Brown, as the learned Chair has already indicated, you've assisted the Chair in the proceedings of the Commission previously in relation to some of the other entities. This evening, my questions will be focused specifically on Denel, which was also a state-owned corporation under the Public Enterprises Ministry when you held the position as Minister. Is that correct?
You're right.
And Ms. Brown, is it correct that you have been provided with a number of documents for purposes of this evening's hearing?
Are these the documents Exhibit W27 onwards?
That's correct.
Yes, I have.
And is it correct that the version that you have, similar to ours, has page numbers both on the top left and the top right?
I have them on a computer, so yes, I have numbers on the left and right.
Okay, now for purposes of the questioning, we're going to focus simply on the top left, so you can ignore the top right numbers.
Yes, but you'll have to give me the page, Advocate,
Yes, indeed.
because, yeah, so that I can add the page into the computer.
Fine. So I'm going to start with an affidavit that you signed, and you will find that if we look at the top left-hand page numbers, the NEL 12-703. I'm only going to use the last digits of the number for convenience. So can you look out for the affidavit where it starts at page 703? It's your second supplementary affidavit.
703. You just have to give me one moment. I have my second supplementary affidavit.
Do you have it marked 703?
Yes, I do.
And if I can ask you then to turn ahead to page 736, sorry, 735, where it appears that your signature was made.
Yes, I have that.
Do you have that? Do you confirm that this document is your affidavit that you signed before a commission of oaths? It's referred to as your
Yes.
second supplementary affidavit.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I believe this affidavit may have already been introduced in another stream of evidence, Chair. But for the record, just to avoid any possible doubt in that regard, may I then just ask the witness to confirm the contents of the affidavit, and then I will ask for it to be admitted as evidence in the stream. Ms. Brown, yes, carry on.
I confirm, Advocate.
That the contents are correct factually.
Factually correct.
Right, thank you very much. Chair, may we then ask for this document, together with its annexures, to be admitted? We've taken the liberty of including this as Exhibit W27 in Denel Bundle 12, and we would ask for its formal admission.
You say as Exhibit 27,
W27, that's correct.
W27. The second supplementary affidavit of Ms. Lynette Brown, starting at page 703, is admitted as an exhibit and will be marked as Exhibit W27.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Brown, it appears from your affidavit that you deal with a number of issues relating particularly to the appointment of boards of directors to various state-owned entities. Correct?
Correct.
We, as I've indicated, are going to focus this evening only on the Denel board appointments. And is it correct that you were provided with a copy of what's been referred to as the Fundudzi report? You in fact refer to that in your affidavit.
Yes, I've been provided with this Fundudzi report by the Commission.
Yes. And you were then given an opportunity to comment on the Fundudzi report, where it raised various facts or comments or views in relation to your role and the role of people such as your PA in the process leading up to the appointment of the various boards. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, we're going to look particularly at the comments that you raise in relation to the Denel board, as I've indicated. May I take you in your, may I just indicate for the record, Chair, that the Fundudzi report has already been introduced into evidence in previous hearings by this Commission. May I take you, Ms. Brown, to page 710. It's paragraph 26 of your affidavit.
I am there.
And here, just above, in fact, sorry, paragraph 28, just above 28, you have a heading, the appointment of the Denel board during 2015. Correct?
That is so.
And you refer in paragraph 28 to an application that you submitted to the Commission to give evidence on the testimony of Mr. Khatatso Tlakudi. And you say, I've described the appointment of the 2015 Denel board. I have nothing to add in terms of the process. Now,
Yes.
that arose, as I understand it, from the evidence that Mr. Tlakudi gave previously arising from the Fundudzi report. Is that right?
That is so.
Now, we're going to have a look at in a moment at some of the particular individual aspects, but you have raised some concerns in your affidavit, and I'd like to take you to the relevant paragraph so that you can explain the concerns and how they arose. Your first concern arising from the Fundudzi report is this. In paragraph 29, you say, I'm puzzled by the insinuation in paragraph 14.6.12 on page 61 of the Fundudzi report. And then you quote it, Ms. Brown, you say it reads, in her response, Minister Brown failed to deal with the fact that the 10 CVs were not sent to the Minister's office, as they were instead sent to David's personal email address. And you say, incidentally, my response also answers the Commission's request to explain Ms. Kim David's role in the appointment of directors to state-owned entities. Correct?
Correct.
And then you proceed to deal with the role of Ms. Kim Davids. Now, you will recall that in the Fundudzi report, there was detailed reference to the process that was followed according to the documents, the documentary trail that Fundudzi followed of a number of emails and various other documents that relate to nominations of people to the board of Denel, as well as the actual process of approval of those nominees and by you as minister, and then ultimately a further approval that was given by the cabinet. You recall that was dealt with in the Fundudzi report.
Yes.
Now, one of the things that they commented on in the Fundudzi report was the role that Ms. Kim Davids played in the process of receiving nominations, forwarding them to you for consideration, and then also the fact that there were certain email addresses that appeared of concern or interest to the Fundudzi investigators. One was Ms. Davids.
No.
Sorry?
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Carry on. One was the email address of Ms. Davids. Now, what did you want to say?
I wanted to just say that what I know in the department, that the server was often off.
Yes.
And they often use their own addresses, their private addresses. But Anne Fundudzi actually asked me for the role of the appointment of directors, of Kim Davids' role
Yes.
in the appointment of directors to state-owned company. They didn't ask me about anything about the CVs that were sent.
Yes.
So I responded to the question of I've written it in 30. In all fairness, Fundudzi's written question to me was a simple one. He did not ask me to deal with the fact that CVs were sent to Ms. Davids' email. All that was asked of me was a role in the appointment of board members. And I said there was no role for her, except for her to be able to pass on whatever CVs, whatever names, what comes in, whether it's through a walk-in or it's sent via email. All she had to do was pass it on to legal and governance.
Now, let's just be clear. Ms. Davids was at that stage your PA, is that right? Your secretary?
Yes, yes.
What was
My
her,
PA.
her official title? Was that PA to the minister?
PA to me.
Right. So is it correct that as PA, she would then be receiving certain documents that were ultimately addressed to you as minister? She would receive it as your PA and then be responsible for passing that on to you when required and processing any further steps such as a reply. Is that right?
Not really, Chair. In fact, Advocate Kennedy, I'm finding it very disconcerting that I see my own face and I can't see you. So I'm not sure if I see my own face twice. There we go. There I see you.
Oh, you see
I'm not talking to a real person, it feels like.
But you can see him now.
I can, Chair. Thank you very much.
And you can see me as well?
I can't.
You can't see
I
me?
can just see Advocate. There I can see you. There I see you now, Chair.
Okay.
But for a while I was only seeing myself.
Oh.
Well, some might suggest it's a blessing that you don't see me, Ms. Brown. All right, let's get back to the issue. So, yes, is there anything else you want to add in relation to Ms. Davids' role?
That's all I actually want to say, is that she didn't have to see me. Well, I'm seeing me again, so now I'm saying that. She didn't have to give it to me. She just needed to pass it on. Because in essence, it didn't matter who CV came in. They had to go to legal and governance.
Legal and governance, I think that's also been referred to in the Fundudzi report as LGR, is that right?
Well, we used to call it the legal and governance unit, but
Right.
it is, in essence, the legal governance and risk unit.
Right. And Right now, she in fact gave the same explanation that you gave in relation to the use of her personal email. She in fact is reflected in the Fundudzi report as saying that sometimes the departmental server was down, as you indicated, and she would then use her own email address. But one of the other points that was raised in the Fundudzi report is an email address that she received some documents from. And you deal with that in your paragraph 31. If I may read it into the record, you say she,
Yes.
that's referring to Ms. Davis, has no other role to play other than the one I had described. This is not a matter of job description, but a simple matter of common sense. I had responded that I do not know what info portal one at zoho.com is. It is unfair that I seem to be expected to locate and explain Ms. Kim David's alleged interactions with that address. Now, of course, what Fundudzi have commented on is the fact that a number of documents, and we're going to look at a few in a moment, in fact was sent to Ms. Davids, whether or not to her departmental email address or her private email address, from this particular email address that is referred to here, the info portal address, if I can refer to it in its shorthand like that. Now, of course, there has been evidence led in the Commission previously about this particular email address having featured in various other matters, and the apparent link between that email address and the Gupta associates, such as particularly Mr. Essa and Mr. Chawla. You've indicated in your affidavit that you were not aware of this email address. Have you since learned?
No.
Sorry? Carry on.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, if you could just wait for
Have
the
I
end of the
since
question.
learned?
Have you since learnt of the connection between that email address and the Gupta associate?
Well, I don't think I know who that email address belongs to. I still don't know who it belongs to. It sounds like it could be him. I've listened to some of the sessions on the Commission during the ESCOM period.
Yes.
And in essence, I listened to somebody yesterday speaking on an IT forensic expert speaking on Ms. Daniels's records, and that there could have been another number, and I'm assuming that's probably what you are referring to. But I can't tell you that I know who that, and I don't want to speculate because I'm under oath and I don't want to speculate about who that info portal address relates to. It's not on my computer, it was on Ms. David's computer.
I understand your position, Ms. Brown. Were you aware at the time that there was correspondence being received by Ms. Davids from this particular email address?
No.
And so you wouldn't have been aware if there is a connection between that email address and the Gupta associates. You weren't aware of that at the time, and you're not able to comment on that now, as I understand your position.
I can't comment on it now.
Yes. May I just ask you this, though? If the Commission finds, on the basis of the evidence that was led, of which you obviously have no personal knowledge, that this was a Gupta-linked email address, do you feel now, with the benefit of hindsight, any concern? Do you have any comment to make on the possibility that Ms. Davids may have been receiving correspondence from a Gupta-linked email address about such sensitive matters as the nomination and appointment of board members?
Of course it would be disturbing to me.
And if you had known about that at the time, what might you have done?
Well, I'm in a court case at the moment for having asked Ms. Davids to leave. I haven't opposed the court matter, but I have, so I'm not sure what I would have done. I mean, it's speculative and it's speculation, but I would have acted.
I guess the one thing you should be able to say with confidence maybe is that at least you would have called for an explanation.
Of course, Chair. I thought the advocate wanted something harsher.
No, that may be so. But
I am absolutely. I would have asked.
And then, depending on the explanation, you might have taken whatever action you deemed appropriate.
Exactly.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, what was the system in place for the appointment of board members to entities such as Denel?
Somebody was disturbing you.
I have the television on. Somebody has the television on, and I can hear myself speaking somewhere. So
you've asked them to take care
to switch it off.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry about that.
Okay, no, that's all right. Okay, Ms.
So you were able to see yourself twice and hear yourself twice.
And hear myself twice. It sounded terrible.
Okay, Ms. Brown, the question is...
Sorry, what's the question?
Yes, let me repeat it. At the time sorry, may I just ask, at roughly what stage did you become Minister of Public Enterprises? Can you recall roughly the date that you took up that office?
That was one of the most traumatic days for me, so I'll never forget it. 26th of May, 2014.
2014.
Did you say traumatic, Ms. Brown? I thought that was promotion. I thought that was a promotion.
I fell squarely in the middle of a NASREC conference. It was terrible. I don't want to speak about it even. Whoever wants to become a politician should speak to me next time.
Ms. Brown, of course, that was about a year before the Denel board appointments were made that we are looking at here. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So when you arrived as minister and then when you proceeded to undertake various board appointments, including Denel, was there a particular system that you followed for the receiving of or invitation for nominations and applications? And did you have such a system and how did you follow it?
Yes. Well, there was a system in place. Let me please also say, Advocate Kennedy, or Chair actually, there was a system in place, and this system, and I heard a denial of this as well, but as far as I was concerned, the system was to advertise with clear, let's take one step back. Every 3 years, any of the state-owned companies, boards come up for renewal or retention. They call it rotation. So it's for rotation or retention. Now, when I arrived, so it's not something I do just because I woke up one morning and think it's a good idea to rotate the board. The department tells me that it's now, the board has been in place for 3 years, and we now have to assess the board and do all of those things. Then at the same time, we put out an advert to open it up. Now, I've heard somebody, I can't remember who it was, saying that they had a list, but I was told by the legal and governance unit that the list was not sufficient for what we were requiring, and that it would be good And I thought it was good anyway to open up the list so that we could have that process happening. The legal and so then it usually runs for about 2 weeks or so, and then the legal and governance unit receives themselves, or which is more popularly done, comes to the minister's office, whether it's in Pretoria or in Cape Town, and they either drop it or they email it. This is all in my mind. This is what I believe happened. I tweaked. It wasn't. Remember, this process isn't a process that was actually carved in stone. This was a process that developed within, and it was a convention. It developed within the Department of Public Enterprises. And so I followed that one as well. And then I will get a short list of the names, because everybody applied. Hairdressers, people who were working, everybody applied. And so there were always a whole number of people who applied for the boards. So what would happen is that the governance unit within the legal and governance unit will be seized with this, and they will sift through all the CVs, and if there are no CVs, if there are names and with telephone numbers where somebody nominates somebody, they will go and do the extra mile. And then I will get a matrix, a very large sheet that says these are the people who actually qualify for the portfolio, or whichever portfolio it is. Chair, this happened 7 years ago. That's my recollection. Now I've seen, okay, let me just leave it at that.
All right, thank you. Ms. Brown, there's reference in these papers to your indicating when asked by Fundutsi that there were a few people who'd actually approached you to be appointed to the Denel board, and you indicated in your response that you then gave them directions, as it were, to the Legal and Governance Committee where they should submit their applications formally. Is that correct?
No, well, I either did that or I gave them, I never knew their numbers, and I wouldn't give out people's private numbers to strangers to them, but not strangers to me. So I would give my own office's number and tell them to write to my own office.
Right.
Or send an email to my own office. But there were not a large number of people who did that.
Right. Now, you've touched on the broad approach that was followed, or the system that had been followed from the past into this stage. Can I ask you, to what extent did you take into account, if at all, the particular skills and qualifications of individual applicants or nominees, and a possible need to have a balance between the skills of people who would sit on one of your boards? Did that play a role?
I think it's an incredibly important, that was what the matrix constituted, because in the advert, it would tell you that we need people with financial skills, legal skills, we need people with knowledge in aviation, we need people with knowledge in energy, we need people, and so forth. So there was why we need people with forensic capabilities. We need people with internal audit capabilities. Now, I can't look, it was 7 years ago. I can't really remember what exactly went into the adverts, and I don't have any documentation for it.
Yes.
But I think that is a crucial and a very important part of appointing boards.
Right. Now, you then proceed in your affidavit to make some comments on the appointment of Mr. Daniel Mancha as chairman of Denel. You see that at the foot of page 711.
3.2.
It's in
Yes,
fact,
I do.
The headings at the foot of page 711 and then 712, paragraph 33 is your comment. Now,
Yes.
it is correct, is it not, that Mr. Mancha was nominated as a new board member in 2015 and also as chairperson? Is that correct? Ms. Brown? Looks like we've lost her. We've lost the
Looks like
connection.
she's frozen. I think the technicians will attend to it.
Nominated as chair and board member.
Oh, okay. You had frozen, Ms. Brown, so we didn't hear what you were saying, except what the few words you have just mentioned now as you ended your response. So please start your response afresh.
Okay, I'm saying that it was 7 years ago, and I remember him being nominated as a board member, but I think from amongst the group, I can't remember really. I'm not sure if he was nominated as chair and board member. I think he was just nominated as board member. To you, Chair, and to Advocate Kennedy, this was 7 years ago. I don't remember the granular detail.
No, I fully understand that. My question was simply that you approved the appointment of Mr. Mancha as both a director and as chairperson from
I did.
mid-2015. Is that
In
correct?
20.
Yes. Now, can I take you now to another document, page 767, one of those that were furnished to your legal team yesterday?
Well, after 9.
Yes, we're sorry that it came at a fairly late stage.
I'm
Didn't you say last time, Ms.
not
Brown,
raising.
didn't you say last time
I'm
that
not raising an objection.
you are retired? Didn't you say last time you are retired? How can you complain about time? You've got all the time. 767, you said,
Yes, Chair.
yes, okay.
Ms. Brown, do you have 767 yet?
I do have it.
That's a cabinet memorandum. It's dated the 11th of
Yes.
May 2015. Now, that, as I understand it from the document, is a document that would have been generated from within your department and with your approval to then submit your decision to appoint various members of the new board to Cabinet for its final approval. Is that right?
Yes, that would be so.
As Minister, you were the Minister of State representing the state as the nominal shareholder in Denel. Is that right?
Yes.
So in terms
Shareholder representative.
shareholders representative, that's correct. So in ordinary company law, you as the shareholder or the shareholder representative, you would have the decision-making powers to appoint board members. But because this was a government-owned entity on whose behalf you were the shareholders' representative, you presumably would then put it to Cabinet for its approval. Is that right?
Yes, I take it to the ANC Deployment Committee and then I'll take it to Cabinet.
Right. And it was then sent to Cabinet only once you had approved the appointment of these individuals to the board, and Mr. Mancha as chairperson in particular. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. Now, this memorandum helpfully sets out the persons who were now approved by you and were now being put to the Cabinet for approval. And if I can take you to the next page, 768, you'll see a paragraph 5 headed discussion.
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to read everything into the record, but effectively it refers to the need to rotate members or to appoint new members. And it seems that what was decided was that one of the outgoing board members was selected for reappointment. Is that correct?
Well, yes, I can see it now, yes.
Right. And in fact, it was a Mr. Motseki, I believe. We see that in 5.2, that he would be reappointed for the purpose of continuity. But apart from him, there were 9 other members of the outgoing board who were not to be reappointed. Is that right?
That's so.
Right. Now, the document then says, and here I'd like to read it into the record if I may. It is recommended, this is paragraph 5.3, it is recommended that Mr. Daniel Mancha be appointed as non-executive director and chairperson of the Denel board, and Mr. Tamsanka Msomi, and it gives all the rest of the names. That's Msomi, Mahumapelo, that's Mr. Tayane, I think it is, Mahumapelo, Mrs. Pinky Mashlangu, Lieutenant General in Kabindi, retired, Ms. Mpo Gemongwe, Ms. Kumbutso Nechiveni, and Ms. Mandindi and Ms. Mokwena be appointed to the board with effect from 24 July 2015, for a period of 3 years, subject to annual review by the Minister of Public Enterprise. That is what was recommended.
That is, yes, yes.
Right. And then what is then set out from paragraph 5.4 is the profiles of the new nominees. And the first is that of Mr. Mancha, 541. It says, Mr. Daniel Mancha obtained B. Juris in 1991 and LLB in 1993, both from the University of Venda. Mr. Mancha is an attorney who has acquired valuable experience over the years in corporate finance, transactional advising, business management, commercial law, media and communication. He has participated in major transactions, such as advising the City of Johannesburg on issuing the first municipal bond in the African continent, corporatization of Eskom, as well as a transactional advisor to the National Department of Labour on procurement of IT systems. Mr. Mancha is recommended for appointment as non-executive director and chairperson of the Denel board. He brings expertise in transactions, business strategy, and law to the board. His CV is herewith attached as Annexure B1. Now, we haven't included the CV just to try and keep the documentation slim here. Were you satisfied on the basis of this summary of his background that Mr. Mancha was a suitable person to be appointed as chairperson of the Denel board?
A decision I made 7 years ago, Chair, I signed off on this document, so the whole document I supported. The only assumption I can make is that whoever is appointed to this committee that they've all been vetted and they all are that they've all been vetted and they all have the application or the expertise that they say they have, and that my department would have done that.
What is the committee?
I'm sorry, Mr. Kennedy, but Ms. Brown, why would you make an assumption about that? Why wouldn't you satisfy yourself that it has been done? It's such an important
How would
thing.
you like me to satisfy myself other than through a well-equipped, well-run department? I had no reason to believe that any of the, especially that unit in particular, that any of them would put forward and not check or not vet in the way they're supposed to do so. In fact, the vetting doesn't only happen with them, but it's also takes place with an external. I'm just not sure what you mean, Chair.
No, you
What
see,
was it that you think I was supposed to do?
you see, if you have to make a decision, an important decision such as either appointing or recommending members of a board, you must satisfy yourself that anyone you recommend or you appoint is suitable and appropriate to be appointed. Okay? Now, you can't satisfy yourself on important things by making assumptions. You've got to say, I want to be satisfied. If somebody, for example, if it's important that somebody should have, for example, a certain degree, you can't or you shouldn't just be happy with a line from in his CV that he has or she has the degree. You need to see proof of the degree. You shouldn't make an assumption when it comes to important matters. So I don't know whether when you said you assumed whether that was deliberate or whether it was a manner of talking, but I would have expected you to satisfy yourself that certain important requirements that they needed to comply with or meet before you could recommend them or appoint them were met, and your department should place before you documentation that would satisfy you. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, and they have both an external, they have an internal arrangement where they do the vetting, and then they have an external arrangement. Then I look at it within, and I'm a bit fuzzy in my head about how, but I think they presented to me as a committee. They've checked the qualifications of the person, they've checked the credit record of the person, they've checked, I mean, I can't remember what they all checked, but they check a whole number of things so that they vet these people. And when I came in, there was a company called Nexus who would do the external vetting. And this has been a process that has taken place for, I think, a couple of ministers before me as well. And I adopted that process too. So, of course, if Mr. Daniel Mancha only had a matric and stayed at home for or he was a beautician, no, I don't want to rubbish anybody's jobs, but if he was just sitting at home and he had a matric, of course I wouldn't approve it. But they checked whether he were, and I'm using him as an example, whether he really has a B Juris, whether he had an LLB. They checked those things. I asked him that in the meeting. Have you checked qualifications? Have you checked whether or not they participated in major transactions and so forth?
And you were assured.
And I was assured. I don't just take the document and sign the document off. I have to apply my mind to the document.
Mr. Kennedy, I interrupted you.
Thank you, Chair.
I interrupted you. You may continue.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Brown, if I can take you to page 773.
773. I have 773.
That is part of this report that served before Cabinet, the Cabinet memorandum, and that bears your signature, is that correct?
That's right.
So in effect, this was confirming that you had approved the appointment of Mr. Mancha and his colleagues to the board, with Mr. Mancha as chairperson, and you were effectively recommending those appointments to the Cabinet for their approval too. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Just for the sake of completeness, can I take you back to an earlier document at page 740? Do you have that?
740 seems to be a description. It's just an index.
No, 740 on the top left.
Yes, tell me what, I mean, we were going quite fine now. I need to know what
the document is.
So, okay, it's Control F.
Sorry, it's 740. It's a decision memorandum.
Top left page. It's a memorandum from...
Okay, I have it. It's the one with Melanchthon and so forth.
Yes,
Melanchthon Makobe.
That's correct. It came from Melanchthon Makobe, who was at that stage your acting Deputy Director General, LGR. Is that correct?
That's so.
And
well, I can't remember, but it must be so.
no, I'm just asking you to have a look at it and just to reacquaint yourself with it. So that's a memorandum that came from Mr. Makobe, from the LG, the Legal and Governance Unit that you've indicated earlier, was responsible for processing and making and evaluating and making recommendations on the various nominees, correct?
Yes, this would be so.
And it was addressed to yourself. You see that?
Yes.
And
yes.
then if I can take you, please, to page 742, paragraph 2.2. You have that?
7.42, yes, I've got 742.
And it's paragraph 2.2, Cabinet Memorandum 4 of 2015, appointment of non-executive directors to the Denel board.
Yes.
Now, this again refers to the recommendations. This was, as it appears from the rest of the document, was a motivation to you to approve the appointment of Mr. Mancha as the chairperson and the other individuals as the other directors of the Denel board, correct?
Correct.
And if I can take you to page 745, it appears that you signed that against the word approved within a circle. You see that?
Oh, yes, I would have done that. I'm
Right.
getting there. Yes,
And so this approval reflects the process that was reached within the department. You then approved the motivation, and thereafter what happened was the cabinet memorandum that we've looked at a moment ago. Is that right?
that's right.
Right. Now, I'm not going into any detail in the text of the document, but that simply refers, as did the cabinet memorandum, to the fact that there needed to be new appointments made to the board. Only one would be reappointed from the old board. The rest would be fresh appointees, and that included Mr. Mancha. And that's what the basis on which you approved the recommendation, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you know Mr. Mancha before you made this decision?
No, I didn't know anybody on that board.
Nobody at all. Had you not come across Mr. Mancha?
No, I was a parochial, provincial politician for most of my life. The last 4 years I went international. I've lived and stayed and been the speaker and the premier and everything else in my own province.
Yes, but the question was specifically about Mr. Mancha. However
Yes, but I've never met Mr. Mancha before.
Okay,
I've never met any of the board members before.
right. Were you, so you would have been aware from presumably the CV and whatever the department's LGR unit put up to you, including the synopsis of Mr. Mancha's qualifications and his experience, what the good points were in his favor to select him above the others as the chairperson of Denel? You relied on what the information that was given to you.
I think it was based on the information that was given to me.
Yes.
I really can't remember what exactly the reasons were.
Yeah. Because you didn't know him personally, you've just testified, so it must have been based on information that was given to you. Correct.
Well, it's information given to me both in the meeting as well as in the meeting where they present the documentation to me,
Yes,
as well as documentation.
yes.
And then we take it through the process, and then we come back and they write up the final documentation for cabinet.
Right. Now, you were, in your second affidavit, can I take you back to page 712?
Mr. Kennedy.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
You then deal with something that arose in the Fundudzi report. And they commented in the report on the fact that Mr. Mancha had been admitted as an attorney some years before, but at some stage prior to his nomination for appointment to the Denel board had been struck off as an attorney. He had later been reinstated as an attorney, and you were asked specifically to deal with this aspect. Now, if I may read into the record 33.1, I have only this to say, 33.1, the striking off occurred in 2007. 3 years later, in 2011, the High Court saw it fit to reinstate him to the role of attorney. Now, were you aware at the time that you approved the recommendation that he should be appointed, were you aware at that stage, or only subsequently, that at a particular point in his career he had been struck off as an attorney?
No. In fact, I think I only got to know about it after. And I did see in Mr. Getatso Tlakudi's statement that he, or somebody's statement, that they say that they actually told me.
Right.
Now, I can't remember that, but I heard about it post, and that's why somewhere along the line my spokesperson is called by the media, and the media asks about his background.
Yes.
And so and that's how I got to know about it.
So that
I
is
think, and this was one of the difficulties I had with the vetting process, because, you know, people are vetted and you don't have all the information. So how can you believe and trust the vetting process? But that happened anyway. So, yeah.
So if I understand you correctly, as far as you can recall, you were not aware at the time that you approved the appointment of Mr. Mancha as chairperson and recommended that for final approval to the cabinet. You were not aware of the history that he had for some period been struck off as an attorney.
You see, Chair, I would have prepared myself for cabinet if I knew that Mr. Mancha. So I can't, you know, it was just it's so long ago.
Yeah.
But I think I got to know about it because I remember something about my spokesperson coming to me and saying that there's a media inquiry about my appointment of Mr. Mancha as the chair. I think it happened that way. So I immediately phoned Mr. Mancha. I did this personally. I phoned Mr. Mancha and I asked him about it. I remember that as well. But then I remember very little else about it.
Now, the facts that you record there in paragraph 33.1, the striking off occurred in 2007. 3 years later, in 2011, the High Court saw it fit to reinstate him. Do you recall where you got that information from?
I can't remember.
Okay.
But I must have had that, I must have gotten that information from Mr. Mancha himself.
Yeah. In fact, it is true that he was struck off in around 2007, and around 2011 he was reinstated as on the roll of attorneys. That is factually correct. I was just interested to know where you got the information from.
No, I would have gotten it from either, or I would have asked the spokesperson to do research about on the matter, or I would have handed it over to the legal committee. I mean, to the legal unit within the legal and governance unit, because somehow I would have gotten that, or I would have sent it to my PA and say, please send it off to the legal and governance unit, send it off to the spokesperson, send it off to whoever.
Your affidavit then continues in 33.2. There was no legal impediment or any other impediment that was flagged in the recommendations made to me during May 2015 when he was appointed. Now, the memo that was sent to you that you signed, we saw a moment ago, making the recommendation, that certainly does not indicate that there was any legal impediment to Mr. Mancha being recommended or appointed. And in fact, at that stage, factually, it is so that he had been reinstated as an attorney. What you say, though, in 33.3 is between his readmission in 2011 and 2015, I was and am still not aware of any factor that may have disqualified him from being a director or a chairman of a board. Now let's accept for a
Yes.
moment that that there was no reason to disqualify him. What you then go on to is to go beyond the question of whether he was disqualified from being appointed to a question of whether he should have been accepted nonetheless. And what you've said in your affidavit here is this, 33.4, surely one must give individuals the benefit of doubt. The alleged transgressions occurred before 2015 when he was struck off. I would like to believe that he had somehow atoned enough to be readmitted 3 years later in 2011. Now to hold it against him that he was struck off 8 years ago does not seem fair to me. I do believe people must be allowed to forget past transgressions if they have atoned therefore. Now let's leave aside the question of whether there was any legal disqualification. You're probably right that there was no legal disqualification of him being considered for appointment. But here you were dealing with whether it would be appropriate to appoint somebody. And your attitude here seems to be, well, he must have atoned for his sins, as it were, because he was readmitted. So therefore one should give people a second chance. Do you still stand by that view, Ms. Brown?
Oh, Advocate Kennedy, I stand firmly by that view. You know, so many people go to, look, let me just say I stand by that rule,
Right.
by that view. I'm also assuming that it's quite okay to have an opinion that people can have second chances.
Yes. But here we were dealing with second chances for what? He was now being appointed not only as a non-executive director, but also as the chairperson of a major state organ, a major state entity, Denel, which had expenditure and revenue involving hundreds of millions, if not billions of rands, and where these were public funds for which you were responsible. What I simply want to ask you is, are you suggesting that if somebody has previously been struck off and the judgment for his striking off in fact reflects that there were serious irregularities in relation to his accounting for clients' funds, are you saying that, well, everybody must get a second chance? Not just Mr. Muncher, but anybody?
This happened after, post facto.
What happened after?
When I heard about Mr. Muncher's,
Yeah.
I do believe that people, firstly, let me take one step back. Firstly, Mr. Muncher, 3 years after he was found guilty of something, or he'd been struck off the roll, 3 years later, his peers, a court actually brought him back and disbarred him. I don't know what the legal word for that would be.
Yes, it's struck from the roll.
So he was barred, and then he is disbarred. So 3 years later, this happens to Mr. Muncher. Now, I'm asking the question. I'm wondering what your question is. What does your question relate to, sir? Is it relating to my morality around it, or my moral standing around it, or is it relating to a legal standing around it?
Well, fortunately, Ms. Brown, I'm not here to answer your questions. You're here to answer mine.
That's quite true.
And I'm not trying to take a cheap shot. Let me just put the thing in context. The chairperson has obviously for some time been hearing masses of evidence about allegations of state capture in relation to entities such as Denel, and the chairperson has heard various testimony relating to various transactions, some of which involved particular decisions taken by Mr. Mancha as chairperson. For example, the chairperson of this commission has heard evidence relating to a transaction in which the procurement officials at Denel were not prepared to sign off their approval because there were various breaches. And ultimately, Mr. Mancha himself, although he was a non-executive director, saw fit as the chairperson to sign off approval for a particular transaction. That was a transaction that involved a contract between Denel and an entity known as VR Laser, in which the Guptas and their associates, as well as the former president, Mr. Zuma's son, had a major commercial interest. And so the chairperson of this commission has heard that evidence. One of the factors that the chairperson may consider relevant in the report that he will be writing for the benefit of the president and the nation relates to how such situations, what situations may actually have arisen, whether there was state capture, whether there were irregularities, and whether there was proper accountability. Now, one of the issues the chairperson no doubt may consider relevant is how it came about that particular individuals came to be appointed to boards such as Denel. Now, Mr. Mancha, who gave evidence here a few weeks ago, has confirmed that shortly after he was appointed as chairperson, he happens to have taken, within the space of a few months, a few trips overseas, sometimes on board a private plane owned by a Gupta-owned company, or by arrangements made by a Gupta official, Mr. Chawle, to make bookings, etc. Now, one of the concerns that the chairperson may, in his wisdom, it's obviously not my function to decide these things, what the chairperson of this commission may consider relevant is whether the systems that were in place for the appointment of persons such as Mr. Mancha to positions that were so serious and so senior and so responsible, whether those systems were adequate systems, whether they were appropriate systems, whether they were misused or properly used, whether the systems may be inadequate, and the chairperson may consider it appropriate to make recommendations to the president as to whether there should be changes and safeguards introduced into systems in future to ensure that there are no problems of the sort of nature that may have become apparent during the testimony. I hope I've made it clear what the context in which my question is being posed. Now, I'm not suggesting that you should take full blame or any blame for anything in particular. I'm just questioning you in relation to how you went about your task as minister. What you knew, you've already told us that you didn't know at the time you approved his appointment that he'd been struck off. But this paragraph that I've just read out to you from your very own affidavit suggests that if you had known, it wouldn't have been a factor that would have been taken into account by you as something negative, which would mean that Mr. Mancha should not be preferred above any other candidate. Do you understand the context in which I've
I understand the context, and I am saying that it's not preferred. It's the fact that it happened, and it was now post facto, and I now had to defend the decision that I've taken.
Yes.
And having said that, for as long as you have a state-owned company governed by two acts that are almost directly in opposition with each other, the Companies Act, which actually says the minister has the right to appoint a board, or the main shareholder has the right to appoint the board, and the PFMA, then you will have that problem, because then you are leaving it up to the morality or the political beliefs or the religious beliefs of somebody. You are leaving it up to somebody to make a decision based on their own beliefs of something.
Yes.
And I think it might be useful to actually have a firmer recommendation, because in 10 years' time, I could come back to a commission of states, a commission like your own, state inquiry.
Well, Ms. Brown,
Commissions, the commission.
Ms. Brown,
I could come back.
Let's get to the point. Let's get to the point. Let's get to the point.
No, the point is,
No, hang on.
I agree,
I'll tell
but-
you what the point is that I'm talking about. I understand your evidence to be, as far as you are concerned, the fact that Mr. Manja had been struck off as an attorney didn't matter, as far as you are concerned, in terms of whether he should have been, you should have appointed her as a director of Denel, and on whether you should have appointed her as chairperson. Is my understanding of your evidence correct?
And he was reappointed. Chair, I know he was reappointed. Or he was reappointed by his peers in a high court to be able to do his services 3 years later again. I actually accepted that. And you are right,
So
that
I
I've
am
accepted
right.
the fact that he has been reappointed by his own peers,
Yes.
the High Court.
Well, the High Court are not his peers. His peers are the attorneys.
Well-
The High Court are judges. Okay. But you are right to say he had been reinstated by the High Court. And of course, when the High Court reinstated him, it would have had whether the Law Society had any objection to him being reinstated, and the Law Society, which consists of attorneys, would have had a say on whether he should be reinstated. He had been struck off, it seems, in 2007, and he was reinstated as an attorney in 2011. You mean that you don't see that as a blot on his record, as something wrong, there's something negative on his record, the fact that he had been struck off?
Of course, I see it as something negative, but I have taken I took that decision that because, and I fully agree with you, that he has been cleared by the High Court, and he was now for almost 8 years able to practice without having recommitted the crime that he committed in 2007.
No, Ms. Brown, he had not been cleared of his transgressions. He had been found guilty of his transgressions. He had been struck off for a certain number of years. He could not practice lawfully, but he had been reinstated. That's not the same as being cleared. You understand that? If I can make an example for you, it's like somebody who is convicted of a crime, goes to prison, serves their sentence, and then is released back to society after they have served there. They are not cleared. They have been convicted, and that remains on their record. You understand that that comparison?
Yes.
Did you, when you heard that he had been struck off, did you find out what it is that had caused him to be struck off?
I actually can't remember, Chair.
And you see, for me, I would have expected you to have been maybe shocked when you had, after you had appointed him, not only as a director, but as chairperson of the board of Denel, when you heard that he had been struck off as an attorney before, and that would have caused you to say, why was he struck off? I want to see all the records, or I want to hear I want all the facts. And I wouldn't expect you to have forgotten that if you had known what it was. Because I would have expected that you would have said, but maybe I'm wrong, you would have said, oh, why was I not told about such an important thing?
Oh, no, I did say that, Chair. I did raise it with our Legal and Governance Committee because I mean, just the fact that that has escaped them was quite, for me, quite complex. I didn't understand it, why they missed him. Why they missed that in particular.
Yeah.
And that I had to then find out afterwards that they have this double vetting, and I have to find out afterwards that he actually, and maybe you are right, Chair, maybe I should not have appointed him. Maybe I shouldn't have appointed him and not held the view that in that I held in 33.4, 33.5. I mean, and maybe it's an important thing to, when you make recommendations or find people guilty of things, that's something that you will have to put in your recommendations.
Well, you see, I'll be frank with you. I think that to the extent that somebody didn't do his or her job to establish that Mr. Mancha had been struck off before and bring that to the attention, to your attention, was very bad. But I hope it is not a situation where somebody was aware of the fact that he had been struck off the roll, but realized that if that was put up, was disclosed, he would not be appointed to the board, and decided not to make sure it was disclosed. And then somebody who had been struck off the roll and had only been reinstated in the past 3 years or so, was then appointed to the board. But what concerns me, Ms. Brown, is that when this fact is brought to your attention, you seem to have thought that it would not have made any difference. You would still have appointed him, even if you had known, as a director of Denel and as chairperson of the board. That's how I read your evidence. Am I correct?
No. Chair, if I knew that before, I would have taken a different stance on it. The fact that I've now appointed the board, and it actually, I think I say it somewhere, I think it came about, it didn't come immediately. I was made aware during June that he had been struck off the roll.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mayor.
Left it.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms. Brown. May I just help you and perhaps the Commission to get to that? You're quite right. You did deal with it in 33.5. You say this,
Yes.
after he was appointed in May 2015, I was made aware during June 2015 that he had been struck off the roll. On the considerations
Yes.
I mentioned above, I gave him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Well, that last sentence doesn't say you would have taken a different decision if you had known. That says on the considerations I mentioned above, I gave him the benefit of doubt. That sentence means you would have given him the benefit of doubt even if you had become aware of this before. That's how I understand it. What do you say to that?
I personally feel that I could have given him the benefit of the doubt post the appointment. And if I knew it before, I think I wouldn't have appointed him, but I did appoint him, even though he, a month after his appointment, this issue happens.
Well, why didn't you, when you got to hear that he had been struck off the roll, when you got to hear in June, after he had been appointed in May, why didn't you take the view that we can't have somebody who had been struck off as an attorney and had been, who had been struck off as an attorney, of course he was reinstated, lead the board of such an important SOE? That is the attitude I would have expected you to take. Is there something wrong with my expectation? I would have expected you to say, there are so many attorneys whose records are impeccable who have not been struck off. Why can't we find somebody else if we want an attorney as chairperson of the board? Why should we take somebody who has been struck off, who was struck off and got reinstated?
Chair, you might be right about that. But the point is that I also feel that I've given Mr. Mancha another chance to be able to, if for want of a better word, to redeem himself.
But he can redeem himself in his practice as an attorney. The High Court gave him a chance to go back to practice. He can redeem himself there. This is an SOE, a very important SOE. You need people with good track records and integrity and so on, isn't it?
Yes, Chair. And I think that our vetting process will actually ensure that we do have people with good ethics and good moral standing and so forth. But it didn't happen. And I really almost can't think of an answer for you at this point. The point is, I thought, and I say it again, and when I was writing the affidavit, I said that I thought that he was now disbarred from, he was now allowed to practice again after 3 years of being barred, that it would mean that he would be able to, he would have atoned, and he was admitted 3 years later in 2011, and 4 years later, he gets appointed to the board. I didn't think about it in the way you are thinking about it.
Yes.
And maybe I was wrong, but I've done that.
Okay, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Brown, just to complete this topic, I think let me ask you this. You indicated at an early stage of your evidence that you in fact had a large number of applications. Many people applied to be appointed to the board. Some in fact even approached you directly and you directed them to your office where they should follow the correct formalities and so forth. Can you recall why it was that Mr. Mancha particularly stood out? Presumably, if you as the minister, as the shareholder representative, are making effectively the decision because your department can't make that decision. You have to make that decision. It was subject to cabinet approval, but of course you made your recommendation to cabinet. Presumably when you, as a responsible cabinet minister for public enterprises, are faced with a large number of people who have either been nominated or who have applied to be appointed to the board, and you're choosing who the board should be and who in particular out of them should be the chairperson of the board. I'm just interested to explore with you how you would process that sort of decision. You didn't know Mr. Mancha at all from before. You have had his CV and a summary of his experience and so forth given to you in the internal documents. Presumably you would be looking for a chairperson at somebody who's not only a good, well-qualified candidate, but somebody who presumably should stand head and shoulders above other candidates in order to appoint him or her as chairperson of the board. Now, if you didn't know Mr. Mancha from before, what was standing to his credit? We know, and I'm going to take you through in a moment, the profile of the other people whom you appointed. I think there were 3 or 4 other people who were lawyers appointed to this board. I think the Commission may find it of interest to understand your thought process in deciding why Mr. Mancha stood head and shoulders above the rest. May I start by asking you this? Am I right in assuming that you wouldn't just rubber stamp what was put on your desk by the committee, by the legal and governance people? Is that right?
Well, they wouldn't put it on my desk. They'll present it to me.
Yes, I accept that, and that's all part of the proper process. And you should have taken that into account. What I'm asking you, though, is it wouldn't be just a manual rubber stamping of whatever recommendation was put before you. You presumably, as the real decision maker, subject to ratification or final approval by the cabinet, you had to be satisfied that when whoever recommended to you that Mr. Mancha should be appointed, that there was good reason for that. He was the best candidate among the many candidates for the job. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, I think that was the process where they would identify 2 or 3 people. I can't remember, but they could remember 2 or 3 people who could be the board chair. And we would be looking at people who had knowledge of big projects, people with knowledge of a range of issues, people who know about business cases, people who know how to manage a financial process, as I said, huge project financing, those kinds of people who, in essence, will be able to also legally manage the process.
Right.
So they'll be able to oversee the contract or whatever it is that they need to do, and they'll be able to do so legally.
Yes.
So I'm unsure about how the choice of Mr. Mancha or any other board member, because it was around that time as well, that that most of the boards were appointed. You know, late 2014, early 2015. So all 6 boards had been appointed.
Yeah. Let me say immediately that I have no difficulty with your suggestion that you should be looking at people for particular skills. What I'm intrigued about is what made Mr. Mancha such a specially suitable person. Because you didn't know him. You had CVs from a whole lot of people. As you said, although you ultimately retracted, people, even like hairdressers and so forth, applied, and then you correctly pointed out, of course, You shouldn't discriminate against anybody. But you were looking for particular skills, and let me accept immediately that a legal skill is something useful for a chairperson to have. But why Mr. Muncher? Let me just take you through it. We'll see in a moment that there were, as I said, about 3 other people that you appointed as chairperson to this board. The other people also had some commendable summaries of their work history and their qualifications. Mr. Muncher doesn't seem to have been, and I mean no discredit to Mr. Muncher at all. All I'm saying is Mr. Muncher doesn't seem to have had anything to an objective outside view that made him stand head or shoulders above anybody else.
He didn't stand out.
He didn't stand out, with respect that is so. Now, what was an interesting feature about Mr. Muncher, perhaps, was that he had, in fact, for part of his legal career, been struck off. Now, your affidavit suggested, well, that was neutral. He'd been rehabilitated, as it were. He must have atoned for his misdemeanors because he was reinstated. Now, but that at best must be a neutral. Some people might regard it as a serious negative. Others might take the more generous attitude that you perhaps adopted, saying, well, no, I gave him the benefit of the doubt. So that at best was neutral. But as the learned chairperson asked you a few minutes ago, he said, well, there are countless people with totally spotless records as lawyers. Why did Mr. Muncher get this appointment? Now, what I want to throw into the mix as well in the question, and I'm sorry if it's getting a bit long, but I'm trying to explain what I'm really looking at. Some people might look at this appointment as being problematic, because Mr. Muncher was one of numerous applicants. Mr. Muncher was one of a number of legal applicants, some of whom made it to the board and others presumably didn't. Mr. Muncher may be regarded in a negative light because he was struck off, or at best for him, that's neutral. Then on top of it, what we have is the evidence from Mr. Muncher himself, who came to explain that he in fact did have a relationship of friendship and business connections outside his board involvement at Denel with the Gupta family. He went to meetings with some of that family. He had business and personal dealings with some of their associates and also with Mr. Duduzane Zuma. So wouldn't a layperson looking at this from the outside, and the public of course does follow to some degree this sort of thing, is it not reasonable for someone to infer, but wait a minute, perhaps the real explanation for Mr. Muncher being appointed as chairperson was that he wasn't just a lawyer with a bit of a checkered past. He was a lawyer who also had personal and business connections with a very well-connected family and their business associates. And perhaps the public might have regard to some of the other evidence that has already been presented before the chairperson in this commission relating to other state entities, where lo and behold, it turned out that some of the directors appointed by you, Ms. Brown, also had connections with the Guptas or their associates like Mr. Salim Essa. Is it all a coincidence? You're the person who took the major part of the decision to appoint Mr. Muncher. And is the sort of conclusion that I've suggested as being a possible conclusion not a reasonable one?
You'd like me to respond to that?
Yes, please.
You see, if I were to hold the narrative that now I can't see you any longer, and I'd really like to speak to you while seeing you.
The technicians should rectify that.
Because I'm now speaking to myself.
Are you speaking to the chairperson primarily, Ms.?
Or to see the chairperson.
I'm listening to you. You also can't see me?
I can see you now, Chair.
Okay, and Mr. Kennedy?
Not at the same
Not-
time.
not yet.
But I can see,
But you can hear me, Ms. Brown.
I just don't want to look at myself while I'm talking. I might be called a narcissist as well.
Or perhaps close your eyes then while you answer.
The issue is, I'm unsure, Chair. And it's a question Mr. Kennedy raises. You see, I don't know how much of what you are saying. Well, I heard Mr. Mancha, and I heard what he had to say, and I saw the Gupta leaks, and I saw that about Mr. Mancha. But I'm not very sure that that can be said for all the boards and all the members of boards. And of course, we're dealing with Denel today. And I mean, some of the Denel people have gone on to do other fabulous things. I mean, we even had a person who's today a minister. Are these all just Gupta appointees? And I mean, I read through the Funduzi report. And the Funduzi report says that these people all came to my department, and I appointed them because of, I can't remember, but anyway, I appointed them. There's no way that I can make a decision on somebody. I mean, I don't feel the way you do, and I will never feel the way you do, Mr. Advocate Kennedy, about not giving somebody a second chance, or you, Chairperson. I feel we should be giving people a second chance. I feel there should be enough checks and balances within state-owned companies to be able to ensure that whoever is the board members, whoever's the chair, that the state-owned companies will remain in good hands. Now, I'm unsure. It comes back all the time that these people were linked to the Guptas and these people were linked to ISA and so on. And I don't have that orientation. I don't have an orientation that says that unless they've stolen from the company, they must go to jail. If the Guptas have stolen from our companies, they must be charged, tried, and go to jail. But I feel that, in fact, I actually thought, even though Mr. Mancha had a number of attributes that I found very difficult to deal with sometimes, I think he dealt with Denel very well. And I have seen some of the issue of him signing off on Denel Asia. I mean, I heard it in the commission, which means that oversight in my department is also a problem, if we didn't pick that up. So I don't feel the way you do about how do I vet somebody and say you can't belong to, or you can't be friends with A, B, C, and D.
Well, Ms.
Unless
Brown,
I've known that A, B, C, and D have actually stolen from the state.
well, Ms. Brown, what you are saying, which you have said quite a few times about giving people a second chance, seems to me to amount to this as well. You would have no problem appointing to, you would have had no problem as minister appointing as a director of Denel somebody who may have previously been convicted of corruption or theft because you believe they must be given a second chance. Is that unfair to understand your evidence to be to that effect, if one takes what you are saying to its logical conclusion?
Chair, I think you have taken that logical conclusion already. And so I'm happy for you to have that logical conclusion from me. I am just saying that I do feel that if in the course of the running of the company was run to the ground, like I'm seeing today, then I would have acted.
Yes,
If
but
it was dependent on Mr. Mancha. I had no way of knowing that Mr. Mancha actually signed the Denel-Asia deal, because that's not right. It's the officials, it's the executives who should be signing. He has no business to be signing that. And I didn't know that at the time. I'm talking about the things that must be done correctly, and whether or not a particular person, I'm just comparing it.
yeah,
And maybe I'm also saying to you, Chair, maybe I have done the wrong thing to appoint Mr. Mancha.
no,
I don't know.
you have, to your credit, you have said that it's possible that it was wrong to appoint him. You have made that point. Now, you have said, I have taken taken what you said to its logical conclusion. I'm not sure whether you meant I've already made up my mind, but what I want to say to you is, it's my job to test the evidence that is being given. And what I'm doing is test what you are saying against, among other things, logic. So, and I'm putting it to you in order to be fair to you, to say, when you speak like this, I understand you to be saying, in effect, the following, if you take this to its logical conclusion. And then I put it to you to say, is my understanding correct? I'm giving you a chance to say, no, your logic is not right. Or you have misunderstood me, that's not what I mean. Or to say, you know what, Chairperson, when you put it like that, I didn't realize, but that can't be right. I didn't realize that that's what it means. What I was thinking is the following. So it's not like I've made a decision, but I'm listening to you. When you give your evidence, I test it against, among other things, logic, as my logic. And I'm giving you a chance to say, no, Chairperson, you have misunderstood me. Or, Chairperson, I don't agree with your logic. Here is a flaw in your logic. And then I look at that. You might persuade me to say, no, I think you have a fair point. Okay, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's true.
You understand?
I understand.
Yeah, okay, all right. Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Brown, I think let's take the spotlight away from how you came to make the decision at the time. What I'd now like to ask you is, do you feel, with the benefit of hindsight, that you may have been duped or manipulated by perhaps people within your department to favor Mr. Mancha, where you didn't know him at all? They gave you a CV which didn't show any problem in relation to his being struck off, where you didn't know at the time that he had some personal and private business connections with Gupta members and associates, as well as the then president's son. And you didn't know at the time that Mr. Mancha, once he was given the reins of the chairpersonship of the board, then went ahead and approved various deals which you said correctly should be done by the executive management, not by directors. Do you feel perhaps that you may have been manipulated or used to push forward somebody like Mr. Mancha?
I don't think so. I think that I should never blame all of those people around me, as opposed to the fact that I might not have had all the facts at hand. You see, Mr. Advocate Kennedy, you made a point earlier, and you said so many people have been appointed by you. You made that point to me, and you said so many people were appointed by me who were linked to the Guptas. Now, I must tell you that there isn't a column that says, do you know the Guptas in the vetting process? Because I remember going back to the Legal and Governance Unit and asking, how do you determine whether somebody is corrupt or not? How can you check that? And they would say this and that and that and that, but nowhere can I tell you that somebody was linked to the Guptas. I can't tell you that before they're appointed unless I actually know them. So I'm not sure I should take responsibility for every action that happens in my department because I was the executive authority. I wasn't the accounting officer, but I was the executive authority.
Right, thank you. Does it not come as a matter of some concern to you that some people might find that there is a possible pattern that applies not only to Denel but other state entities? That it just is a remarkable coincidence, or perhaps something more sinister, that a number of people connected to the Guptas in fact landed up in key positions, such as Mr. Mancha at Denel and others in other state entities. I accept that you...
I'd one reference during, and that was a newspaper article, where the whole of ESCOM board was linked to the Guptas. And I called them up individually. And when I got to half of them, I didn't continue because half of those connections and linkages were not true. And so I don't know.
So half
I can't give you a direct answer on it. I can also, there's a lot of a narrative that says that we were all, I've been called a Gupta minister, remember, if you follow your logic through, because it's the same logic that is in the public space. So, and that's doomed me to hell. I'll never get a job anywhere. I'll never be able to do anything. I'll never, and I'm captured by the state. So I'm doomed. I'm not ready to be doomed, but I am doomed in this country. And that goes for lots of people whose names are connected to me. So let me say to you that if in any way I feel that I have done what you are saying, that I've appointed all these Gupta people, and I hope that the report will be fair in that we'll be able to respond before it becomes public. And I also hope that everybody would get a chance to say whether it's true that they were Gupta people or not. And that is not just an assumption that is being made. I can't make that decision. I can't make that assumption. For anyone, actually. Unless, like Mr. Mancha, who said that he knew them before. I didn't know Mr. Mancha knew them before.
Right. Now, again, I just want to conclude this line of questioning simply by saying this. Do you not feel, though, now that you have heard the evidence, some of the evidence that has come before the Commission, that there may have been some manipulation of the process, perhaps not by you deliberately or even having any responsibility for it, but that the process may have been manipulated in a way that just happens to have benefited the Guptas in a major way?
I don't know that, sir.
Okay.
You see, I don't know. I'm hoping that the Commission will, at the end of the Commission's process, will give us all a lot more clarity.
Yes.
Because I don't know that. If I sit where I'm sitting now, and I look at, and I'm sorry that I'm going to take just like a 3 or 4 minutes. In Denel, it's one contract that didn't get off the ground. That was with a company that's been with Denel for almost 7 years before that. That's what I know about Denel Asia. And I mean, I don't want to deal with other portfolios, but it's almost in an Eskom, which I know a lot about. It's 4% of a 50 billion rand per month for 40 years. And they've been around, I suppose, for the last 10 years. But, I mean, I feel quite strongly that I really would like a real understanding of what it costs to have this, to what it costs the state, what it costs each state-owned company, and yeah, I don't want to continue, but I don't have a sense of it. I see two contracts in Eskom. I see one contract in Denel that doesn't get off the ground. I see a number of contracts in Transnet that looks like it's also going in the direction, and it didn't start in my time, but it looks like it's also going into the direction that it had some relationship with the Guptas. What collectively and what cumulatively has that actually meant for this country? Yeah. I mean, how much did it cost the country is what I'm saying. Because I have an overwhelming sense that almost every company in every one of the state-owned companies actually either belong to somebody who left the company and then opened a company, and it was largely white. And I think that there was an attempt to try and bring in, even though they were foreign, I mean, I think so, that there was an attempt to try and rework the economy so that more Black people could be participants in that economy. And I've heard you Advocate Kennedy, on this matter. I think it's quite a serious matter. But I think there's that also that we need to, and I'm hoping one day that there'll be another study that actually shows the effects of the Guptas in the full economy. or the full economy as it accounts for state-owned companies. I'm sorry that I took a bit of time.
Thank you,
That's
Mr. Brown.
fine.
Thank you, may I proceed?
Yes.
I appreciate that you won't have followed all of the evidence that has been led in this commission on these various state entities, including Denel. I'm not going to take you through all of the evidence that has already been presented to the chairperson in earlier sessions, where in fact focus was put on not just the Denel Asia contract, which ultimately was not brought into effect, as you pointed out, but other contracts which in fact involved very substantial amounts that Denel granted to VR Laser, particularly the platform hulls contract and the Denel Land Systems acquisition. That the chairperson has already heard evidence on. And I want to suggest to you that your indication that the cost of what may have been inappropriate may not have been that much is perhaps a serious understatement.
No, I'm not saying it wasn't that much. I think any corruption it doesn't matter if it was 1 cent, is important for us to look at.
Indeed.
I don't want to be misrepresented by myself maybe, or misunderstood in the commission.
Thank you for that clarification. When you did discover in June 2015 of Mr. Munch's more checkered history as an attorney who'd been struck off, did it not occur to you at that stage to say to Cabinet, just a month ago, Cabinet approved the appointment, or the appointment took effect just a month ago of Mr. Munch. I've now discovered something else about him. Perhaps we should reconsider the appointment. Perhaps others within Cabinet may take a less generous view of giving people a second chance. Did that occur to you at all?
Well, it wasn't a convention in Cabinet, but I could have done that. You're right.
Right. But did it occur to you?
It wasn't a convention for anyone to be able to just walk into Cabinet and put up their hands and say, I've made a mistake on this or that. And but I mean, if I could have done that.
No, I don't think Mr. Kennedy means that you should have brought it to Cabinet in that way. You could have brought it in an acceptable, in the usual way in which matters that members of the Cabinet wish to be discussed at Cabinet put it. So there must be, I'm sure there is a way how you make sure that a certain matter will be discussed. So you could have, I don't know whether you write a memo and get it approved by the president that it can go to Cabinet, but it could have been done in a way other than the one you described, isn't it?
I did not do that.
Yeah. Can I ask you another question? You will remember that earlier on, Mr. Kennedy referred to the member of the 2015 board who had come from the previous board. I think it was Mr. Mutseki or Munseki, I think, who was retained. You remember that part of that discussion earlier?
Yes.
Yes.
I remember, Chair.
Yes. I think some or other witness has indicated before this commission that the reason why Mr. Munseki was retained and continued under the 2015 board to be a member of the board was for the sake of continuity. Would that accord with what you would expect, namely that there should be one or more members of the one board, the outgoing board, who remain to be part of the new board so as to ensure continuity?
I think that sort of, it's where I learned it in the department.
Yes.
That they have
do.
one or two members remaining for continuity.
Yes. Do you know what criteria may have been used to choose Mr. Munseki out of all the pre-2015 board members to be the one who would continue under the 2015 board?
I can't remember.
You can't remember?
I can't even remember what Mr. Mutseki looks like.
Yes.
So I don't really remember it.
Do you remember whether in the department there was a set of criteria for choosing members who would continue in the next board when the board in which they had served its term ended? Do you know whether there was a set of criteria to say we must look for somebody who meets these criteria?
You know, Chair, there's an assessment that is done, and maybe your investigators should get the assessment of the 2014
board.
Denel board. Because I can't remember the detail of it, but there is an assessment done.
Yes.
And look, it's not always written all the details on the assessment because some things are just personal, horrible things that I don't think needs to be said about people.
But I would imagine that if an assessment is made, then its aim must be to get somebody who is likely to make a meaningful contribution, at least in the new board.
I think so.
Yes.
I think you're right.
Yes. I think the Fundusi report says Mr. Munseki also had some association with the Guptas. I can't remember the details. Well, they say something else, if I'm not mistaken, or some other witness said something else not so kind about him, but suggesting that there must have been other board members who were much more qualified or suitable to continue. But you say there were assessments that the department used to make, and those assessments may well have been used to
I think so.
Yeah.
I think that could be one way of looking at it, and it could be one reason.
Yes.
For it.
Okay, all right. Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Brown, may we now move to a couple of pages of the Fundudzi report?
I wonder, Chair, if it's possible just to, I need to take a comfort break.
Yes.
For just 2 minutes, so it doesn't have to be long.
No, that's fine. It's 10 to 8. Let's give it 10 minutes. We'll resume at 8.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn. Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Ms. Brown, can I take you in the same bundle to page 746? That's the first title page of the Fundutsi report.
Yes, I'm there.
Now, in the body of the Fundutsi report, we've included only extracts that are relevant to Denel. And there's a discussion from page 748. You have that?
I'm there.
From paragraph 14.3, they deal with the process that was followed in the appointments of various state entities, including Denel, appointments made by you, or at least approved by you. And they deal particularly with the use of the info port email address that you've already dealt with. For example, at page 754. And effectively what they have provided by way of this report is evidence that this info port email was indeed connected to Gupta Associates, and that email address sent a number of nominations to Ms. Davids, your PA at the time, nominations for appointment to the Denel board. You were not aware of that at that stage. Is that correct?
Yes.
You can't deny that it was. You can't deny that it was used, but you say you weren't aware of that at that stage.
No, I wasn't aware of it.
Yes. And if I can now take. Yes.
Okay. No.
Okay. Did you want to add something?
No, I don't.
Okay. If I can now take you to some of the emails. I might just have a moment, Chair. Yes, if I can take you please to page 780.
780.
That's correct.
Yes.
You'll see that the very top address section refers to an email being sent from Kimberly Davids at her Gmail address to Kim Davids at the dpe.gov address. So she was presumably forwarding to her other email, the email concerned.
Okay.
Now the next email is what interests me. The forwarded message that she forwarded to her other official email address comes from somebody rather enigmatically titled businessman. And here we see that the email address is the infoportal1 at zoho.com address that we've just dealt with.
I see that.
It was sent on the 6th of March 2015. The subject is Denel. That was sent from this info portal email address that Fundutsi established was linked to the Guptas or their associates. It was addressed to Kimberly Davids at her gmail.com address, which presumably was her private address, and she then forwarded, as we've seen at the top, this very message to herself at the departmental email. And the list is then given with two columns that then follows under two headings, gender and member. And that is the list of individuals proposed for appointment to the board, with Mr. Mancha as chairman, Tami Mtsomi, Johannes Motseki. Johannes Motseki, of course, we've already seen is the individual who survived the transition from the old board to the new. Remember that?
Yes.
And then Jan Sheikh, somebody called Pierre, there's no surname given. Then Mr. Tauyame, I apologize if I'm mangling the pronunciation, Mahumapelo, Silence Nchaveni, Pinky Mashlangu, Visham Naidu, Mpo Khomongwe, and General Vusi Nkabindi. You see that?
I see that.
And then it says, hi, here is Madam's recommendation. It doesn't say who Madam is. You have most CVs, just missing Jan Sheikh, which I will provide tomorrow. Attached for Mpo, Pinky, General, Silence, and Toyami. And then there's a final line which says, you have CA stroke auditor stroke legal stroke policy stroke IT defense defense tech incumbent army defense. So a solid mix of skills. That's what this unnamed author of this email indicates. Now, there was a suggestion in the Fundudzi report that the person named as Pierre, without his surname, was somebody who you had recommended, that the madam referred to in that paragraph just under the list, that he was your recommendation. The report indicates, I don't think I need to take you to it, indicates that you conveyed to the Fundudzi investigators, or at least responded to their report, that you didn't know who this Pierre was and you hadn't recommended him. Is that correct?
Well, I had a general position of not recommending people.
Yeah.
There were lots of people that I would have liked to have passed the vetting process.
Yes.
Because I knew that because many ministers tell me that can so-and-so apply and so on so apply, and I say, yes, they can.
Sure.
And so they apply. But before the Fundudzi report, I haven't seen this report. But I also must say that I think there are names here who, if just now as I was preparing, not because I have a wonderful memory,
Yes.
that some of these names are present and some did not make it.
Yes, I'm going to go into that in a moment. If you could just indulge me with answering the question that I was posing to you. It was specifically relating to a person referred to only by his first name of Pierre. You didn't recommend him, correct?
No, I didn't. I wouldn't have recommended anybody.
Yes, well,
I feel that everybody should go through the process of applying.
Yes. Well, then perhaps answer this, Ms. Brown. Do you know who the Pierre is that is referred to here? Did you know?
I'm not sure.
Did you? Well,
I know two peers, but I don't know if I.
Do you know if either?
I know two peers.
Do you know if either of them applied for a position on the Denel board?
I know two peers, and they could have asked me. I don't know.
You don't know if they applied.
But I don't think they would have applied at all.
Yes. Okay, now, so as far as you're concerned, you can't clarify who this peer is. But it certainly wasn't somebody who you were recommending to yourself to appoint. That's fair. No,
the effect is that whoever wants to join the Denel board must apply.
Yes.
It would be unfair for me to say, I want so-and-so to apply.
Ms. Brown, if you just indulge me, I'm not asking you if it would have been fair for you to have nominated somebody. I've asked you a very simple and confined question. Did you recommend anybody by the name of Pierre for appointment to the board? Thank you. All right, well, let's then go to the exercise that you were suggesting we look at a moment ago, which is when we look at all of the names. So this email, we know, came from somebody who didn't attach his or her name to this enigmatic title businessman from Info Portal that Fundudzi have evidence was linked to Gupta Associates. And the list here says a number of names who include Mr. Mancha, the first one, as chairman. He, in fact, was approved. We know that, correct?
Yes.
Tami Msomi was also appointed by you, correct?
Yes.
Johannes Motseki was the person who was on the previous board and who was then reappointed by you, correct?
Yes.
Jan Sheikh is a name that is put forward in this list. You didn't appoint him, correct?
The way you're asking the question is I get a list of people and I appoint whoever is on that list. I make the decision from that list.
Yeah. But we're looking
and I
at
make
this,
it in consultation with my department.
but Ms. Brown, I'm sorry
all
to
of
interrupt, but really time is precious, particularly in the commission.
Yes, I
that
know,
has
but I
limited time.
can't allow, sir, I can't allow you to say, you appointed this person correct, and then I have to just say yes. So,
Well-
I mean, I'd like to,
Well,
but
Ms. Brown, if of course you know that you did not appoint him, you can say, yes, I did not appoint him, or no, I did not appoint him. If you can't remember whether you did or you didn't, you can say, I can't remember. So there is a way of giving a short answer. But
Okay.
based on what you have just said, do you mean that your department would bring you the exact number of names required for appointment, and you would then appoint those people? Or is the position that they would give you more names than you needed to appoint and you would choose from those?
they would present it to me with a number of people around the table, and we will discuss the names, and from those names, I would then, from the discussion, we will make the further shortlist. And then I do appoint at the end where I approve after it is looked by legal, by governance, by the unit, and whoever else is on the list.
So
yes, in
So
that respect, yes, I approve it.
So the answer is you used to be given a longer list of names than you needed to appoint. And through
Yes.
discussion with your department, a shorter list would emerge. And that is
Yes.
the list that you would, that's the list of people that you would appoint, is that right?
That's right.
But can you remember or cannot remember whether you appointed Jan Sheikh or Shauk?
I don't think we appointed Jan Schaik, whoever he, or
Okay.
Pierre.
Okay,
I
all
don't
right.
think we appointed him.
I hope that has
I
helped,
can't remember,
Mr.
but
Kennedy.
I don't remember a Jan Schaik.
Right, thank you. Thank you. If I may continue, Chair. If I can just try and help you, Ms. Brown, just to make this perhaps a little simpler. When I interrupted you earlier to try and keep you to a particular question I asked then, you were in the process of saying some names on this list at page 780 didn't make it. And I'm agreeing with you. I'm not trying to trick you or to disagree with you at all. If I can just get to the bottom line. Of this list of, what is it? It's 11 names. 3 didn't make it. In other words, they're not the names that you approved and put up to Cabinet for its approval. And if I can help you, the names are Jan Sheikh, Pierre, and Visham Naidu. But all of the other names, the other 8, were appointed to the new board. Now, do you confirm that, or can't you remember, or what?
I'm absolutely sure because I remember that
You're sure of
there
what?
was a fellow here. I'm absolutely, if that's what has been found,
Yes.
I can't remember the board's
No.
people's names, but if that is it, I agree with you.
Exactly. And I'm not going to waste your time or the Commission's time to take you to compare this list with the list that went to Cabinet, that was the final list that were appointed. Now, so eight out of the 11 that were on this list that came from the info portal email address to David's, from outside the department to inside the department into your PA's email, which she then shared with her departmental email, represents a list that came from someone who Fundudzi alleges was a Gupta-linked associate, in effect saying this is the list of people to be appointed. And of those 11, 8 succeeded. Now, does that trouble you? You wouldn't have been aware at the time, according to your evidence earlier.
Retrospectively, it does trouble me.
Yes, that's what I'm asking you to do, because I accept that you indicated earlier that you weren't aware that it came from this info portal email address, or that was linked to the Guptas. In fact, came from a Gupta associate. But with hindsight, you say it does trouble you. In what sense?
Well, it troubles me that that almost that 8 of 11 people have come from this list.
Yes.
That came from outside.
Yes.
So how does this list get into, this list still has to go
Yes.
to go through a vetting process.
Yes. Indeed.
So, and it did.
Yes.
And it, both an internal and external vetting process. Somewhere along the line, I remember the Mapelo fellow fell out for some reason. I think I even asked him to leave. And somebody quite early on had an international study opportunity. I don't know who it was, but it was a woman. I can't remember who it was, and I recommended that you go ahead and do that.
Okay. Now, Fundudzi have also provided evidence in their report, with backed up by numerous annexures, to the effect that the same info portal address was used for various other communications, and that legal and governance may also have received some of those emails. Presumably, you don't know about that, correct?
I don't know. I don't know about it.
Okay.
Well, one second. Ms. Brown, Mr. Kennedy asked you in what way this troubled you. And your answer was, if I understood you correctly, that you appointed, what troubled you was that you appointed 8 people from outside. Now, I'm not sure whether that should trouble you, but I would have imagined that what should have troubled you is that somebody outside of the department seems to have compiled a list, a substantial list of names that he or she thought should be, of people that should be appointed to the board of Denel. And out of that 11, all 8, or the other 8, all got in, got appointed from one source as opposed to people coming from different sources. Don't you agree that that's what should trouble you?
But I did say that it's from, I should have said it's from a list that came from outside, one
Yes.
list.
Yes.
I did say that, or I meant that.
Yeah, I think you may have meant that.
I just so wish I knew what the emails were before the ones had just been taken out.
Yes. But
Yeah.
you see, the impression I get, and I just want you to comment on this, whether you share the same impression or whether you think there is justification for the impression. The impression I get, and that's part of what concerns me, is that it looks like there was somebody from outside of Denel who was basically deciding what was good for Denel in terms of which people should go into the board of Denel, and not just sending one name or two names, sending what I would imagine would be the majority. I can't remember how many board members Denel had under the 2015 board, but I would imagine that 8 is probably the majority. So that's my concern as to, was there somebody outside of Denel who was determining that, and rightly or wrongly, maybe I shouldn't say rightly or wrong, but he was or she was succeeding, because she puts up or he puts up 11 names, 8 of those people become members of the board of Denel. Why does he want so many people of his choice to be on the Denel board? And how does it come about that 8 of them do get actually appointed? Were there not many other people came from other sources? Why is it that so many that came from him or her succeeded in getting onto the board? So that's the impression I have, and that's what concerns me. Do you think do you share the impression or the concern, or do you think there's no justification for it?
Given the fact that there's a process, Chair, I don't know why 8 from one person succeeds and I sign off on it. So I can't explain it to you.
Okay, no, that's all right. Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Just to pick up on the last questioning from the Chair, Ms. Brown, may I just ask you to focus on this particular aspect? You've said earlier that there were all sorts of people applying left, right, and centre, and there were a few people who, in fact, even asked you, could they be appointed? And you quite properly said, this is how you must go about it. You don't do it through me, you go through my office, and they must fill in the correct forms and submit their CVs just like the rest of them, correct?
Yes.
And so not even the minister would interfere with the the evaluation process done by the legal and the LGR, legal and governance section, correct?
No, I won't interfere.
So presumably you would agree with me that if the facts show, if the chairperson ultimately finds on the evidence that in fact a list was being put to the department via Ms. Davids, your PA, to say these 11 should be appointed, of whom 8 actually were appointed, would you agree that that clearly is a violation of proper procedures? Your legal and governance team and Ms. Davids and anybody else within the department should not allow some outside entity, whether it's the Guptas or anybody else, from putting forward their list or their slate, as it were, of people that they would like put on the board. Would you agree that that would be wrong?
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just put also this concern, Ms. Brown?
Yes.
When one looks at this list, one sees that Mr. Mancha is right at the top there, and he, next to his name, is written the word chairman. So the person who is sending this list wants Mr. Mancha to be chairperson. We know that Mr. Mancha, you end up appointing him as chairperson. And we know that Mr. Mancha gets appointed as chairperson despite the blot on his record that we talked about, but we are not going to go back there. But we know, because I think you accepted too, that Mr. Mancha did not stand out among the members of the board. So the question is...
No, Chair, I didn't say he didn't stand out against the members of the board.
Then I'm sorry. I thought you accepted that. But
I didn't say he didn't stand out amongst the members of the board.
Oh.
I had more difficulty with him. I'll post that.
Okay.
But I mean, you did stand out.
He did stand out.
Yeah.
On what grounds do you say he stood out?
If we just went back, maybe I just need to go back to his CV, Mr. Mancha's CV.
Yes, can I perhaps help you on that?
I think for me it had to do with
Mr. Kennedy will tell you the page.
International, all of that. His ability to do big deals, his ability to, he having had financial background, and so forth. But I mean, having said that, I've also acceded to you, Chair, that I should have been a bit more cautious about the fact. I think the thing that I was is that the court, the High Court, allowed Mr. Mancha back. And that was the thing that's why Mr. Mancha wasn't disqualified by me personally. I didn't disqualify him personally. But for the rest of it, I must say that we actually took this in discussion form, like we do with every board appointment. So I don't know how this could have happened.
Yeah, okay, all right. Well, if you are able to say, in other words, is what you call his participation in international deals what made him stand out in your view?
Not just that, I remember only that for now, but I think he also participated in stuff at Eskom. He had some knowledge of state-owned companies, and I read it somewhere as well, and I just can't see it on my desk yet.
Well, can I help you, Ms. Brown?
Yeah, Mr. Kennedy will help you.
Can I help you? I think you
Yes.
may be referring to the summary of his background at page 769. We looked at that
Yes.
earlier.
Yes.
769.
So that was 769.
It says
Yes.
5.4.1.
I have, especially for the state-owned companies, I used to be a finance MC. So I know that I do have he had years in corporate finance, transactional advising, business management, commercial law, media and communication. He has participated in major transactions such as advising the city of Johannesburg, corporatization of Eskom, as well as transactional advisor to the National Department of Labour. on procurement of IT systems. I wanted somebody, the chair should be somebody with vision and a big picture. And with elements like those. So that
Okay.
would have been my reason.
That would have been what made him stand out to you. Do you
To me.
recall whether it's just what was written here or in his CV?
I think it was in his CV, because I read all their CVs.
Only, or whether there was any investigation to check whether what was said in the CV was correct, or there wasn't that kind of exercise, or was there?
No, there is
There
that
was.
kind of investigation,
Yes.
Chair.
That's part of
That's
vetting?
part of the vetting.
Okay, all right.
That's part of the vetting.
Okay, all right. Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. But of course, not only did he stand out in your view as somebody who might make a good chairperson because of his diverse background, but of course, significantly, he was also identified as the proposed chairperson in the list that came from this info portal address. Correct?
Correct.
Right.
And I see that this doesn't say anything about any experience he might have had of chairing boards of big companies or anything like that. But you say it did contain things that appealed to you to say this is somebody who could lead the board.
But Chair, in our advert, I remember this. Because I remember asking, should we not be putting in the advert the fact that the person should have chaired a board before? And it was a very big discussion in my department, where they say not everybody had access to being allowed to chair a board. And I think I conceded on that. But I think that was one of my questions.
Okay. Mr. Kennedy?
Are you suggesting it's a mere coincidence then that you thought Mr. Mancha had these attributes which merited his appointment as chairperson on the one hand, and that it was just a pure coincidence with the fact that the email that came from apparently Gupta Associates recommended the same appointee as chairperson?
I don't know.
Or were you influenced by the list?
Maybe quietly. I was. I don't know. I can't say.
Okay.
Well,
I can't say what. I do remember meeting Mr. Mancha in the on the premises of Parliament. When I was coming out and he was walking and he introduced himself to me. And I was very pleased at the time that he was the chair. But I have nothing else. I mean, that was post his appointment.
well, I just want to make an observation, Ms. Brown, and you may wish to comment on it, or you might not wish to comment on it. When I see that this list of names came from businessmen, and remembering that there is a suggestion that businessman was actually Mr. Salim Essa, or the Fundusi report says probably it is Mr. Salim Essa. I'm reminded of evidence that we dealt with when you were giving evidence in respect of the ESCOM work stream. Of course, Mr. Kennedy wasn't there for that one, but you will remember that Mr. Tsotsi gave evidence or you were told that he had given evidence before the commission to the effect that in December 2014, when the ESCOM board was, 2014, when the new ESCOM board was appointed, soon after that, he received an email from Mr. Salim Essa, in which Mr. Salim Essa had prepared a list of members of the board who should go into various committees of the board. And the evidence Mr. Tsotsi gave was to the effect that Mr. Salim Essa had asked him to send that list to you as his proposal. And that was in December 2014. You might recall, in terms of that evidence, that you had not responded to the email that Mr. Tsotsi sent to you, which contained the composition of committees that he said had come from Mr. Salim Essa. But what he did say is that later, it might have been later in January 2015, when the two of you, when he was making different proposals on the composition of committees, his version is that you insisted that the composition of committees that should be implemented should be a particular composition, and he said that particular composition was the one or that Mr. Salim Essa had sent. Now, you did say that, I think you did say that you knew nothing about Salim Essa having sent any composition. You got an email from him, which you took to be a proposal from him, saying this is the composition that was being suggested. But I think later on you sent an email where you were saying, well, there must be a resolution of the board which says this is the composition as suggested or proposed by the board. So the point I'm making is I'm just observing that whereas that's what Mr. Tsotsi said under ESCOM, here we have somebody using an email address that is alleged to be associated with Mr. Salim Essa, sending a list of names to your PA of people that were being put forward to be appointed as members of the Denel board, and the majority of them get appointed, and the one that was suggested to be the chairperson does get appointed as chairperson as well. So I'm just saying, when I see this, I get reminded of that evidence. You might wish to say something. You might say, look, I don't have anything to say. I'm just sharing with you what is crossing my mind as I look at this, and I think it's only fair that I mention to you that this is what's crossing my mind. You might say something about it.
I just want to say one thing about it, and that is that I asked Mr. Tsotsi to formalize his communication with me.
Yeah.
And I thank God I did, because if I didn't ask him to formalize his communication with me, I would have to answer to questions like you are asking now, Chair, and I'm not saying you're wrong in asking the question, because it does, I don't know if this is this portal number. I've never seen a number like that. I don't know if it belongs to Mr. Issa or what.
Yes, yeah.
I don't know that. I also don't know that why would my whole department or not my whole department, the Legal and Governance Unit. And one of the most vociferous DDGs in my department, the one who the most would come up against me in every single meeting on just about everything. And I never had a problem with it because I think people should be allowed to speak. And that's the only way we're going to build this country. So I don't understand why they would support a communication like this.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. I just have a few,
That's the point I'm making.
I just have a few aspects I'd like to wrap up with.
Yes, sure.
Ms. Brown, may I take you to page 776?
776.
That's right.
776.
You have that?
I do.
Right, so this is an email from, again, Kim Davids, and it's addressed to, is it Yunari? I can't quite read it on my copy. Buerta, Ursula.
Yumari Buerta and Ursula Rathman.
Yes, now, who were they? Rathman was
Shall I
part
read
of-
it for you?
Yes, thank you.
Rathman,
Yeah,
and it's CC to Annelies van Wyk, who was my special advisor, and Matsi Etsi Mkholo, who was the DG, I think, at this time, the acting DG.
and Rathnam was in the legal and governance section, correct?
Yes, yes.
And Buerta?
Yumari Buerta was what we called a cabinet secretary. She used to do all the cabinet documents and so forth.
Within the department?
Within the, she was actually in the ministry.
In the Ministry of Public Enterprises, correct?
Of public enterprises, yes.
So all four of these individuals were in-house. They were all officials of either the department or the ministry, correct?
Yes.
As was Kim Davids, and she sent this email to those four on the 11th of May, and it reads, "Hi all, as discussed with Minister, and as per her directive, herewith please find the SA Express Board nominations for CM, and then there's a list of nominations for the board for SA Express." And then she proceeds to set out a list in relation to Denel. Correct? That's the Denel board. Correct?
Yes.
Do you know what the 4CM means? Is that for cabinet memorandum or what?
It could mean for cabinet memorandum. I don't know.
Right. But is it correct that this email recorded the fact that you had discussed these lists and had given a directive to pass on these lists to these departmental and ministerial officials to process?
Advocate Kennedy,
Yeah.
I'm unsure what this list is,
Okay.
because I'm not sure what the previous, this could be the culmination where we then at the end decide that this is the list of people that will be going forward. That's how I read it. And that's the list of people that will be going forward. And this is the list that I confirm.
Yeah.
That's what I think it could be.
Right.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Fair enough.
I'm just giving you an option.
I'm not here to deal in options. Thank you, Ms. Brown. But I understand your answer is a tentative one, and I accept fully that it's a long time ago. The list then that appears for the Denel board has 10 names on it. You see that?
Yes.
And the first is, again, Mr. Daniel Mancha, as a new meaning, presumably a new appointee to the board, because the only person who doesn't have new next to his or her name is Mr. Motseki, who was current, and Mr. Mancha was then proposed as the chair. Now, all 8 of numbers 1 to 8 were on the list that had been sent, the list of 11 that we've looked at earlier, sent from the outside info portal email address. And then 2 names are added, numbers 9 and 10, Ms. Mokwena and Ms. Mandindi, who were both not on the info portal version of the list. Do you have any comment on this? Anything that strikes you here worthy of comment?
Just the comment I had previously.
Yeah.
Just the comment I made previously.
Yes, thank you. It's not necessary.
That I'm not sure if this is what, if she took the minutes and this is the eventual.
Yes.
I'm not sure what this is.
Perhaps this may help you if you can turn now to page 767.
The cabinet memo.
That's the cabinet memo. What seems to be significant, firstly, is that this cabinet memo that came from your ministry, correct? Is that correct? Was a cabinet memo submitted by your ministry
All
to
cabinet
cabinet?
memos come from,
Yeah.
absolutely, all cabinet memos come via the minister.
Yes, but I'm asking you about this specifically, Ms. Brown. We see the emblem of the Republic, and then it says Ministry Public Enterprises, correct? You see that?
Yes,
And what is also significant on this
I
page,
do.
what is significant also on this page is that it is dated 11th of May, 2015,
Yes,
which is the very same date which appeared on the email that came from Ms. David's email to her 4 colleagues, reflecting what what you had discussed and issued by way of a directive that we looked at a moment. You see that?
I do.
And then we have set out from page 769. Can you find that, please? It's the 3rd page of this document.
Yes.
We have,
Is that the Mr. Daniel Mancha's
that's right.
info?
That's where his CV is summarized from
Yes.
541. And so each of the individuals who were approved by you for appointment have their details set out from 541 to
Yes.
5410. And from what I've been able to see, the list of people here who are not only named but their CVs are summarized corresponds exactly with the list of 10 that we noted in the email from Ms. Davis, referring to you issuing a directive. Is there anything worthy of comment here that you'd like to make?
As I said earlier, I'm not sure if it isn't a set of minutes that Mrs. Davis, I can't remember if she's Davis or Davis, makes, or if she made it up. But I think it could have been a set of minutes that she's sending to the department that this is how it all pans out. She
Yes.
could have been the one who took the minutes. That's the point I'm making.
Right. And that was then carried out because we see in the cabinet report, the cabinet memorandum, that was prepared from page the page that we've just looked at, that's from page 767, that in fact carries out the very list that Ms. Davids had sent in her email. Not so.
But yes, but what do you think it is? And I'm not supposed to ask you
No.
any questions,
No.
Advocate Kennedy, but I'm not getting the picture.
Okay, well, let me perhaps just help you to the extent that you may be asking for it. If one takes these documents at face value, we have on the one hand an email from Ms. Davids, who we know was your PA, saying in her email that she sends us on your instructions as minister that the following 10 people are to be appointed to the new board of Denel. That's the one document. And the other document is the cabinet memorandum that is then prepared by the very officials to whom that email was addressed, saying to cabinet, these are the 10 people whom our minister, Minister Brown, has approved subject to cabinet approval. That's what seems to be appearing from the face of these documents. Unless there's anything that you feel you need to draw to the attention of the chairperson that my summary may be incorrect, perhaps we can then move on. I accept that you can't be sure exactly what Ms. Davids was saying, although one can see the words that she has used there, but you can't take it any further than what I've summarized. That's right, Ms.
That's right.
Thank you very much. All right, there are two final aspects that I would like to raise with you very quickly before I ask the Chair just for a moment to check with my learned junior if there's anything that we may need to add. The one is this. You indicated earlier in your testimony this evening, Ms. Brown, that Mr. Mancha had performed relatively well as chairperson while you were minister. Is that correct? Was that your overall impression?
I thought so.
You also indicated that...
I thought so, and I think my department thought so too, even though I have seen a document in Mr. Klakudi's bundle
Yes,
that speaks differently, but I'm not sure what he's measuring.
yes.
But I'd like to respond to it.
Now, Ms. Brown, I don't have it, I'm afraid I omitted it from the bundle here, but I don't think anything should turn on that. I don't think that you're likely to dispute this. You made a public announcement that was then circulated to the media and by the media when you appointed the new board to Denel after getting cabinet confirmation. And in that press statement, you recall that you said that the outgoing board you wanted to pay tribute to as having performed well and having left Denel in a healthy state, and you commended them for that. You recall saying that?
Well, 7 years ago, it sounds like something I would say.
Yes. And in fact, it's featured in evidence that's been given before the chairperson before. And then you congratulated the incoming board headed by Mr. Mancha as the new chairperson. There has been detailed evidence given in relation to Denel by numerous witnesses, some of which you may or may not have seen or heard or read. But some of the evidence that has already been led before the learned chairperson has suggested that Denel, in fact, underwent a substantial change in fortunes, that the relatively healthy situation that applied at the end of the previous board's tenure, that underwent a dramatic change. And in fact, Denel then started to have some very serious problems thereafter. Now, Mr. Mancha has, in his evidence before the chairperson here, said that there were some difficulties in the financial performance of Denel during the period of his chairpersonship, but he attributed that to particular deals that had been done wrongly, particularly by Mr. Saluji. Do you stand by your evidence that Mr. Mancha, in fact, performed relatively well?
I hope you would give me about 3 minutes to respond to this, because I think it's quite an important comment that needs to be made.
Yes, you have got 3 minutes. You can respond.
Chair, I used to say as well that we had 31 billion rands worth of orders on the order book. And I said that in 2014, 2015. There was no money in Denel. In fact, all the financial records will show that they were really having a rough time. They, comparatively speaking, were speaking to other state-owned companies, like say a Eskom who got a guarantee of 450 billion rand guarantee from National Treasury. Denel had a guarantee of 1.8 billion that was coming to an end in, I think, around September 2017. So Denel has never been in good standing. I had great difficulty with the fact that Denel has given most of our IPs away. They have a 70%, Saab, Sweden, have a 70% arrangement with Denel. So they own the intellectual property of Denel. Rheinmetall is another one. 51%, 49% too. So there's a range of ways that you can look at this issue. So that's the one issue. But I say in a 2016 AGM report, which Mr. Tlakudi prepares for me, I say this AGM happens under a backdrop of a tough economic climate. The low levels of growth are putting further strain on government's commitment to stabilize the country's debt as a share of GDP. I go further to say that in 2016, that I note with the following with regards to the financial statement. There's an unqualified audit opinion by the auditors. I also say year-to-date revenue of 8.2 billion rand when compared against prior year's revenue of 5.9 billion. So their revenue is higher. I say that this is the 6th consecutive year that Denel is reporting a profit after a decade of accumulating losses. So Denel has been accumulating losses, but what this board did was just take forward some of the processes of the previous board, some of the strategic way of moving forward. I do say irregular expenditure remains high at 49 million when compared against the 47 million of the 2014-2015 board. So there's a 2 million difference, but it's the same. And then, of course, the short-term arrangements on the funding of the LSSA acquisition and the risks of facilities being terminated on renewal. And that came from the previous board. And of course, I do make comments about the... Then in 2017, Mr. Mancha goes on a roadshow with his board and DPE, 26th and 30th of January, in spite of the fact that they were unsuccessful in securing active support from National Treasury. Now, we were now in the process of leading up to NASREC. I don't want to bring politics into it, but I think there's something to be said. But they raised in total 714 million rand. And I view this as a clear confirmation that Denel's business fundamentals, executive leadership as well, this is him writing to me. Our governance regime is intact and investors are slowly beginning to understand. So he then, one of the big problems that Denel had in that year was because of the politics, I want to say. And I'm also because of the politics leading up to NASDAQ. One of the problems Denel had was that National Treasury would not extend the 1.8 billion rand. It eventually does extend it, but it only extends it for 1 year and not for the 5 years that is required for investors to actually purchase into the company. So the company didn't go under. I mean, 2 days ago, a whole division of Denel is not able to pay salaries. But the company is not going under, but the company isn't funded properly. So I actually think the held Denel, in my humble opinion, I think Mr. Mancha held Denel up quite well with his board. I think the storyline, and I would like, and I'm not sure if there are still investigators around the commission, but I would really like to have a sense of annual financial statements against previous years. And I have a sense in Eskom, because, I mean, contrary to what anybody says in the media, anywhere else, the period when I was minister in Eskom, we were actually and not because of me, because of the Eskom family, we actually didn't have load shedding for 3 years, and in real terms, we actually had enough energy, and financially the company was in a much better state. But the storyline is, and I will never be able to contest that storyline. So I so wish, if I had a wish, one last wish before I'm not here anymore, it would be that I actually get the commission to do a proper assessment of the annual financial statements of all the companies.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Chair, may I raise just one
Yeah.
other topic
Yes.
before I ask to confer with
Yes.
my learned junior? Ms. Brown, just on a point of detail, quite unrelated to what we've dealt with already. Mr. Saluji was the Group Chief Executive of Denel under the previous board, and he was still Group CEO until he was suspended, and ultimately his employment was terminated under the new board. Now, there has been some evidence laid before this commission. If you know one way or the other, please just answer the question. If you don't know, you must just indicate you don't know. But the evidence previously has suggested that the previous board, prior to Mr. Mancha taking over as chairperson, were recommending reappointment of Mr. Saluji as Group Chief Executive. Do you know whether that was correct or not?
I don't know.
You don't know.
The extension of his contract, you don't remember?
No, I don't remember. In fact, I got such a hiding around Brian Molefe that I'm happy I stayed. My department recommended we stay out of it. I know Mr. Saluji's lawyers wrote to us, and the legal people in my department said, this is operational, stay out of it.
Well,
If I just did it for every other state-owned company like Denel, and like Eskom, I'd be much happier.
The evidence that was given by Mr. Saluji before me was that when you were in London with him and Mr. Mancha, I think there was some exhibition in London, you had a discussion with him, I think over coffee or something, where you also praised him for having done very well. Either that, or you may have said the reports you got were that he was doing very well, and that you said that you were going to extend his contract. Have you got no recollection of that? Oh, she has frozen.
I could have said that. I'm not denying it.
Yes.
I said I would support, but I'm not the one who extend the contract.
Yes.
I mean, I really like Mr. Saluji, and Mr. Saluji comes from my same history as I do, and same background, even though we might be a little bit different ages. But it wasn't in my hands. It was really between the board and the executive.
Yes.
And I remember very clearly, that's one of the issues I remember very clearly, that I was recommended to me not to get involved in. It's the board and the executive.
Yes. So, but when you say it was between him and the board, do you mean the board was supposed to make a recommendation to you before you could
I can't
extend
remember.
it?
I can't remember, Chair.
Yes,
I can't remember what happened there.
yes. But normally, what's your recollection of what would happen if the CEO of an SOE, if his or her contract needed to be extended? Do you remember whether the power lay with you, but the board had to recommend, or whether it was really up to the board? You had nothing to do with it. I would have thought that it would come to you.
I think in the end, the board would not recommend, the board would approve. And I actually can't remember.
You can't remember. Anyway, it's
I really can't remember. I'm very sorry.
okay. No, that's all right. It's been a long day. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. That completes the questions I have of this witness. I have had a chance to discuss with my learned junior.
Yes.
We have no further questions. May I thank you, Ms. Brown, for your evidence. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, all right. I just want to.
Thank you.
I just want to mention one thing, Ms. Brown, before I release you. I see in that document that was sent, the memorandum that was sent to Cabinet with the names of members of the board. You don't have to look at it, but you can if you wish. At page 770, I see that one of the candidates who were being put forward was a Miss Refilwe Mukwena. It was written in the memo that she had obtained her LLB from the University of Natal in 1987 and a B. Juris from the University of Zululand in 1985. That's the same kind of degrees that Mr. Mancha had. He also had B. Juris and LLB from the Venda University. And then about Ms. Mukwena, it is said in the memo, Ms. Mukwena has directorships in Road Accident Fund and Airports Company of South Africa. So this is a candidate who had the experience of sitting on the boards of some SOEs. And then it is said she was an executive director for Makeza Mukwena and Refi Incorporated. I assume that was a law firm. and an alternate director at the State Information Technology Agency, SITA. So she had experience of sitting in the board of the Road Accident Fund, in the board of Airports Company South Africa. Of course, she was an executive director in Makeza Mokoena and Refilwe, or Refi, and she had the experience of sitting on the board of, or on the State Information Technology Agency, and the memo said she brought experience in legal, aviation, aviation and business leadership to the board. I would have thought that she seemed to bring quite a lot to the board. I'm comparing her with Mr. Mancha, and of course she's a woman. Is that something you might not have noticed at that time, or is it something you did notice, but you thought Mr. Mancha?
I can't remember.
You can't
I
remember.
can't remember if I noticed that 7 years ago.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, if you look at Mr. Msomi, he was chairperson of Inanda Newtown Housing Project, for example. I mean, I think, Chair, that it's all relative in some respects. That's what I feel.
No, I agree. There is, it's not black and white, as it were. But
And I appreciate your comments about it.
yes, no, that's fine. Thank you very much, Ms. Brown. We appreciate that you availed yourself to assist the commission. It was not always smooth going, I think, but but I think we all understand one another.
But I think I contained myself very well, Chair.
You did well.
Thank you very much.
No, but
Chair.
thank you very much. If we do later think we need you, we will approach you, the commission will approach you, and I'm sure you will be prepared to assist the commission again.
Of course, Chair.
Chair,
Yes.
before we release Ms. Brown, just two
Yes.
things. No re-examination, but there is a second issue. In her closing, Ms. Brown was reading a document
Yeah,
authored by Mr. Mancha.
yes.
Yes, I would like to enter that into evidence. Alternatively, we submit a supplementary affidavit entering that into evidence.
Okay, maybe send a supplementary affidavit and attach it, and then we'll take it from there.
We shall do so,
Is
Chair.
that all right? Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much to everybody. Thank you to the staff
Thank you,
as
Chair.
well. Thank you to the technicians, Ms. Brown's legal team, for all the cooperation. To Ms. Brown, thank you, Mr. Kennedy and your team. Thank you very much. I will adjourn just for the benefit of the public. During the day session tomorrow, Mr. Singh, Anoj Singh, will continue with his evidence. We adjourn.
Thank you, Your Worship.